Divine Comedy, Cary's translation. Complete ******** The Divine Comedy of Dante Alighieri, translated by the Rev. H. F. Cary, M.A. Contents Hell Canto I, Canto 2, Canto 3, Canto 4, Canto V, Canto 6, Canto 7, Canto 8, Canto 9, Canto X, Canto 11, Canto 12, Canto 13, Canto 14, Canto 15, Canto 16, Canto 17, Canto 18, Canto 19, Canto XX, Canto XXI, Canto XXII, Canto 23, Canto XIV, Canto XXV, Canto XXVI, Canto XXVIII, Canto XXVIII, Canto XXVI, Canto XXX, Canto XXXI, Canto XXI, Canto XXXII, Canto XXV. Notes to Hell. Purgatory, Canto I, Canto 2, Canto 3, Canto 4, Canto V, Canto 6, Canto 7, Canto 8, Canto 9, Canto X, Canto 11, Canto 12, Canto 13, Canto 14, Canto 15, Canto 16, Canto 17, Canto 18, Canto 19, Canto XX, Canto XXI, Canto XXII, Canto 23, Canto XIV, Canto XXV, Canto XXVI, Canto XXVIII, Canto XXVIII, Canto XXVI, Canto XXX, Canto XXXI, Canto XXI, Canto XXXII. Notes to Purgatory. Paradise, Canto I, Canto 2, Canto 3, Canto 4, Canto V, Canto 6, Canto 7, Canto 8, Canto 9, Canto X, Canto 11, Canto 12, Canto 13, Canto 14, Canto 15, Canto 16, Canto 17, Canto 18, Canto 19, Canto XX, Canto XXI, Canto XXII, Canto 23, Canto XIV, Canto XXV, Canto XXVI, Canto XXVIII, Canto XXVIII, Canto XXVI, Canto XXX, Canto XXXI, Canto XXI, Canto XXXII. Notes to Paradise. Preface, a chronological view. Hell, Canto I. In the midway of this our mortal life, I found me in a gloomy wood, astray gone from the path direct, and to tell it were no easy task, how savage wild that forest, how robust and rough its growth, which to remember only, my dismay renews, in bitterness not far from death. Yet to discourse of what there good befell, all else will I relate discovered there. How first I entered it I scarce can say, such sleepy dullness in that instant weighed my senses down, when the true path I left, but when a mountain's foot I reached where closed the valley, that had piqued my heart with dread, I looked aloft, and saw his shoulders broad already vested with that planet's beam, who leads all wanderers safe through every way. Then was a little respite to the fear, that in my heart's recesses deep had lain, all of that night, so pitifully past and as a man, with difficult short breath, forespent with toiling, scapt from sea to shore, turns to the perilous wide waste, and stands at gaze, so my spirit, that yet failed struggling with terror, turned to view the straits, that none hath passed and lived My weary frame after short pause recomforted, again I journeyed on over that lonely steep, the hinder foot still firmer. Scarce the ascent began, when, lo! a panther, nimble, light, and covered with a speckled skin, appeared nor, when it saw me, vanished rather strove to check my onward going, that oft times with purpose to retrace my steps I turned The hour was morning's prime, and on his way aloft the sun ascended with those stars, that with him rose, when love divine first moved those its fair works, so that with joyous hope all things conspired to fill me, the gay skin of that swift animal, the matin dawn and the sweet season. Soon that joy was chased, and by new dread succeeded, when in view a lion came, 'gainst me, as it appeared with his head held aloft and hunger mad, that in the air was fear struck. A she-wolf was at his heels, who in her leanness seemed full of all wants, and many a land hath made disconsolate ere now. She with such fear o'erwhelmed me, at the sight of her appalled that of the height all hope I lost. As one, who with his gain elated, sees the time when all unwares is gone, he inwardly mourns with heart-griping anguish, such was I, haunted by that fell beast, never at peace, who coming o'er against me, by degrees impelled me where the sun in silence rests. While to the lower space with backward step I fell, my ken discerned the form one of one, whose voice seemed faint through long disuse of speech. When him in that great desert I espied, have mercy on me, cried I out aloud, Spirit, or living man, whate'er thou be. He answered, now not man, man once I was, and born of Lombard parents, Mantuan both by country, when the power of Julius yet was scarcely firm. At Rome my life was passed beneath the mild Augustus, in the time of fabled deities and false. A bard was I, and made Anchises' upright son the subject of my song, who came from Troy, when the flames preyed on Ilium's haughty towers. But thou, say wherefore to such perils past returnest thou? Wherefore not this pleasant mount ascendest, cause and source of all delight? And art thou then that Virgil, that wellspring, from which such copious floods of eloquence have issued? I with front abashed replied. Glory and light of all the tuneful train! May it avail me that I long with zeal have sought thy volume, and with love immense have conned it o'er. My master thou and guide. Thou he from whom alone I have derived that style, which for its beauty into fame exalts me. See the beast, from whom I fled. O save me from her, thou illustrious sage. For every vein and pulse throughout my frame she hath made tremble. He, soon as he saw that I was weeping, answered, Thou must needs another way pursue, if thou wouldst scape from out that savage wilderness. This beast, at whom thou criest, her way will suffer none to pass, and no less hindrance makes than death, so bad and so accursed in her kind, that never sated is her ravenous will, still after food more craving than before. To many an animal in wedlock vile she fastens, and shall yet to many more, until that greyhound come, who shall destroy her with sharp pain. He will not life support by earth nor its base metals, but by love, wisdom, and virtue, and his land shall be the land twixt either feltro. In his might shall safety to Italia's plains arise, for whose fair realm, Camilla, virgin pure, Nisus, Euryalus, and Turnus fell. He with incessant chase through every town shall worry, until he to hell at length restore her, thence by envy first let loose. I for thy profit pondering now devise, that thou mayst follow me, and I thy guide will lead thee hence through an eternal space, where thou shalt hear despairing shrieks, and see spirits of old tormented, who invoke a second death, and those next view, who dwell content in fire, for that they hope to come, whene'er the time may be, among the blessed, into whose regions if thou then desire to ascend, a spirit worthier than I must lead thee, in whose charge, when I depart, thou shalt be left, for that Almighty King, who reigns above, a rebel to his law, adjudges me, and therefore hath decreed, that to his city none through me should come. He in all parts hath sway, there rules, there holds his citadel and throne. O happy those, whom there he chooses. I to him in few, but, by that God, whom thou didst not adore, I do beseech thee, that this ill and worse I may escape, to lead me, where thou saidst, that I St. Peter's gate may view, and those who as thou tellest are in such dismal plight. Onward he moved, I close his steps pursued. Canto 2. Now was the day departing, and the air, embrowned with shadows, from their toils released all animals on earth, and I alone prepared myself the conflict to sustain, both of sad pity, and that perilous road, which my unerring memory shall retrace. O Muses! O high genius! Now vouchsafe your aid. O mind! That all I sawest kept safe in a written record, here thy worth and eminent endowments come to proof. I thus began, Bard, thou who art my guide, consider well, if virtue be in me sufficient, ere to this high enterprise thou trust me. Thou hast told that Silvia's sire, yet clothed incorruptible flesh, among immortal tribes had entrance, and was their sensible present. Yet if heaven's great Lord, almighty foe to ill, such favour showed in contemplation of the high effect, both what and who from him should issue forth, it seems in reason's judgment well deserved, sith he of Rome, and of Rome's empire wide, in heaven's empire eel height was chosen sire, both which, if truth be spoken, were ordained and stablished for the holy place, where sits who to great Peter's sacred chair succeeds. He from this journey, in thy song renowned learned things, that to his victory gave rise unto the papal robe. In after times the chosen vessel also travelled there, to bring us back assurance in that faith, which is the entrance to salvation's way. But why should I there presume? Or who permits it? Not in I nor Paul. Myself I deem not worthy, and none else will deem me. If on this voyage then I venture, fear it will in folly end. Thou, who art wise, better my meaning knowest than I can speak. As one, who unresolves what he hath late resolved and with new thoughts changes his purpose, from his first intent removed such was I on that dun coast, wasting in thought my enterprise, at first so eagerly embraced. If right thy words I scan replied that shade magnanimous, thy soul is by vile fear assailed which oft so overcasts a man, that he recoils from noblest resolution, like a beast at some false semblance in the twilight gloom. That from this terror thou mayst free thyself, I will instruct thee why I came, and what I heard in that same instant, when for thee grief touched me first. I was among the tribe, who rest suspended, when a dame, so blessed and lovely, I besought her to command, called me, her eyes were brighter than the star of day, and she with gentle voice and soft angelically toned her speech addressed O courteous shade of Mantua, thou whose fame yet lives, and shall live long as nature lasts. A friend, not of my fortune but myself, on the wide desert in his road has met hindrance so great, that he through fear has turned Now much I dread lest he past help have strayed and I be risen too late for his relief, from what in heaven of him I heard. Speed now, and by thy eloquent persuasive tongue, and by all means for his deliverance meet, assist him. So to me will comfort spring. I who now bid thee on this errand forth am Beatrice, from a place I come revisited with joy. Love brought me thence, who prompts my speech. When in my Master's sight I stand, thy praise to him I oft will tell. Note, Beatrice. I use this word, as it is pronounced in the Italian, as consisting of 4 syllables, of which the third is a long one. She then was silent, and I thus began, O Lady, by whose influence alone, mankind excels whatever is contained within that heaven which hath the smallest orb, so thy command delights me, that to obey, if it were done already, would seem late. No needest thou farther to speak thy will, yet tell the reason, why thou art not loath to leave that ample space, where to return thou burnest, for this centre here beneath. She then, since thou so deeply wouldst inquire, I will instruct thee briefly, why no dread hinders my entrance here. Those things alone are to be feared, whence evil may proceed, none else, for none are terrible beside. I am so framed by God, thanks to his grace, that any sufferance of your misery touches me not, nor flame of that fierce fire assails me. In high heaven a blessed dame besides, who mourns with such effectual grief that hindrance, which I send thee to remove, that God's stern judgment to her will inclines. To Lucia calling, her she thus bespake, now doth thy faithful servant need thy aid, and I commend him to thee. At her word sped Lucia, of all cruelty the foe, and coming to the place, where I abode seated with Rachel, her of ancient days, she thus addressed me, thou true praise of God. Beatrice, why is not thy succor lent to him, who so much loved thee, as to leave for thy sake all the multitude admires? Dost thou not hear how pitiful his wail, nor mark the death, which in the torrent flood, swole mightier than a sea, him struggling holds? Ne'er among men did any with such speed haste to their profit, flee from their annoy, as when these words were spoken, I came here, down from my blessed seat, trusting the force of thy pure eloquence, which thee, and all who well have marked it, into honor brings. When she had ended, her bright beaming eyes tearful she turned aside, whereat I felt redoubled zeal to serve thee. As she willed, thus am I come, I saved thee from the beast, who thy near way across the goodly mound prevented. What is this comes o'er thee then? Why dost thou hang back? Why in thy breast harbour vile fear? Why hast not courage there and noble daring? Since three maids so blessed thy safety plan, in the court of heaven, and so much certain good my words forebode. As flores, by the frosty air of night bent down and closed, when day has blanched their leaves, rise all unfolded on their spiry stems, so was my fainting vigour new rested, and to my heart such kindly courage ran, that I as one undaunted soon replied, O full of pity she, who undertook my succour, and thou kind who didst perform so soon her true behest. With such desire thou hast disposed me to renew my voyage, that my first purpose fully is resumed. Lead on, one only will is in us both. Thou art my guide, my master thou, and Lord. So spake I, and when he had onward moved, I entered on the deep and woody way. Canto 3. Through me you pass into the city of woe, through me you pass into eternal pain, through me among the people lost for I. Justice the founder of my fabric moved, to rear me was the task of power divine, supremest wisdom, and primeval love. Before me things create were none, save things eternal, and eternal I endure. All hope abandon ye who enter here. Such characters in colour dim I marked over a portal's lofty arch inscribed, whereat I thus, Master, these words import hard meaning. He as one prepared replied, Here thou must all distrust behind thee leave, here be vile fear extinguished. We are come where I have told thee we shall see the souls to misery doomed, who intellectual good have lost. And when his hand he had stretched forth to mine, with pleasant looks, whence I was cheered, into that secret place he led me on. Here sighs with lamentations and loud moans resounded through the air, pierced by no star, that I wept at entering. Various tongues, horrible languages, outcries of woe, accents of anger, voices deep and hoarse, with hands together smote that swelled the sounds, made up a tumult, that forever whirls round through that air with solid darkness stained, like to the sand that in the whirlwind flies. I then, with error yet encompassed, cried, O Master! What is this I hear? What race are these, who seem so overcome with woe? He thus to me, this miserable fate suffer the wretched souls of those, who live without or praise or blame, with that ill band of angels mixed who nor rebellious proved nor yet were true to God, but for themselves were only. From his bounds heaven drove them forth, not to impair his lustre, nor the depth of hell receives them, lest th accursed tribe should glory thence with exultation vain. I then, Master, what doth aggrieve them thus, that they lament so loud? He straight replied, that will I tell thee briefly. These of death no hope may entertain, and their blind life so meanly passes, that all other lots they envy. Fame of them the world doth none, nor suffers, mercy and justice scorn them both. Speak not of them, but look, and pass them by. And I, who straightway looked, beheld a flag, which whirling ran around so rapidly, that it no pause obtained, and following came such a long train of spirits, I should ne'er have thought, that death so many had despoiled. When some of these I recognized, I saw and knew the shade of him, who to base fear yielding, abjured his high estate. Forthwith I understood for certain this the tribe of those ill spirits both to God displeasing and to his foes. These wretches, who ne'er lived, went on in nakedness, and sorely stung by wasps and hornets, which bedewed their cheeks with blood, that mixed with tears dropped to their feet, and by disgustful worms was gathered there. Then looking farther onwards I beheld a throng upon the shore of a great stream, whereat I thus, Sir, grant me now to know whom here we view, and whence impelled they seem so eager to pass o'er, as I discern through the blear light. He thus to me in few, this shalt thou know, soon as our steps arrive beside the woeful tide of Icheron. Then with eyes downward cast and filled with shame, fearing my words offensive to his ear, till we had reached the river, I from speech abstained. And lo! toward us in a bark comes on an old man hoary white with eld, crying, Woe to you wicked spirits, hope not ever to see the sky again. I come to take you to the other shore across, into eternal darkness, there to dwell in fierce heat and in ice. And thou, who there standest, live spirit, get thee hence, and leave these who are dead. But soon as he beheld I left them not, by other way said he, by other haven shalt thou come to shore, not by this passage, thee a nimbler boat must carry. Then to him thus spake my guide, Cary, thyself torment not, so 'tis willed, where will and power are one, ask thou no more. Straightway in silence fell the shaggy cheeks of him the boatman o'er the livid lake, around whose eyes glowed wheeling flames. Meanwhile those spirits, faint and naked, color-changed, and gnashed their teeth, soon as the cruel words they heard. God and their parents they blasphemed, the humankind, the place, the time, and seed that did engender them and give them birth. Then all together sorely wailing drew to the cursed strand, that every man must pass who fears not God. Charon, demoniac form, with eyes of burning coal, collects them all, beckoning, and each, that lingers, with his oar strikes. As fall off the light autumnal leaves, one still another following, till the bough strews all its honors on the earth beneath. In like manner Adam's evil brood cast themselves one by one down from the shore, each at a beck, as falcon at his call. Thus go they over through the umbered wave, and ever they on the opposing bank be landed. On this side another throng still gathers. Son, thus spake the courteous guide, those, who die subject to the wrath of God, all here together come from every clime, and to o'erpass the river are not loath, for so heaven's justice goads them on, that fear is turned into desire. Hence ne'ereth past good spirit. If of thee Charon complain, now mayst thou know the import of his words. This said, the gloomy region trembling shook so terribly, that yet with clammy dews fear chills my brow. The sad earth gave a blast, that, lightening, shot forth of a million flame, which all my senses conquered quite, and I down dropped as one with sudden slumber seized. Canto 4 broke the deep slumber in my brain a crash of heavy thunder, that I shook myself, as one by main force rusty. Risen upright, my rested eyes I moved around, and searched with fixed ken to know what place it was, wherein I stood. For certain on the brink I found me of the lamentable vale, the dread abyss, that joins a thunderous sound of plaints innumerable. Dark and deep, and thick with clouds o'erspread, mine eye in vain explored its bottom, nor could aught discern. Now let us to the blind world there beneath descend. The bard began all pale of look, I go the first, and thou shalt follow next. Then I his altered hue perceiving, thus, how may I speed, if thou yieldest to dread, who still art wont to comfort me in doubt. He then, the anguish of that race below with pity stains my cheek, which thou for fear mistakest. Let us on. Our length of way urges to haste. Onward, this said, he moved and entering led me with him on the bounds of the first circle, that surrounds th abyss. Here, as mine ear could note, no plaint was heard except of sighs, that made th eternal air tremble, not caused by tortures, but from grief felt by those multitudes, many and vast, of men, women, and infants. Then to me the gentle guide, inquirest thou not what spirits are these, which thou beholdest? Ere thou pass farther, I would thou know, that these of sin were blameless, and if aught they merited, it profits not, since baptism was not theirs, the portal to thy faith. If they before the gospel lived they served not God aright, and among such am I. For these defects, and for no other evil, we are lost, only so far afflicted, that we live desiring without hope. So grief assailed my heart at hearing this, for well I knew suspended in that limbo many a soul of mighty worth. O tell me, Sire revered, tell me, my master. I began through wish of full assurance in that holy faith, which vanquishes all error, say, did he err any, or through his own or others' merit, come forth from thence, whom afterward was blessed? Piercing the secret purport of my speech, He answered, I was new to that estate, when I beheld a puissant one arrive amongst us, with victorious trophy crowned. He forth the shade of our first parent drew, Abel his child, and Noah righteous man, of Moses lawgiver for faith approved, of patriarch Abraham, and David king, Israel with his sire and with his sons, nor without Rachel whom so hard he won, and others many more, whom he to bliss exalted. Before these, be thou as no spirit of humankind was ever saved. We, while he spake, seized not our onward road, still passing through the wood, for so I name those spirits thick beset. We were not far on this side from the summit, when I kenned a flame, that o'er the darkened hemisphere prevailing shined. Yet we a little space were distant, not so far but I in part discovered, that a tribe in on a high that place possessed. O thou, who every art and science valuest, who are these, that boast such honor, separate from all the rest? He answered, the renown of their great names that echoes through your world above, acquires favor in heaven, which holds them thus advanced. Meantime a voice I heard, honor the bard sublime, his shade returns that left us late. No sooner ceased the sound, than I beheld four mighty spirits toward us bend their steps, of semblance neither sorrowful nor glad. When thus my master kind began, mark him, who in his right hand bears that falchion keen, the other three preceding, as their lord. This is that Homer, of all bards supreme, Flaccus the next in satire's vein excelling, the third is Naso, Lucan is the last. Because they all that appellation own, with which the voice singly accosted me, honoring they greet me thus, and well they judge. So I beheld united the bright school of him the monarch of sublimest song, that o'er the others like an eagle soars. When they together short discourse had held, they turned to me, with salutation kind beckoning me, at the which my master smiled, nor was this all, but greater honor still they gave me, for they made me of their tribe, and I was sixth amid so learned a band. Far as the luminous beacon on we passed, speaking of matters, then befitting well to speak, now fitter left untold. At foot of a magnificent castle we arrived, 7 times with lofty walls begirt, and round defended by a pleasant stream. O'er this as o'er dry land we passed. Next through 7 gates I with those sages entered, and we came into a mead with lively verdure fresh. There dwelt a race, who slow their eyes around majestically moved, and in their port bore eminent authority. They spake seldom, but all their words were tuneful sweet. We to one side retired, into a place open and bright and lofty, whence each one stood manifest to view. Incontinent there on the green enamel of the plain were shown me the great spirits, by whose sight I am exalted in my own esteem. Electra there I saw accompanied by many, among whom Hector I knew, Anchises' pious son, and with hawks I Caesar all armed, and by Camilla their Penthesilea. On the other side old King Latinus, seated by his child Lavinia, and that Brutus I beheld, who Tarquin chased, Luretia, Cato's wife Marcia, with Julia and Cornelia there, and sole apart retirred, the Soldan fierce. Then when a little more I rayed my brow, I spied the master of the sapient throng, seated amid the philosophic train. Him all admire, all pay him reverence due. There Socrates and Plato both I marked, nearest to him in rank, Democritus, who sets the world at chance, Diogenes, with Heraclitus, and Empedocles, and Anaxagoras, and Thales sage, Zeno, and Dioscorides well read in nature's secret law. Orpheus I mark and Linus, Tully and moral Seneca, Euclid and Ptolemy, Hippocrates, Galnus, Avicen, and him who made that commentary vast, Averroes. Of all to speak at full were vain attempt, for my wide theme so urges, that ofttimes my words fall short of what perchance into the 6 associates part. Another way my sage guide leads me, from that air serene, into a climate ever vexed with storms, and to a part I come where no light shines. Canto V. From the first circle I descended thus down to the second, which, a lesser space embracing, so much more of grief contains provoking bitter moans. There, Minos stands grinning with ghastly feature, he, of all who enter, strict examining the crimes, gives sentence, and dismisses them beneath, according as he foldeth him around, for when before him comes ill-fated soul, it all confesses, and that judge severe of sins, considering what place in hell suits the transgression, with his tail so oft himself encircles, as degrees beneath he dooms it to descend. Before him stand always a numberous throng, and in his turn each one to judgment passing, speaks, and hears his fate, thence downward to his dwelling hurled. O thou, who to this residence of woe approachest, when he saw me coming, cried Minos, relinquishing his dread employ, look how thou enter here, beware in whom thou place thy trust, let not the entrance broad deceive thee to thy harm. To him my guide, wherefore exclaimest? Hinder not his way by destiny appointed, so 'tis willed where will and power are one. Ask thou no more. Now gin the rueful wailings to be heard. Now am I come where many a plaining voice smites on mine ear. Into a place I came where light was silent all. Bellowing there groaned a noise as of a sea in tempest torn by warring winds. The stormy blast of hell with restless fury drives the spirits on world round and dashed amain with sore annoy. When they arrive before the ruinous sweep, their shrieks are heard, their lamentations, moans, and blasphemies gainst the good power in heaven. I understood that to this torment sad the carnal sinners are condemned, in whom reason by lust is swayed. As in large troops and multitudinous, when winter reigns, the starlings on their wings are borne abroad, so bears the tyrannous gust those evil souls. On this side and on that, above, below, it drives them, hope of rest to solace them is none, nor e'en of milder pang. As cranes, chanting their dolorous notes, traverse the sky, stretched out in long array, so I beheld spirits, who came loud wailing, hurried on by their dire doom. Then I, instructor, who are these, by the black air so scarred? The first mong those, of whom thou questionest, he replied, o'er many tongues was empress. She in vice of luxury was so shameless, that she made liking be lawful by promulged decree, to clear the blame she had herself incurred. This is Semiramis, of whom 'tis writ, that she succeeded Ninus her espoused, and held the land, which now the Soldan rules. The next in amorous fury slew herself, and to Cisseus' ashes broke her faith. Then follows Cleopatra, lustful queen. There marked I Helen, for whose sake so long the time was fraught with evil. There the great Achilles, who with love fought to the end. Paris I saw, and Tristan, and beside 1,000 more he showed me, and by name pointed them out, whom love bereaved of life. When I had heard my sage instructor name those dames and knights of antique days, o'erpowered by pity, well nigh in amaze my mind was lost, and I began, Bard, willingly I would address those two together coming, which seem so light before the wind. He thus, note thou, when nearer they to us approach. Then by that love which carries them along, entreat, and they will come. Soon as the wind swayed them toward us, I thus framed my speech, O wearied spirits, come, and hold discourse with us, if by none else restrained. As doves by fond desire invited, on wide wings and firm, to their sweet nest returning home, cleave the air, wafted by their will along, thus issued from that troop, where Dido ranks, they through the ill air speeding, with such force my cry prevailed by strong affection urged. O gracious creature and benign, who goest visiting, through this element obscure, us, who the world with bloody stain imbrued, if for a friend the king of all we owned, our prayer to him should for thy peace arise, since thou hast pity on our evil plight. Whatsoe'er to hear or to discourse it pleases thee, that will we hear, of that freely with thee discourse, while the wind, as now, is mute. The land, that gave me birth, is situate on the coast, where Po descends to rest in ocean with his sequent streams. Love, that in gentle heart is quickly learnt, entangled him by that fair form, from me ta'en in such cruel sort, as grieves me still. Love, that denial takes from none beloved, caught me with pleasing him so passing well, that, as thou seest, he yet deserts me not. Love brought us to one death, Cain awaits the soul, who spilt our life. Such were their words, at hearing which downward I bent my looks, and held them there so long, that the bard cried, What art thou pondering? I in answer thus, Alas, by what sweet thoughts, what fond desire must they at length to that ill pass have reached? Then turning, I to them my speech addressed, and thus began, Francesca, your sad fate even to tears my grief and pity moves. But tell me, in the time of your sweet sighs, by what, and how love granted, that ye knew your yet uncertain wishes. She replied, no greater grief than to remember days of joy, when Miss R is at hand. That kens thy learned instructor. Yet so eagerly if thou art bent to know the primal root, from whence our love gat being, I will do, as one, who weeps and tells his tale. One day for our delight we read of Lancelot, how him love thralled. Alone we were, and no suspicion near us. Ofttimes by that reading our eyes were drawn together, and the hue fled from our altered cheek. but at one point alone we fell. When of that smile we read, the wished smile, rapturously kissed by one so deep in love, then he, who ne'er from me shall separate, at once my lips all trembling kissed. The book and writer both were love's purveyors. In its leaves that day we read no more. While thus one spirit spake, the other wailed so sorely, that heart-struck I through compassion fainting, seemed not far from death, and like a corpse fell to the ground. Canto 6. My sense reviving, that Iruhile had drooped with pity for the kindred shades, whence grief o'ercame me wholly, straight around I see new torments, new tormented souls, which way soe'er I move, or turn, or bend my sight. In the third circle I arrive, of shows ceaseless, accursed, heavy, and cold, unchanged forever, both in kind and in degree. Large hail, discoloured water, sleety floor through the dun midnight air streamed down amain, stank all the land whereon that tempest fell. Cerberus, cruel monster, fierce and strange, through his wide threefold throat barks as a dog over the multitude immersed beneath. His eyes glare crimson, black his unctuous beard, his belly large, and clawed the hands, with which he tears the spirits, flays them, and their limbs piecemeal disparts. Howling there spread, as curs, under the rainy deluge, with one side the other screening, oft they roll them round, a wretched, godless crew. When that great worm descried us, savage Cerberus, he oped his jaws, and the fangs showed us, not a limb of him but trembled. Then my guide, his palms expanding on the ground, thence filled with earth rayed them, and cast it in his ravenous maw. As a dog, that yelling bays for food his keeper, when the morsel comes, lets fall his fury, bent alone with eager haste to swallow it, so dropped the loathsome cheeks of demon Cerberus, who thundering stuns the spirits, that they for deafness wish in vain. We, o'er the shades thrown prostrate by the brunt of the heavy tempest passing, set our feet upon their emptiness, that substance seemed. They all along the earth extended lay save one, that sudden rayed himself to sit, soon as that way he saw us pass. O thou, he cried, who through the infernal shades art led, own, if again thou knowest me. Thou wast frammed or ere my frame was broken. I replied, the anguish thou endurest perchance so takes thy form from my remembrance, that it seems as if I saw thee never. But inform me who thou art, that in a place so sad art set, and in such torment, that although other be greater, more disgustful none can be imagined. He in answer thus, thy city heaped with envy to the brim, that the measure overflows its bounds, held me in brighter days. Ye citizens were wont to name me Cyaco. For the sin of gluttony, damned vice, beneath this reign, as thou seest, I with fatigue am worn, nor I sole spirit in this woe, all these have by like crime incurred like punishment. No more he said, and I my speech resumed. Cyaco, thy dire affliction grieves me much, even to tears. But tell me, if thou knowest, what shall at length befall the citizens of the divided city, whether any just one inhabit there, and tell me of the cause, whence jarring discordeth the sail it thus. He then, after long striving they will come to blood, and the wild party from the woods will chase the other with much injury forth. Then it behoves, that this must fall, within 3 solar circles, and the other rise by borrowed force of one, who under shore now rests. It shall a long space hold aloof its forehead, keeping under heavy weight the other oppressed, indignant at the load, and grieving sore. The just are 2 in number, but they neglected. Avarice, envy, pride, 3 fatal sparks, have set the hearts of all on fire. Here ceased the lamentable sound, and I continued thus, still would I learn more from thee, Father Pali still entreat. Of Farinata and Tegdio say, they who so well deserve thee, of Giacopo, Arrigo, Masca, and the rest, who bent their minds on working good. Oh! Tell me where they bide, and to their knowledge let me come. For I am pressed with keen desire to hear, if heaven's sweet cup or poisonous drug of hell be to their lip assigned. He answered straight, these are yet blacker spirits. Various crimes have sunk them deeper in the dark abyss. If thou so far descendest, thou mayst see them. But to the pleasant world when thou returnest, of me make mention, I entreat thee, there. No more I tell thee, answer thee no more. This said, his fixed eyes he turned askance, a little at me, then bent down his head, and midst his blind companions with it fell. When thus my guide, no more his bed he leaves, ere the last angel trumpet blow. The power adverse to these shall then in glory come, each one forthwith to his sad tomb repair, resume his fleshly vesture and his form, and hear the eternal doom re-echoing rend the vault. So passed we through that mixture foul of spirits and rain, with tardy steps, meanwhile touching, though slightly, on the life to come. For thus I questioned shall these tortures, sir, when the great sentence passes, be increased or mitigated, or as now severe? He then, consult thy knowledge, that decides that as each thing to more perfection grows, it feels more sensibly both good and pain. Though ne'er to true perfection may arrive this race accursed, yet nearer then than now they shall approach it. Compassing that path circuitous we journeyed, and discourse much more than I relate between us past, till at the point, where the steps led below, arrived, there Plutus, the great foe, we found. Canto 7 Army. O Satan! Satan! Loud exclaimed Plutus, in accent hoarse of wild alarm, and the kind sage, whom no event suppressed, to comfort me thus spake, let not thy fear harm thee, for power in him, be sure, is none to hinder down this rock thy safe descent. Then to that sworn lip turning, peace, he cried, cursed wolf, thy fury inward on thyself prey, and consume thee. Through the dark profound not without cause he passes. So 'tis willed on high, there where the great archangel poured heaven's vengeance on the first adulterer proud. As sails full spread and bellying with the wind drop suddenly collapsed, if the mast split, so to the ground down dropped the cruel fiend. Thus we, descending to the fourth steep ledge, gained on the dismal shore, that all the woe hems in of all the universe. Army. Almighty justice. In what store thou heapest new pains, new troubles, as I here beheld. Wherefore doth fault of ours bring us to this? As a billow, on cherubdy rising, against encountered billow dashing breaks, such is the dance this wretched race must lead, whom more than elsewhere numerous here I found, from one side and the other, with loud voice, both rolled on weights by main forge of their breasts, then smote together, and each one forthwith rolled them back voluble, turning again, exclaiming these, why holdest thou so fast? Those answering, and why castest thou away? So still repeating their despiteful song, they to the opposite point on either hand traversed the horrid circle, then arrived both turned them round, and through the middle space conflicting met again. At sight whereof I, stung with grief, thus spake, O say, my guide, what race is this? Were these, whose heads are shorn, on our left hand, all separate to the church? He straight replied, in their first life these all in mind were so distorted, that they made, according to due measure, of their wealth, no use. This clearly from their words collect, which they howl forth, at each extremity arriving of the circle, where their crime contrary in kind disparts them. To the church were separate those, that with no hairy cowls are crowned both popes and cardinals, o'er whom avarice dominion absolute maintains. I then, mid such as these some needs must be, whom I shall recognize, that with the blot of these foul sins were stained. He answering thus, vain thought conceivest thou? That ignoble life, which made them vile before, now makes them dark, and to all knowledge indiscernible. Forever they shall meet in this rude shock, these from the tomb with clenched grasp shall rise, those with close-shaven locks. That ill they gave, and ill they kept, hath of the beauteous world deprived and set them at this strife, which needs no labour phrase of mine to set it off. Now mayest thou see, my son, how brief, how vain, the goods committed into fortune's hands, for which the human race keeps such a coil. Not all the gold, that is beneath the moon, or ever hath been, of these toil-worn souls might purchase rest for one. I thus rejoined my guide, of thee this also would I learn, this fortune, that thou speakest of, what it is, whose talons grasp the blessings of the world. He thus, O beings blind, what ignorance besets you? Now my judgment hear and mark. He, whose transcendent wisdom passes all, the heavens creating, gave them ruling powers to guide them, so that each part shines to each, their light in equal distribution poured. By similar appointment he ordained over the world's bright images to rule. Superintendents of a guiding hand and general minister, which at due time may change the empty vantages of life from race to race, from one to other's blood, beyond prevention of man's wisest care, wherefore one nation rises into sway, another languishes, as her will decrees, from us concealed, as in the grass the serpent train. Against her naught avails your utmost wisdom. She with foresight plans, judges, and carries on her reign, as there's the other powers divine. Her changes know nor intermission, by necessity she is made swift, so frequent come who claim succession in her favors. This is she, so execrated by those, whose debt to her is rather praise, they wrongfully with blame requite her, and with evil word, but she is blessed, and for that recks not, amidst the other primal beings glad rolls on her sphere, and in her bliss exults. Now on our way pass we, to heavier woe descending, for each star is falling now, that mounted at our entrance, and forbids too long our tarrying. We the circle cross to the next steep, arriving at a well, that boiling pours itself down to a fosse sluic from its source. Far murkier was the wave than sablest grain, and we in company of the inky waters, journeying by their side, entered though by a different track, beneath. Into a lake, the Stygian named expands the dismal stream, when it hath reached the foot of the grey withered cliffs. Intent I stood to gaze, and in the marish sunk descried a miry tribe, all naked, and with looks betokening rage. They with their hands alone struck not, but with the head, the breast, the feet, cutting each other piecemeal with their fangs. The good instructor spake, now seest thou, son, the souls of those, whom anger overcame. This too for certain know, that underneath the water dwells a multitude, whose sighs into these bubbles make the surface heave, as thine eye tells thee wheresoe'er it turn. Fixed in the slime they say, sad once were we in the sweet air made gladsome by the sun, carrying a foul and lazy mist within, now in these murky settlings are we sad. Such dolorous strain they gurgle in their throats, but word distinct can utter none. Our route thus compassed we, a segment widely stretched between the dry embankment, and the core of the loath pool, turning meanwhile our eyes downward on those who gulped its muddy lees, nor stopped till to a tower's low base we came. Canto 8 My theme pursuing, I relate that ere we reached the lofty turret's base, our eyes its height ascended, where two cressets hung we marked and from afar another light returned the signal, so remote, that scarce the eye could catch its beam. I turning round to the deep source of knowledge, thus inquired, say what this means, and what that other light in answer set, what agency doth this? There on the filthy waters he replied, now what next awaits us mayst thou see, if the marsh-gendered fog conceal it not. Never was arrow from the cord dismissed that ran its way so nimbly through the air, as a small bark, that through the waves I spied toward us coming, under the sole sway of one that ferried it, who cried aloud, Art thou arrived, fell spirit? Phlygias, Phlygias, this time thou criest in vain, my lord replied, no longer shalt thou have us, but while o'er the slimy pool we pass. As one who hears of some great wrong he hath sustained whereat inly he pines, so Phlygias inly pined in his fierce ire. My guide descending stepped into the skiff, and bade me enter next close at his side, nor till my entrance seemed the vessel freighted. Soon as both embarked cutting the waves, goes on the ancient prow, more deeply than with others it is wont. while we our course o'er the dead channel held. One drenched in mire before me came, and said, Who art thou, that thou comest ere thine hour? I answered, Though I come, I tarry not, but who art thou, that art become so foul? 1. As thou seest, who mourn, he straight replied. To which I thus, in mourning and in woe, cursed spirit, tarry thou. I know thee well, thus in filth disguised. Then stretched he forth hands to the bark, whereof my teacher sage aware, thrusting him back, away, down there to the other dogs, then, with his arms my neck encircling, kissed my cheek, and spake, O soul justly disdainful, blessed was she in whom thou was conceived. He in the world was one for arrogance noted, to his memory no virtue lends its luster, even so here is his shadow furious. There above how many now hold themselves mighty kings who here like swine shall wallow in the mire, leaving behind them horrible dispraise. I then, master, him fain would I behold whelmed in these dregs, before we quit the lake. He thus, or ever to thy view the shore be offered, satisfied shall be that wish, which well deserves completion. Scarce his words were ended, when I saw the miry tribes set on him with such violence, that yet for that render I thanks to God and praise to Filippo Argenti cried they all, and on himself the moody Florentine turned his avenging fangs. Him here we left, nor speak I of him more. But on mine ear sudden a sound of lamentation smote, whereat mine eye unbody I sent abroad. And thus the good instructor, now, my son, draws near the city, that of Dis is named, with its grave denizens, a mighty throng. I thus, the minarets already, sir, their certs in the valley I descry, gleaming vermilion, as if they from fire had issued. He replied, Eternal fire, that inward burns, shows them with ruddy flame illumined, as in this nether hell thou seest. We came within the fosses deep, that moat this region comfortless. The walls appeared as they were framed of iron. We had made wide circuit, ere a place we reached, where loud the mariner cried vehement, Go forth. The entrance is here. Upon the gates I spied more than 1,000, who of old from heaven were hurled. With ireful gestures, Who is this they cried, that without death first felt, goes through the regions of the dead? My sapient guide made sign that he for secret parley wished, whereat their angry scorn abating, thus they spake, Come thou alone, and let him go who hath so hardily entered this realm. Alone return he by his witless way, if well he know it, let him prove. For thee, here shalt thou tarry, who through climes so dark hast been his escort. Now bethink thee, reader, what cheer was mine at sound of those cursed words. I did believe I never should return. O my loved guide, who more than 7 times security hast rendered me, and drawn from peril deep, whereto I stood exposed, desert me not I cried, in this extreme. And if our onward going be denied, together trace we back our steps with speed. My liege, who thither had conducted me, replied, Fear not, for of our passage none hath power to disappoint us, by such high authority permitted. But do thou expect me here, meanwhile thy wearied spirit comfort, and feed with kindly hope, as a deed I will not leave thee in this lower world. This said, departs the sire benevolent, and quits me. Hesitating I remain at war twixt will and will not in my thoughts. I could not hear what terms he offered them, but they conferred not long, for all at once to trial fled within. Closed were the gates by those our adversaries on the breast of my liege lord, excluded he returned to me with tardy steps. Upon the ground his eyes were bent, and from his brow erased all confidence, while thus with sighs he spake, who hath denied me these abodes of woe? Then thus to me, that I am angered, think no ground of terror, in this trial I shall vanquish, use what arts they may within for hindrance. This their insolence, not new, Iruhile at gate less secret they displayed, which still is without bolt, upon its arch thou sawest the deadly scroll, and even now on this side of its entrance, down the steep, passing the circles, unescorted, comes one whose strong might can open us this land. Canto 9. The hue, which coward dread on my pale cheeks imprinted, when I saw my guide turn back, chased that from his which newly they had worn, and inwardly restrained it. He, as one who listens, stood attentive, for his eye not far could lead him through the sable air, and the thick gathering cloud. It yet behooves we win this fight, thus he began, if not, such aid to us is offered. Oh, how long meseems it, ere the promised help arrive. I noted, how the sequel of his words clocked their beginning, for the last he spake agreed not with the first. But not the less my fear was at his saying, sith I drew to import worse perchance, than that he held, his mutilated speech. Doth ever any into this rueful concave's extreme depth descend, out of the first degree, whose pain is deprivation merely of sweet hope? Thus I inquiring. Rarely he replied, it chances, that among us any makes this journey, which I wend. Iruhile 'tis true once came I here beneath, conjured by Felixho, sorceress, who compelled the shades back to their bodies. No long space my flesh was naked of me, when within these walls she made me enter, to draw forth a spirit from out of Judas' circle. Lowest place is that of all, obscurest, and removed farthest from heaven's all-circling orb. The road full well I know, thou therefore rest secure. That lake, the noisome stench exhaling, round the city of grief encompasses, which now we may not enter without rage. Yet more he added, but I hold it not in mind, for that mine eye toward the lofty tower had drawn me wholly, to its burning top. Where in an instant I beheld uprisen at once three hellish furies stained with blood, in limb and motion feminine they seemed, around them greenest hydras twisting rolled their volumes, adders and carists crept instead of hair, and their fierce temples bound. He knowing well the miserable hags who tend the queen of endless woe, thus spake, mark thou each dire Erinis. To the left this is Megara, on the right hand she, who wails, Alecto, and Tisiphon midst. This said, in silence he remained their breast they each one clawing tore, themselves smote with their palms, and such shrill clamour radi, that to the bard I clung, suspicion bound. Hasten Medusa, so to adamant him shall we change, all looking down exclaimed he. When by Theseus might assailed he, we took no ill revenge. Turn thyself round, and keep thy countenance hid, for if the Gorgon dire be shown, and thou shouldst view it, thy return upwards would be for ever lost. This said, himself my gentle master turned me round, nor trusted he my hands, but with his own he also hid me. Ye of intellect sound and entire, mark well the law concealed under close texture of the mystic strain. And now there came o'er the perturbed waves loud crashing, terrible, a sound that made either shore tremble, as if of a wind impetuous, from conflicting vapors sprung, that gainst some forest driving all its might, plucks off the branches, beats them down and hurls afar, then onward passing proudly sweeps its whirlwind rage, while beasts and shepherds fly. Mine eyes he loosed and spake, and now direct thy visual nerve along that ancient foam, there, thickest where the smoke ascends. As frogs before their foe the serpent, through the wave ply swiftly all, till at the ground each one lies on a heap, more than 1,000 spirits destroyed so saw I fleeing before one who passed with unwet feet the Stygian sound. He, from his face removing the gross air, oft his left hand forth stretched and seemed alone by that annoyance wearied. I perceived that he was sent from heaven, and to my guide turned me, whose signal made that I should stand quiet, and bend to him. Ah me! How full of noble anger seemed he! To the gate he came, and with his wand touched it, whereat open without impediment it flew. Outcasts of heaven! O abject race and scorned began he on the horrid gruntsel standing, whence doth this wild excess of insolence lodge in you, wherefore kick you gainst that will ne'er frustrate of its end, and which so ofteth laid on you enforcement of your pangs? What profits at the phase to but the horn? Your Cerberus, if ye remember, hence bears still, peeled of their hair, his throat and more. This said, he turned back o'er the filthy way, and syllable to us spake none, but wore the semblance of a man by other care beset, and keenly pressed than thought of him who in his presence stands. Then we our steps toward that territory moved secure after the hallowed words. We unopposed there entered and my mind eager to learn what state a fortress like to that might hold, I soon as entered throw mine eye around, and see on every part wide stretching space replete with bitter pain and torment ill. As where Rhone stagnates on the plains of Arles, or as at Pola, near Quarnero's Gulf, that closes Italy and laves her bounds, the place is all thick spread with sepulchres, so was it here, save what in horror here excelled for midst the graves were scattered flames, where with intensely all throughout they burned that iron for no craft their hotter needs. Their lids all hung suspended, and beneath from them forth issued lamentable moans, such as the sad and tortured well might raise. I thus, Master, say who are these, interred within these vaults, of whom distinct we hear the dolorous sighs. He answer thus returned the arch heretics are here, accompanied by every sect their followers, and much more than thou believest. Tombs are freighted, like with like is buried, and the monuments are different in degrees of heat. This said, he to the right hand turning, on we passed betwixt the afflicted and the ramparts high. Canto X. Now by a secret pathway we proceed, between the walls that hem the region round, and the tormented souls, my master first, I close behind his steps. Virtue supreme. I thus began, who through these ample orbs in circuit leadest me, even as thou willest, speak thou, and satisfy my wish. May those, who lie within these sepulchres, be seen. Already all the lids are ready, and none o'er them keeps watch. He thus in answer spake, they shall be closed all, what time they hear from Josaphat returned shall come, and bring their bodies, which above they now have left. The cemetery on this part obtain with Epicurus all his followers, who with the body make the spirit die. Here therefore satisfaction shall be soon both to the question asked, and to the wish, which thou concealest in silence. I replied, I keep not, guide beloved, from thee my heart secreted, but to shun vain length of words, a lesson Iruhile taught me by thyself. O Tuscan, thou who through the city of fire alive art passing, so discreet of speech, here please thee stay a while. Thy utterance declares the place of thy nativity to be that noble land, with which perchance I too severely dealt. Sudden that sound forth issued from a vault, whereat in fear I somewhat closer to my leader's side approaching, he thus spake, what dost thou? Turn. Lo, Farinata, there. Who hath himself uplifted, from his girdle upwards all exposed, behold him. On his face was mine already fixed, his breast and forehead there erecting, seemed as in high scorn he held in hell. Between the sepulchres to him my guide thrust me with fearless hands and prompt, this warning added, see thy words be clear. He, soon as there I stood at the tomb's foot, me a space, then in disdainful mood addressed me, say, what ancestors were thine? I, willing to obey him, straight revealed the whole, nor kept back aught, whence he, his brow somewhat uplifting, cried, fiercely were they adverse to me, my party, and the blood from whence I sprang, twice therefore I abroad scattered them. Though driven out, yet they each time from all parts answered, I, returned, an art which yours have shown, they are not skilled to learn. Then, peering forth from the unclosed jaw, rose from his side a shade, high as the chin, leaning, methought, upon its knees upraised. It looked around, as eager to explore if there were other with me, but perceiving that fond imagination quenched, with tears thus spake, if thou through this blind prison goest, led by thy lofty genius and profound, where is my son? And wherefore not with thee? I straight replied, not of myself I come, by him, who there expects me, through this clim conducted, whom perchance Guido thy son had in contempt. Already had his words and mode of punishment read me his name, whence I so fully answered. He at once exclaimed, upstarting, how, saidst thou he had no longer lives he? strikes not on his eye the blessed daylight. Then of some delay I made ere my reply aware, down fell supine, not after forth appeared he more. Meanwhile the other, great of soul, near whom I yet was stationed, changed not countenance stern, nor moved the neck, nor bent his ribbed side. And if continuing the first discourse, they in this art he cried, small skill have shown, that doth torment me more than this bed. But not yet 50 times shall be relummed her aspect, who reigns here queen of this realm, ere thou shalt know the full weight of that art. So to the pleasant world mayst thou return, as thou shalt tell me, why in all their laws, against my kin this people is so fell. The slaughter and great havoc, I replied, that coloured Arbia's flood with crimson stain, to these impute, that in our hallowed dome such orisons ascend. Sighing he shook the head, then thus resumed, in that affray I stood not singly, nor without just cause assuredly should with the rest have stirred, but singly there I stood, when by consent of all, Florence had to the ground been razed, the one who openly forbarred the deed. So may thy lineage find at last repose, I thus adjured him, as thou solve this knot, which now involves my mind. If right I hear, ye seem to view beforehand, that which time leads with him, of the present uninformed. We view, as one who hath an evil sight, he answered, plainly, objects far remote, so much of his large splendour yet imparts the almighty ruler, but when they approach or actually exist, our intellect then wholly fails, nor of your human state except what others bring us know we ought. Hence therefore mayst thou understand, that all our knowledge in that instant shall expire, when on futurity the portals close. Then conscious of my fault, and by remorse smitten, I added thus, now shalt thou say to him there fallen, that his offspring still is to the living joined, and bid him know, that if from answer silent I abstained, 'twas that my thought was occupied intent upon that error, which thy help hath solved. But now my master summoning me back I heard, and with more eager haste besought the spirit to inform me, who with him partook his lot. He answer thus returned, more than 1,000 with me here are laid within is Frederick, second of that name, and the Lord Cardinal, and of the rest I speak not. He, this said, from sight withdrew. But I my steps towards the ancient bard reverting, ruminated on the words betokening me such ill. Onward he moved, and thus in going questioned, whence the amaze that holds thy senses rapt. I satisfied the inquiry, and the sage enjoined me straight, let thy safe memory store what thou hast heard to thee importing harm, and note thou this with his ready finger bidding me take heed, when thou shalt stand before her gracious beam, whose bright eye all surveys, she of thy life the future tenor will to thee unfold. Forthwith he to the left hand turned his feet, we left the wall, and towards the middle space went by a path, that to a valley strikes, which thus high exhaled its noisome steam. Canto 11. Upon the utmost verge of a high bank, by craggy rocks environed round, we came, where woes beneath more cruel yet were stowed, and here to shun the horrible excess of fetid exhalation, upward cast from the profound abyss, behind the lid of a great monument we stood returred, where on this scroll I marked, I have in charge Pope Anastasius, whom Photinus drew from the right path. Ere our descent behooves we make delay, that somewhat first the sense, to the dire breath accustomed, afterward regard it not. My master thus, to whom answering I spake, some compensation find that the time past not wholly lost. He then, lo, how my thoughts to thy wishes tend. My son, within these rocks he thus began, are 3 close circles in gradation placked, as these which now thou leavest. Each one is full of spirits accursed, but that the sight alone hereafter may suffice thee, listen how and for what cause endurance they abide. Of all malicious act abhorred in heaven, the end is injury, and all such end either by force or fraud works others woe but fraud, because of man peculiar evil, to God is more displeasing, and beneath the fraudulent are therefore doomed to endure severer pang. The violent occupy all the first circle, and because to force 3 persons are obnoxious, in 3 rounds hack within other separate is it framed. To God, his neighbor, and himself, by man force may be offered, to himself I say and his possessions, as thou soon shalt hear at full. Death, violent death, and painful wounds upon his neighbor he inflicts, and wastes by devastation, pillage, and the flames, his substance. Slayers, and each one that smites in malice, plunderers, and all robbers, hence the torment undergo of the first round in different herds. Man can do violence to himself and his own blessings, and for this he in the second round must deplore with unavailing penitence his crime, who deprives himself of life and light, in reckless lavishment his talent wastes, and sorrows there where he should dwell in joy. To God may force be offered, in the heart denying and blaspheming his high power, and nature with her kindly law contemning. And thence the inmost round marks with its seal Sodom and Cahors, and all such as speak contemptuously of the Godhead in their hearts. Fraud, that in every conscience leaves a sting, may be by man employed on one, whose trust he wins, or on another who withholds strict confidence. Seems as the latter way broke but the bond of love which nature makes. Whence in the second circle have their nest dissimulation, witchcraft, flatteries, theft, falsehood, simony, all who seduce to lust, or set their honesty at pawn, with such vile scum as these. The other way forgets both nature's general love, and that which thereto added afterwards gives birth to special faith. Whence in the lesser circle, point of the universe, dread seat of Dis, the traitor is eternally consumed. I thus, instructor, clearly thy discourse proceeds, distinguishing the hideous chasm and its inhabitants with skill exact. But tell me this, they of the dull, fat pool, whom the rain beats, or whom the tempest drives, or who with tongues so fierce conflicting meet, wherefore within the city fire illumed are not these punished, if God's wrath be on them? And if it be not, wherefore in such guise are they condemned? He answer thus returned, wherefore in dotage wanders thus thy mind, not so accustomed, or what other thoughts possess it? Dwell not in thy memory the words, wherein thy ethic page describes 3 dispositions adverse to heaven's will, incontinence, malice, and mad brutishness, and how incontinence the least offends God, and least guilt incurs. If well thou note this judgment, and remember who they are, without these walls to vain repentance doom thee, thou shalt discern why they apart are plague thee from these fell spirits, and less wreakful pours justice divine on them its vengeance down. O Son, who healest all imperfect sight, thou so contentest me, when thou solvest my doubt, that ignorance not less than knowledge charms. Yet somewhat turn thee back I in these words continue thee, where thou saidst, that usury offends celestial goodness, and this not perplex thee unravel. He thus made reply, philosophy, to an attentive ear, clearly points out, not in one part alone, how imitative nature takes her course from the celestial mind and from its art, and where her laws the stager it unfolds. Not many leaves scan thee o'er, observing well thou shalt discover, that your art on her obsequious follows, as the learner treads in his instructor's step, so that your art deserves the name of second in descent from God. These two, if thou recall to mind creation's holy book, from the beginning were the right source of life and excellence to humankind. But in another path the usurer walks, and nature in herself and in her follower thus he sets at naught, placing elsewhere his hope. But follow now my steps on forward journey bent, for now the Pisces play with undulating glance along the horizon, and the wane lies all o'er the northwest, and onward there a space is our steep passage down the rocky height. Canto 12. The place where to descend the precipice we came, was rough as a Alp, and on its verge such object lay, as every eye would shun. As is that ruin, which Addis stream on this side Trento struck, should ring the wave, or lose thee by earthquake or for lack of prop, for from the mountain's summit, whence it moved thee to the low level, so the headlong rock is shivered, that some passage it might give to him who from above would pass, such into the chasm was that descent, and there at point of the disparted ridge lay stretched the infamy of Crete, detested brood of the famed heifer, and at sight of us it gnawed itself, as one with rage distract. To him my guide exclaimed, perchance thou deemest the king of Athens here, who, in the world above, thy death contrived. Monster! Avaunt! He comes not tutored by thy sister's art, but to behold your torments is he come. Like to a bull, that with impetuous spring darts, at the moment when the fatal blow hath struck him, but unable to proceed plunges on either side, so saw I plunge the Minotaur, whereat the sage exclaimed, run to the passage, while he storms, 'tis well that thou descend. Thus down our road we took through those dilapidated crags, that oft moved underneath my feet, to wait like theirs honesty. I pondering went, and thus he spake, perhaps thy thoughts are of this ruined steep, guarded by the brute violence, which I have vanquished now. Know then, that when I erst hither descended to the nether hell, this rock was not yet fallen, but past doubt, if well I mark, not long ere he arrived, who carried off from dis the mighty spoil of the highest circle, then through all its bounds such trembling seized the deep concave and foul, I thought the universe was thrilled with love, whereby there are who deem the world hath oft been into chaos turned, and in that point, here and elsewhere, that old rock toppled down. But fix thine eyes beneath, the river of blood approaches, in the which all those are steeped, who have by violence injured. O blind lust! O foolish wrath! Whoso dost goad us on in the brief life, and in the eternal then thus miserably o'erwhelm us. I beheld an ample fosse, that in a bow was bent, as circling all the plain, for so my guide had told. Between it and the rampart's base on trail ran centaurs, with keen arrows armed, as to the chase they on the earth were wont. At seeing us descend they each one stood, and issuing from the troop, 3 sped with bows and missile weapons chosen first, of whom one cried from far, Say to what pain ye come condemned, who down this steep have journeyed. Speak from whence ye stand, or else the bow I draw. To whom my guide, our answer shall be made to Chiron, there, when nearer him we come. Ill was thy mind, thus ever quick and rash. Then me he touched, and spake, Nessus is this, who for the fair Diana died, and wrought himself revenge for his own fate. He in the midst, that on his breast looks down, is the great Chiron who Achilles nursed, that other Phyllis, prone to wrath. Around the fosse these go by thousands, aiming shafts at whatsoever spirit dares emerge from out the blood, more than his guilt allows. We to those beasts, that rapid strode along, drew near, when Chiron took an arrow forth, and with the notch pushed back his shaggy beard to the cheekbone, then his great mouth to view exposing, to his fellows thus exclaimed, Are ye aware, that he who comes behind moves what he touches? The feet of the dead are not so wont. My trusty guide, who now stood near his breast, where the 2 natures join, thus made reply, He is indeed alive, and solitary, so must needs by me be shown the gloomy vale, thereto inducted by strict necessity, not by delight. She left her joyful harpings in the sky, who this new office to my care consigned. He is no robber, no dark spirit but by that virtue, which empowers my step to treat so wild a path, grant us, I pray, one of thy band, whom we may trust secure, who to the ford may lead us, and convey across, him mounted on his back, for he is not a spirit that may walk the air. Then on his right breast turning, Chiron thus to Nessus spake, Return, and be their guide. And if ye chance to cross another troop, command them keep aloof. Onward we moved, the faithful escort by our side, along the border of the crimson seething flood, whence from those steep within loud shrieks arose. Some there I marked, as high as to their brow immersed, of whom the mighty centaur thus, These are the souls of tyrants, who were given to blood and rapine. Here they wail aloud their merciless wrongs. Here Alexander dwells, and Dionysius fell, who many a year of woe wrought for fair Sicily. That brow whereon the hair so jetty clustering hangs, is at Solino, that with flaxen locks Abizo a vest, in the world destroyed by his foul stepson. To the bard Reverde I turned me round, and thus he spake, Let him be to thee now first leader, me but next to him in rank. Then farther on a space the centaur paused, near some, who at the throat were extant from the wave, and showing us a spirit by itself apart returred, exclaimed, he in God's bosom smote the heart, which yet is honoured on the bank of Thames. A race I next espied, who held the head, and even all the bust above the stream. Midst these I many a face remembered well. Thus shallow more and more the blood became, so that at last it but imbrued the feet, and there our passage lay athwart the fosse. As ever on this side the boiling wave thou seest diminishing, the centaur said, so on the other, be thou well assured, it lower still and lower sinks its bed, till in that part it reuniting join, where 'tis the lot of tyranny to mourn. There heaven's stern justice lays chastising hand on Attila, who was the scourge of earth, on Sextus, and on Pyrrhus, and extracts tears ever by the seething flood unlocked from the Rhineri, of Corneto this, Patsa the other named, who filled the ways with violence and war. This said, he turned and quitting us, alone repassed the ford. Canto 13. Ere Nessus yet had reached the other bank, we entered on a forest, where no track of steps had worn away. Not verdant there the foliage, but of dusky hue, not light the boughs and tapering, but with nares deformed and matted thick. Fruits there were none, but thorns instead, with venom filled. Less sharp than these, less intricate the breaks, wherein abide those animals that hate the cultured fields, betwixt Corneto and Cecina's stream. Here the brute harpies make their nest, the same who from the Strophiades the Trojan band drove with dire boding of their future woe. Broad are their pennons, of the human form their neck and countenance, armed with talons keen the feet, and the huge belly fledge with wings. These sit and wail on the drear mystic wood. The kind instructor in these words began, ere farther thou proceed, know thou art now ith second round, and shalt be, till thou come upon the horrid sand. Look therefore well around thee, and such things thou shalt behold, as would my speech discredit. On all sides I heard sad plainings breathe, and none could see from whom they might have issued. In amaze fast bound I stood. He, as it seemed, believed that I had thought so many voices came from some amid those thickets close concealed, and thus his speech resumed, if thou lop off a single twig from one of those ill plants, the thought thou hast conceived shall vanish quite. Thereat a little stretching forth my hand, from a great wilding gathered I a branch, and straight the trunk exclaimed, why pluckest thou me? Then as the dark blood trickled down its side, these words it added, wherefore tearest me thus? Is there no touch of mercy in thy breast? Men once were we, that now are rooted here. Thy hand might well have spared us, had we been the souls of serpents. As a brand yet green, that burning at one end from the other sends a groaning sound, and hisses with the wind that forces out its way, so burst at once, forth from the broken splinter words and blood. I, letting fall the bough, remained as one assailed by terror, and the sage replied, if he, O injured spirit, could have believed what he hath seen but in my verse described, he never against thee had stretched his hand. But I, because the thing surpassed belief, prompted him to this deed, which even now myself I rue. But tell me, who thou wast, that, for this wrong to do thee some amends, in the upper world, for thither to return is granted him, thy fame he may revive. That pleasant word of thine the trunk repliedeth so inveigled me, that I from speech cannot refrain, wherein if I indulge a little longer, in the snare detained, count it not grievous. I it was, who held both keys to Frederick's heart, and turned the wards, opening and shutting, with a skill so sweet, that besides me, into his inmost breast scarce any other could admittance find. The faith I bore to my high charge was such, it cost me the life blood that warmed my veins. The harlot, who ne'er turned her gloating eyes from Caesar's household, common vice and pest of courts, gainst me inflamed the minds of all, and to Augustus they so spread the flame, that my glad honours charmed to bitter woes. My soul, disdainful and disgusted, sought refuge in death from scorn, and I became, just as I was, unjust toward myself. By the new roots, which fix this stem, I swear, that never faith I broke to my liege lord, who merited such honour, and of you, if any to the world indeed return, clear he from wrong my memory, that lies yet prostrate under envy's cruel blow. First somewhat pausing, till the mournful words were ended, then to me the bard began, lose not the time, but speak and of him ask, if more thou wish to learn. Whence I replied, question thou him again of whatsoe'er will, as thou thinkest, content me, for no power have I to ask, such pity is at my heart. He thus resumed, so may he do for thee freely what thou entreatest, as thou yet be pleased, imprisoned spirit, to declare, how in these gnarled joints the soul is tied, and whether any ever from such frame be loosened, if thou canst, that also tell. Thereat the trunk breathed hard, and the wind soon charmed into sounds articulate like these, briefly ye shall be answered. When departs the fierce soul from the body, by itself thence torn asunder, to the seventh gulf by Minos doomed, into the wood it falls, no place assigned, but wheresoever chance hurls it, there sprouting, as a grain of spelt, it rises to a sapling, growing thence a savage plant. The harpies, on its leaves then feeding, cause both pain and for the pain a vent to grief. We, as the rest, shall come for our own spoils, yet not so that with them we may again be clad, for what a man takes from himself it is not just he have. Here we perforce shall drag them, and throughout the dismal glade our bodies shall be hung, each on the wild thorn of his wretched shade. Attentive yet to listen to the trunk we stood, expecting farther speech, when us a noise surprised, as when a man perceives the wild boar and the hunt approach his place of stationed watch, who of the beasts and boughs loud rustling round him hears. And lo! there came two naked, torn with briars, in headlong flight, that they before them broke each fan oth wood. Haste now the foremost cried, now haste thee death. The other, as seemed, impatient of delay exclaiming, Lano, not so bent for speed thy sinews, in the lists of Topos field. And then, for that perchance no longer breath sufficed him, of himself and of a bush one group he made, Behind them was the wood full of black female mastiffs, gaunt and fleet, as greyhounds that have newly slipped the leash. On him, who squatted down, they stuck their fangs, and having rent him piecemeal bore away the tortured limbs. My guide then seized my hand, and led me to the thicket, which in vain mourned through its bleeding wounds. O Giacomo of Sant' Andrea, what avails it thee, it cried, that of me thou hast made thy screen? For thy ill life what blame on me recoils? When o'er it he had paused, my master spake, say who wast thou, that at so many points breathest out with blood thy lamentable speech? He answered, O, ye spirits, arrived in time to spy the shameful havoc, that from me my leaves hath severed thus, gather them up, and at the foot of their sad parent tree carefully lay them. In that city I dwelt, who for the Baptist her first patron charmed, whence he for this shall cease not with his art to work her woe. And if there still remained not on Arno's passage some faint glimpse of him, those citizens, who reared once more her walls upon the ashes left by Attila, had labored without profit of their toil. I slung the fatal noose from my own roof. Canto 14. Soon as the charity of native land wrought in my bosom, I the scattered leaves collected, and to him rested, who now was hoarse with utterance. To the limit thence we came, which from the third the second round divides, and whereof justice is displayed contrivance horrible. Things then first seen clearlier to manifest, I tell how next a plain we reached, that from its sterile bed each plant repelled. The mournful wood waves round its garland on all sides, as round the wood spreads the sad foss. There, on the very edge, our steps we stayed. It was an area wide of arid sand and thick, resembling most the soil that erst by Cato's foot was trod. Vengeance of heaven! Oh! How shouldst thou be feared by all, who read what here my eyes beheld? Of naked spirits many a flock I saw, all weeping piteously, to different laws subjected, for on the earth some lay supine, some crouching close were seated, others packed incessantly around, the latter tribe, more numerous, those fewer who beneath the torment lay, but louder in their grief. O'er all the sand fell slowly wafting down dilated flakes of fire, as flakes of snow on alpine summit, when the wind is hushed. As in the torrid Indian clime, the son of Ammon saw upon his warrior band descending, solid flames, that to the ground came down, whence he bade out him with his troop to trample on the soil. For easier thus the vapor was extinguished, while alone, so fell the eternal fiery flood, where'er with the marble glowed underneath, as under stove the viands, doubly to augment the pain. Unceasing was the play of wretched hands, now this, now that way glancing, to shake off the heat, still falling fresh. I thus began, Instructor, thou who all things overcomest, except the hardy demons, that rushed forth to stop our entrance at the gate, say who is yon huge spirit, that, as seems, heeds not the burning, but lies writhen in proud scorn, as by the sultry tempest imitated. Straight he himself, who was aware I asked my guide of him, exclaimed such as I was when living, dead such now I am. If Jove weary his workmen out, from whom in ire he snatched the lightnings, that at my last day transfixed me, if the rest be weary out at their blacksmithy labouring by turns in Mungibello, while he cries aloud, Help, help, good Mulciber, as erst he cried in the Phlegraean warfare, and the bolt's launch he full aimed at me with all his might, he never should enjoy a sweet revenge. Then thus my guide, in accent higher than I before had heard him, Capaneus. Thou art more punished, in that this thy pride lives yet unquenched, no torrent, save thy rage, were to thy fury pain proportioned full. Next turning round to me with milder lip he spake, this of the 7 kings was one, who girt the Theban walls with siege, and held, as still he seems to hold, God in disdain, and sets his high omnipotence at naught. But, as I told him, his despiteful mood is ornament well suits the breast that wears it. Follow me now, and look thou set not yet thy foot in the hot sand, but to the wood keep ever close. Silently on we pass to where there gushes from the forest's bound a little brook, whose crimson wave yet lifts my hair with horror. As the rill, that runs from Beulah came, to be portioned out among the sinful women, so ran this down through the sand, its bottom and each bank stone built, and either margin at its side, whereon I straight perceived our passage lay. Of all that I have shown thee, since that gate we entered first, whose threshold is to none denied, naught else so worthy of regard, as is this river, has thine eye discerned, o'er which the flaming volley all is quenched. So spake my guide, and I him thence besought, that having given me appetite to know, the food he too would give, that hunger craved. In midst of ocean forthwith he began, a desolate country lies, which Crete is named, under whose monarch in old times the world lived pure and chaste. A mountain rises there, called Ida, joyous once with leaves and streams, deserted now like a forbidden thing. It was the spot which Rhea, Saturn's spouse, chose for the secret cradle of her son, and better to conceal him, drowned in shouts his infant cries. Within the mount, upright an ancient form there stands and huge, that turns his shoulders towards Damietta, and at Rome as in his mirror looks. Of finest gold his head is shaped, pure silver are the breast and arms, thence to the middle is of brass. And downward all beneath well tempered steel, save the right foot of potter's clay, on which than on the other more erect he stands, each part except the gold, is rent throughout, and from the fissure tears distill, which joined penetrate to that cave. They in their course thus far precipitated down the rock form Icheron, and Styx, and Phlegethon, then by this straitened channel passing hence beneath, to the lowest depth of all, form their Cocytus, of whose lake, thyself shall see it, I here give thee no account. Then I to him, if from our world this sluice be thus derived, wherefore to us but now appears it at this edge? He straight replied, the place, thou knowest, is round, and though great part thou have already passed, still to the left descending to the nethermost, not yet hast thou the circuit made of the whole orb. Wherefore if aught of new to us appear, it needs not bring up wonder in thy looks. Then I again inquired, where flow the streams of Phlegethon and Lethe, for of one thou tellest not, and the other of that shower, thou sayest is formed. He answer thus returned, doubtless thy questions all well pleased I hear. Yet the red seething wave might have resolved one thou proposest. Lethe thou shalt see, but not within this hollow, in the place, whither to lave themselves the spirits go, whose blame hath been by penitence removed. He added, time is now we quit the wood. Look thou my steps pursue, the margins give safe passage, unimpeded by the flames, for over them all vapor is extinct. Canto 15. One of the solid margins bears us now enveloped in the mist, that from the stream arising, hovers o'er, and saves from fire both piers and water. As the Flemings rear their mound, twixt Ghent and Bruges, to chase back the ocean, fearing his tumultuous tide that drives toward them, or the Paduans theirs along the Brenta, to defend their towns and castles, ere the genial warmth be felt on Chiarentana's top, such were the mounds, so framed, though not in height or bulk to these made equal, by the master, whosoe'er he was, that raised them here. We from the wood were not so far removed, that turning round I might not have discerned it, when we met a troop of spirits, who came beside the pier. They each one us, as at event one eyes another under a new moon, and toward us sharpened their sight as keen, as an old tailor at his needle's eye. Thus narrowly explored by all the tribe, I was agnesed of one, who by the skirt caught me, and cried, what wonder have we here? And I, when he to me outstretched his arm, intently fixed my ken on his parched looks, that although smirched with fire, they hindered not but I remembered him, and towards his face my hand inclining, answered, Sir Brunetto, and art thou here? He thus to me, my son. O let it not displease thee, if Brunetto Latini but a little space with thee turn back, and leave his fellows to proceed. I thus to him replied, much as I can, I thereto pray thee, and if thou be willing, that I here seat me with thee, I consent, his leave, with whom I journey, first obtained. O son, said he, whoever of this throng one instant stops, lies then 100 years, no fan to ventilate him, when the fire smites sorest. Pass thou therefore on. I close will at thy garments walk, and then rejoin my troop, who go mourning their endless doom. I dard not from the path descend to tread on equal ground with him, but held my head bent down, as one who walks in reverent guise. What chance or destiny thus be began, ere the last day conducts thee here below? And who is this, that shows to thee the way? There up aloft I answered, in the life serene, I wandered in a valley lost, before mine age had to its fullness reached. But yestermorn I left it, then once more into that vale returning, him I met, and by this path homeward he leads me back. If thou, he answered, follow but thy star, thou canst not miss at last a glorious haven, unless in fairer days my judgment erred. And if my fate so early had not chanced, seeing the heavens thus bounteous to thee, I had gladly given thee comfort in thy work. But that ungrateful and malignant race, who in old times came down from Fizol, and still smack of their rough mountain flint, will for thy good deeds show thee enmity. Nor wonder, for amongst ill-savoured crabs it suits not the sweet fig tree lay her fruit. Old fame reports them in the world for blind, covetous, envious, proud. Look to it well, take heed thou cleanse thee of their ways. For thee thy fortuneth such honour in reserve, that thou by either party shalt be crafty with hunger keen, but be the fresh herb far from the goat's tooth. The herd of Fizzle may of themselves make litter, not touch the plant, if any such yet spring on their rank bed, in which the holy seed revives, transmitted from those true Romans, who still there remained, when it was made the nest of so much ill. Were all my wish fulfilled, I straight replied, thou from the confines of man's nature yet hadst not been driven forth, for in my mind is fixed, and now strikes full upon my heart the dear, benign, paternal image, such as thine was, when so lately thou didst teach me the way for man to win eternity, and how I prized the lesson. It behooves, that, long as life endures, my tongue should speak, what of my fate thou tellest, that write I down, and with another text to comment on for her I keep it, the celestial dame, who will know all, if I to her arrive. This only would I have thee clearly note, that so my conscience have no plea against me, do fortune as she list, I stand prepared. Not new or strange such earnest to mine ear. Speed fortune then her wheel, as likes her best, the clown his mattock, all things have their course. Thereat my sapient guide upon his right turned himself back, then looked at me and spake, he listens to good purpose who takes note. I not the less still on my way proceed, discoursing with Brunetto, and inquire who are most known and chief among his tribe. To know of some is well, thus he replied, but of the rest silence may best beseem. Time would not serve us for report so long. In brief I tell thee, that all these were clerks, men of great learning and no less renown, by one same sin polluted in the world. With them is Procyon, and Acassu's son Francesco herds among that wretched throng, and, if the wish of so impure a blotch possessed thee, him thou also mightest have seen, who by the servant's servant was transferred from Arno's seat to Bacchiglion, where his ill-strained nerves he left. I more would add, but must from farther speech and onward way alike desist, for yonder I behold a mist new risen on the sandy plain. A company, with whom I may not sort, approaches. I commend my treasure to thee, wherein I yet survive, my sole request. This said he turned and seemed as one of those, who o'er Verona's champaign try their speed for the green mantle, and of them he seemed not he who loses but who gains the prize. Canto 16. Now came I where the water's din was heard, as down it fell into the other round, resounding like the hum of swarming bees, when forth together issued from a troop, that passed beneath the fierce tormenting storm, 3 spirits, running swift. They towards us came, and each one cried aloud, O do thou stay! Whom by the fashion of thy garb we deem to be some inmate of our evil land. Ah me! What wounds I marked upon their limbs, recent and old, inflicted by the flames. e'en the remembrance of them grieves me yet. Attentive to their cry my teacher paused, and turned to me his visage, and then spake, Wait now, our courtesy these merit well, and were he not for the nature of the place, whence glide the fiery darts, I should have said, that haste had better suited thee than them. They, when we stopped, resumed their ancient wail, and soon as they had reached us, all the three whirled round together in one restless wheel. As naked champions, smeared with slippery oil, are wont intent to watch their place of hold and vantage, ere in closer strife they meet, thus each one, as he wheeled, his countenance at me directed, so that opposite the neck moved ever to the twinkling feet. If misery of this drear wilderness thus one began, added to our sad cheer and destitute, do call forth scorn on us and our entreaties, let our great renown incline thee to inform us who thou art, that dost imprint with living feet unharmed the soil of hell. He, in whose track thou seest my steps pursuing, naked though he be and reft of all, was of more high estate than thou believest, grandchild of the chaste Guildrada, him they Guidogara called, who in his lifetime many a noble act achieved, both by his wisdom and his sword. The other, next to me that beats the sand, is Aldobrandi, name deserving well, in the upper world, of honor, and myself who in this torment do partake with them, am Rusticucci, whom, past doubt, my wife of savage temper, more than aught besideth to this evil brought. If from the fire I had been sheltered, down amidst them straight I then had cast me, nor my guide, I deem, would have restrained my going, but that fear of the dire burning vanquished the desire, which made me eager of their wished embrace. I then began, not scorn, but grief much more, such as long time alone can cure, your doom fixed deep within me, soon as this my lord spake words, whose tenor taught me to expect that such a race, as ye are, was at hand. I am a countryman of yours, who still affectionate have uttered and have heard your deeds and names renowned Leaving the gall for the sweet fruit I go, that a sure guideth promised to me. But behooves, that far as to the centre first I downward tend. So may long space thy spirit guide thy limbs, he answer straight returned, and so thy fame shine bright, when thou art gone, as thou shalt tell, if courtesy and valor, as they won't, dwell in our city, or have vanished clean. For one amidst us late condemned to wail, Borsi, yonder walking with his peers, grieves us no little by the news he brings. An upstart multitude and sudden gains, pride and excess, O Florence, have in thee engendered, so that now in tears thou mournest. Thus cried I with my face upraised, and they all three, who for an answer took my words, looked at each other, as men look when truth comes to their ear. If thou at other times they all at once rejoined, so easily satisfy those, who question, happy thou, gifted with words, so apt to speak thy thought. Wherefore if thou escape this darksome clim, returning to behold the radiant stars, when thou with pleasure shalt retrace the past, see that of us thou speak among mankind. This said, they broke the circle, and so swift fled, that as pinions seemed their nimble feet. Not in so short a time might one have said amen as they had vanished. Straight my guide pursued his track. I followed, and small space had we passed onward, when the water's sound was now so near at hand, that we had scarce heard one another's speech for the loud din. As the river, that holds on its course unmingled, from the Mount of Vesulo, on the left side of Apennine, toward the east, which Aquachita higher up they call, ere it descend into the vale, at Forli by that name no longer known, rebellos o'er Saint Benedict, rolled on from the Alpine summit down a precipice, where space enough to lodge 1,000 spreads. Thus downward from a craggy steep we found, that this dark wave resounded, roaring loud, so that the ear its clamour soon had stunned. I had a cord that bracked my girdle round, where with I erst had thought fast bound to take the painted leopard. This when I had all unloosened from me, so my master bade, I gathered up, and stretched it forth to him. Then to the right he turned, and from the brink standing few paces distant, cast it down into the deep abyss. And somewhat strange thus to myself I spake, signal so strange betokens, which my guide with earnest eye thus follows. What caution must men use with those who look not at the deed alone, but spy into the thoughts with subtle skill. Quickly shall come, he said, what I expect, thine eye discover quickly, that whereof thy thought is dreaming. Ever to that truth, which but the semblance of a falsehood wears, a man, if possible, should bar his lip, since, although blameless, he incurs reproach. But silence here were vain, and by these notes which now I sing, reader, I swear to thee, so may they favour find to latest times, that through the gross and murky air I spied a shape come swimming up, that might have quelled the stoutest heart with wonder, in such guise as one returns, who hath been down to loose an anchor grappled fast against some rock, or to aught else that in the salt wave lies, who upward springing close draws in his feet. Canto 17 Lo, the fell monster with the deadly sting, who passes mountains, breaks through fenced walls and firm embattled spears, and with his filth taints all the world. Thus me my guide addressed, and beckoned him, that he should come to shore, near to the stony causeway's utmost edge. Forthwith that image vile of fraud appeared, his head and upper part exposed on land, but laid not on the shore his bestial train. His face the semblance of a just man's wore, so kind and gracious was its outward cheer, the rest was serpent all, 2 shaggy claws reached to the armpits, and the back and breast, and either side, were painted o'er with nodes and orbits. Colours variegated more nor Turks nor Tartars on cloth of state with interchangeable embroidery wove, nor spread arachne o'er her curious loom. As oft times a light skiff, moored to the shore, stands part in water, part upon the land, or, as where dwells the greedy German boar, the beaver settles watching for his prey, so on the rim, that fent the sand with rock, sat perched the fiend of evil. In the void glancing, his tail upturned its venomous fork, with sting like scorpions armed. Then thus my guide, now need our way must turn few steps apart, far as to that ill beast, who couches there. Thereat toward the right our downward course we shap d, and, better to escape the flame and burning marl, 10 paces on the verge proceeded. Soon as we to him arrive, a little further on mine eye beholds a tribe of spirits, seated on the sand near the wide chasm. Forthwith my master spake, that to the full thy knowledge may extend of all this round contains, go now, and mark the mean these wear, but hold not long discourse. Till thou returnest, I with him meantime will parley, that to us he may vouchsafe the aid of his strong shoulders. Thus alone yet forward on the extremity I packed d of that 7th circle, where the mournful tribe were seated. At the eyes forth gushed d their pangs. Against the vapours and the torrid soil alternately their shifting hands they plied. Thus use the dogs in summer still to ply their jaws and feet by turns, when bitten sore by gnats, or flies, or gadflies swarming round. Noting the visages of some, who lay beneath the pelting of that dolorous fire, one of them all I knew not, but perceived that pendant from his neck each bore a pouch with colours and with emblems various marked on which it seemed as if their eye did feed. And when amongst them looking round I came, a yellow purse I saw with azure wrought, that wore a lion's countenance and port. Then still my sight pursuing its career, another I beheld, than blood more red. A goose display of whiter wing than cud. And one, who bore a fat and azure swine pictured on his white scrip, addressed me thus, What dost thou in this deep? Go now and know, since yet thou livest, that my neighbour here Vitaliano on my left shall sit. A Paduan with these Florentines am I oft times they thunder in mine ears, exclaiming O haste that noble knight, he who the pouch with the 3 beaks will bring. This said, he writhed the mouth, and lolled the tongue out, like an ox that licks his nostrils. I, lest longer stay he ill might brook, who bade me stay not long, backward my steps from those sad spirits turned My guide already seated on the haunch of the fierce animal I found, and thus he me encouraged Be thou stout, be bold. Down such a steep flight must we now descend. Mount thou before, for that no power the tail may have to harm thee, I will be ith midst. As one, who a thanag fit so near, his nails already are turned blue, and he quivers all o'er, if he but either shade, such was my cheer at hearing of his words. But shame soon interposed her threat, who makes the servant bold in presence of his lord. I settled me upon those shoulders huge, and would have said, but that the words to aid my purpose came not, look thou clasp me firm. But he whose succour then not first I proffered, soon as I mounted, in his arms aloft, embracing, held me up, and thus he spake, Trian, now move thee, be thy wheeling gyres of ample circuit, easy thy descent. Think on th unusual burden thou sustainest. As a small vessel, backing out from land, her station quits, so thence the monster loosed and when he felt himself at large, turned round there where the breast had been, his forked tail. Thus, like an eel, outstretched at length he steered gathering the air up with retractile claws. Not greater was the dread when Phaeton the reins let drop at random, whence high heaven, whereof signs yet appear, was wrapped in flames, nor when ill-fated Icarus perceived by liquefaction of the scalded wax, the trusted pennons loosened from his loins, his sire exclaiming loud, "Ill way thou keepest." Then was my dread, when round me on each part the air I viewed, and other object none save the fell beast. He slowly sailing, wheels his downward motion, unobserved of me, but that the wind, arising to my face, breathes on me from below. Now on our right I heard the cataract beneath us leap with hideous crash, whence bending down to explore, new terror I conceived at the steep plunge, for flames I saw, and wailings smote mine ear, so that all trembling close I crouched my limbs, and then distinguished unperceived before, by the dread torments that on every side drew nearer, how our downward course we wound. As falcon, that hath long been on the wing, but lure nor bird hath seen, while in despair the falconer cries, "Ah me, thou stoopest to earth." Wearied descends, and swiftly down the sky in many an orbit wheels, then lighting sits at distance from his lord in angry mood, so Tyrian lighting places us on foot low down at base of the deep furrowed rock, and, of his burden there discharged forthwith sprang forward, like an arrow from the string. Canto 18. There is a place within the depths of hell called Malabulge, all of rock dark stained with hue ferruginous, as the steep that round it circling winds. Right in the midst of that abominable region, yawns a spacious gulf profound, whereof the frame due time shall tell. The circle, that remains, throughout its round, between the gulf and base of the high craggy banks, successive forms 10 trenches, in its hollow bottom sunk. As where to guard the walls, full many a fosse begirds some stately castle, sure defence affording to the space within, so here were modelled these, and as like fortresses from their threshold to the brink without, are flanked with bridges, from the rock's low base thus flinty paths advanced that cross the moles and dikes, struck onward far as to the gulf, that in one bound collected cuts them off. Such was the place, wherein we found ourselves from Trian's back dislodged. The bard to left held on his way, and I behind him moved. On our right hand new misery I saw, new pains, new executioners of wrath, that swarming peopled the first chasm. Below were naked sinners. Hitherward they came, meeting our faces from the middle point, with us beyond but with a larger stride. Thus the Romans, when the year returns of Jubilee, with better speed to rid the thronging multitudes, their means devise for such as pass the bridge, that on one side all front toward the castle, and approach St. Peter's fane, on other towards the mount. Each divers way along the grisly rock, horned demons I beheld, with lashes huge, that on their back unmercifully smote. Ah! How they made them bound at the first stripe! None for the second waited nor the third. Meantime as on I passed one met my sight whom soon as viewed of him cried I, not yet mine eye hath had his fill. With fixed gaze I therefore scanned him. Straight the teacher kind paused with me, and consented I should walk backward a space, and the tormented spirit, who thought to hide him, bent his visage down. But it availed him naught, for I exclaimed, thou who dost cast thy eye upon the ground, unless thy features do belie thee much, Venedico art thou. But what brings thee into this bitter seasoning? He replied, unwillingly I answer to thy words. But thy clear speech, that to my mind recalls the world I once inhabited, constrains me. Know then 'twas I who led fair Gisola to do the Marquis's will, however fame the shameful tale have bruited. Nor alone Bologna hither sendeth me to mourn, rather with us the place is so o'erthronged that not so many tongues this day are taught, betwixt the Reno and Savina's stream, to answer Sipar in their country's phrase. And if of that secure proof thou need, remember but our craving thirst for gold. Him speaking thus, a demon with his thong struck, and exclaimed, away, corrupter, here women are none for sale. Forthwith I joined my escort, and few paces thence we came to where a rock forth issued from the bank. That easily ascended, to the right upon its splinter turning, we depart from those eternal barriers. When arrived where underneath the gaping arch lets pass the scourged souls, pause here the teacher said, and let these others miserable, now strike on thy ken, faces not yet beheld, for that together they with us have walked. From the old bridge we the pack, who came from th other side towards us, like the rest, excoriate from the lash. My gentle guide, by me unquestioned, thus his speech resumed, behold that lofty shade, who this way tends, and seems too woebegone to drop a tear. How yet the regal aspect he retains. Jason is he, whose skill and prowess won the ram from Colchos. To the Lemnian Isle his passage thither led him, when those bold and pitiless women had slain all their males. There he with tokens and fair witching words Hypsipyle beguiled, a virgin young, who first had all the rest herself beguiled. Impregnated he left her there forlorn. Such is the guilt condemns him to this pain. Here too Medes' injuries are avenged. All bear him company, who like deceit to his have practised. And thus much to know of the first veil suffice thee, and of those whom its keen torments urge. Now had we come where, crossing the next pier, the straitened path bestrides its shoulders to another arch. Hence in the second chasm we heard the ghosts, who gibber in low melancholy sounds, with wide-stretched nostrils snort, and on themselves smite with their palms. Upon the banks a scurf from the foul steam condensed, incrusting hung, that held sharp combat with the sight and smell. So hollow is the depth, that from no part, save on the summit of the rocky span, could I distinguish aught. Thus far we came, and thence I saw, within the fosse below, a crowd immersed in ordure, that appeared draff of the human body. There beneath searching with eye inquisitive, I marked one with his head so grim 'twere hard to deem, if he were clerk or layman. Loud he cried, why greedily thus bendest more on me, than on these other filthy ones, thy ken? Because if true my memory, I replied, I heretofore have seen thee with dry locks, and thou a lesho art of lucre sprung. Therefore than all the rest I scan thee more. Then beating on his brain these words he spake, me thus low down my flatteries have sunk, where herewith I ne'er enough could glut my tongue. My leader thus, a little further stretch thy face, that thou the visage well mayst note of that besotted, sluttish courtesan, who there doth rend her with defiled nails, now crouching down, now risen on her feet. Ties is this, the harlot, whose false lip answered her doting paramour that asked thankest me much? Say rather wondrously, and seeing this here satiate be our view. Canto 19. Woe to thee, Simon Magus! Woe to you, his wretched followers! Who the things of God, which should be wedded unto goodness, them, rapacious as ye are, do prostitute for gold and silver in adultery. Now must the trumpet sound for you, since yours is the third chasm. Upon the following vault we now had mounted, where the rock impends directly o'er the centre of the fosse. Wisdom supreme! How wonderful the art, which thou dost manifest in heaven, in earth, and in the evil world, how just a meed allotting by thy virtue unto all. I saw the livid stone, throughout the sides and in its bottom full of apertures, all equal in their width, and circular each, nor ample less nor larger they appeared than in St. John's fair dome of me beloved those frammed to hold the pure baptismal streams, one of the which I brake, some few years past, to save a whelming infant, and be this a seal to undeceive whoever doubts the motive of my deed. From out the mouth of every one, emerged a sinner's feet, and of the legs high upward as the calf the rest beneath was hid. On either foot the soles were burning, whence the flexile joints glanced with such violent motion, as had snapped asunder cords or twisted withes. As flame, feeding on unctuous matter, glides along the surface, scarcely touching where it moves, so here, from heel to point, glided the flames. Master, say who is he, than all the rest glancing in fiercer agony, on whom a ruddier flame doth prey? I thus inquired. If thou be willing, he replied, that I carry thee down, where least the slope bank falls, he of himself shall tell thee and his wrongs. I then, as pleases thee to me is best. Thou art my lord, and knowest that ne'er I quit thy will, what silence hides that knowest thou? Thereat on the fourth pier we came, we turned and on our left descended to the depth, a narrow strait and perforated close. Nor from his side my leader set me down, till to his orifice he brought, whose limb quivering expressed his pang. Whoe'er thou art, sad spirit, thus reveres and as a stake driven in the soil. I in these words began, if thou be able, utter forth thy voice. There stood I like the friar, that doth shrive a wretch for murder doomed who when fixed calleth him back, whence death a while delays. He shouted, ha, already standest there. Already standest there, O Boniface. By many a year the writing played me false. So early dost thou surfeit with the wealth, for which thou fearedst not in guile to take the lovely lady, and then mangle her. I felt as those who, piercing not the drift of answer made them, stand as if exposed in mockery, nor know what to reply, when Virgil thus admonished tell him quick, I am not he, whom thou believest. And I, as was enjoined me, straight replied. That heard, the spirit all did wrench his feet, and sighing next in woeful accent spake, What then of me requirest? If to know so much imports thee, who I am, that thou'st therefore down the bank descended, learn that in the mighty mantle I was robbed, and of a she-bear was indeed the son, so eager to advance my whelps, that there my having in my purse above I stowed, and here myself under my head are dragged the rest, my predecessors in the guilt of simony. Stretched at their length they lie along an opening in the rock. Midst them I also low shall fall, soon as he comes, for whom I took thee, when so hastily I questioned thee. But already longer time hath passed, since my soul's kindled, and I thus upturned have stood, than is his doom to stand planted with fiery feet. For after him, one yet of deeds more ugly shall arrive, from forth the west, a shepherd without law, fated to cover both his form and mine. He a new Jason shall be called, of whom in Maccabees we read, and favours such as to that priest his king indulgent showed, shall be of France's monarch shown to him. I know not if I here too far presumed, but in this strain I answered, Tell me now, what treasures from Saint Peter at the first our Lord demanded, when he put the keys into his charge? Surely he asked no more but, Follow me. Nor Peter nor the rest or gold or silver of Mavias took, when lots were cast upon the forfeit place of the condemned soul. Abide thou then, thy punishment of right is merited, and look thou well to that ill-gotten coin, which against Charles thy hardihood inspurred. If reverence of the keys restrained me not, which thou in happier time didst hold, I yet severer speech might use. Your avarice o'ercasts the world with mourning, underfoot treading the good, and raising bad men up. Of shepherds, like to you, Th Evangelist was where, when her, who sits upon the waves, with kings in filthy whoredom he beheld, she who with 7 heads towered at her birth, and from 10 horns her proof of glory drew, long as her spouse in virtue took delight. Of gold and silver ye have made your God, difference ring wherein from the idolater, but he that worships 100 ye. Ah, Constantine! To how much ill gave birth, not thy conversion, but that plenteous dower, which the first wealthy father gained from thee. Meanwhile, as thus I sung, he, whether wrath or conscience smote him, violent upsprang spinning on either soul. I do believe my teacher well was pleased, with so composed a lip, he listened ever to the sound of the true words I uttered. In both arms he caught, and to his bosom lifting me upward retract the way of his descent. Nor weary of his weight he pressed me close, till to the summit of the rock we came, our passage from the 4th to the 5th pier. His cherished burden there gently he placked upon the rugged rock and steep, a path not easy for the clambering goat to mount. Thence to my view another vale appeared. Canto XX. And now the verse proceeds to torments new, fit argument of this the 20th strain of the first song, whose awful theme records the spirits whelmed in woe. Earnest I looked into the depth, that opened to my view, moistened with tears of anguish, and beheld a tribe, that came along the hollow vale, in silence weeping, such their step as walk choirs chanting solemn litanies on earth. As on them more direct mine eye descends, each wondrously seemed to be reversed at the neck bone, so that the countenance was from the reins averted, and because none might before him look, they were compelled to advance with backward gait. Thus one perhaps hath been by force of palsy clean transposed, but I ne'er saw it nor believe it so. Now, reader, think within thyself, so God fruit of thy reading give thee. How I long could keep my visage dry, when I beheld near me our form distorted in such guise, that on the hinder parts fallen from the face the tears down streaming rolled. Against a rock I leant and wept, so that my guide exclaimed, What, and art thou too witless as the rest? Here pity most doth show herself alive, when she is dead. What guilt exceedeth his, who with heaven's judgment in his passion strives? Raise up thy head, raise up, and see the man, before whose eyes earth gaped in Thebes, when all cried out, Amphiaraus, whither rushest? Why leavest thou the war? He not the less fell ruining far as to my nose down, whose grapple none eludes. Lo! How he makes the breast his shoulders, and who once too far before him wished to see, now backward looks, and treads reverse his path. Tiresias note, whose semblance charmed, when woman he became of male, through every limb transformed, and then once more behoved him with his rod to strike the two entwining serpents, ere the plumes, that marked the better sex, might shoot again. Aruns, with Rheria his belly facing, comes on Luni's mountains midst the marbles white, where delves Carrera's hind, who once beneath a cavern was his dwelling, whence the stars and main sea wide in boundless view he held. The next, whose loosened tresses overspread her bosom, which thou seest not, for each hair on that side grows, was Manto, she who searched through many regions, and at length her seat fixed in my native land, whence a short space my words detain thy audience. When her sire from life departed, and in servitude the city dedicate to Bacchus mourned, long time she went a wanderer through the world. Aloft in Italy's delightful land a lake there lies, at foot of that proud Alp, that o'er the Tyrol locks Germania in, its name Benacus, which 1,000 rills, methinks, and more, water between the vale Camonica and Garda and the height of Apennine remote. There is a spot at midway of that lake, where he who bears of Trento's flock the pastoral staff, with him of Brescia, and the Veronese, might each passing that way his benediction give. A garrison of goodly sight and strong posture stands, to all with front opposed the Bergamese and Brescian, whence the shore more slope each way descends. There, whatsoever Benacus bosom holds not, tumbling o'er down falls, and winds a river flood beneath through the green pastures. Soon as in his course the stream makes head, Benacus then no more they call the name, but Mincius, till at last reaching Govno into Po he falls. Not far his courseth run, when a wide flat it finds, which overstretched as a marsh it covers, pestilent in summer oft. Hence journeying, the savage maiden saw midst of the fen a territory waste and naked of inhabitants. to shun all human converse. Here she with her slaves plying her arts remained and lived and left her body tenantless. Thenceforth the tribes, who round were scattered gathering to that place assembled, for its strength was great, enclosed on all parts by the fen. On those dead bones they reared themselves a city, for her Sake, calling it Mantua, who first chose the spot, nor asked another omen for the name, wherein more numerous the people dwelt, ere Casaladi's madness by deceit was wronged of Pinamunt. If thou hear henceforth another origin assign of that my country, I forewarn thee now, that falsehood none beguile thee of the truth. I answer teacher, I conclude thy words so certain, that all else shall be to me as embers lacking life. But now of these, who here proceed, instruct me, if thou see any that merit more especial note. For thereon is my mind alone intent. He straight replied, that spirit, from whose cheek the beard sweeps o'er his shoulders brown, what time Gracia was emptied of her males, that scarce the cradles were supplied, the seer was he in Orleans, who with Calchas gave the sign when first to cut the cable. Him they named Eurypylus, so sings my tragic strain, in which majestic measure well thou knowest, who knowest it all. That other, round the loins so slender of his shape, was Michael Scott, practised in every sleight of magic while. Guido Bonatti Asdent Mark, who now were willing, he had tended still the thread and cord wan, and too late repents. See next the wretches, who the needle left, the shuttle and the spindle, and became diviners, baneful witcheries they wrought with images and herbs. But onward now, for now doth Cain with fork of thorns confine on either hemisphere, touching the wave beneath the towers of Seville. Yesternight the moon was round. Thou mayst remember well, for she good service did thee in the gloom of the deep wood. This said, both onward moved. Canto XXI. Thus we from bridge to bridge, with other talk, the which my drama cares not to rehearse, passed on, and to the summit reaching, stood to view another gap, within the round of Malabulge, other bootless pangs. Marvelous darkness shadowed o'er the place. In the Venetians' arsenal as boils through wintry months tenacious pitch, to smear their unsound vessels, for inclement time seafaring men restrains, and in that while his bark one builds anew, another stops the ribs of his, that hath made many a voyage, one hammers at the prow, one at the poop, this shapeth oars, that other cables twirls, the mizzen one repairs and mainsail rent, so not by force of fire but art divine boiled here a glutinous thick mass, that round limbed all the shore. Beneath, I that beheld, but therein naught distinguished save the surge, rayed by the boiling, in one mighty swell heave, and by turns subsiding and fall. While there I fixed my ken below, mark, mark, my guide exclaiming, drew me towards him from the place, wherein I stood. I turned myself as one, impatient to behold that which beheld he needs must shun, whom sudden fear unmans, that he his flight delays not for the view. Behind me I discerned a devil black, that running, up advanced along the rock. Ah! what fierce cruelty his look bespake. In act how bitter did he seem, with wings buoyant outstretched and feet of nimblest tread. His shoulder proudly eminent and sharp was with a sinner charged, by either haunch he held him, the foot's sinew griping fast. Ye of our bridge, he cried, keen taloned fiends. Lo! One of Santa Zita's elders. Him whelm ye beneath, while I return for more. That land doth store of such. All men are there, except Bonturo, barterers, of no fall lucre their eye is quickly made. Him dashing down, o'er the rough rock he turned nor ever after thief or mastiff loose sped with like eager haste. That other sank and forthwith writing to the surface rose. But those dark demons, shrouded by the bridge, cried here the hallowed visage saves not, here is other swimming than in Serchio's wave. Wherefore if thou desire we rend thee not, take heed thou mount not o'er the pitch. This said, they grappled him with more than 100 hooks, and shouted, covered thou must sport thee here, so, if thou canst, in secret mayst thou filch. Thus the cook bestirs him, with his grooms, to thrust the flesh into the cauldron down with flesh hooks, that it float not on the top. Me then my guide bespake, lest they descry, that thou art here, behind a craggy rock bend low and screen thee, and waiter of force be offered me, or insult, fear thou not, for I am well advised, who have been erst in the like fray. Beyond the bridge's head therewith he passed and reaching the 6th pier, behoved him then a forehead terror-proof. With storm and fury, as when dogs rush forth upon the poor man's back, who suddenly from whence he standeth makes his suit, so rushed those from beneath the arch, and against him their weapons all they pointed. He allowed, be none of you outrageous, ere your time dare seize me, come forth from amongst you one, who having heard my words, decide he then if he shall tear these limbs. They shouted loud, go, Malacoda. Whereat one advanced, the others standing firm, and as he came, what may this turn avail him, he exclaimed, believest thou, Malacoda? I had come thus far from all your skirmishing secure, my teacher answered, without will divine and destiny propitious. Pass we then, for so heaven's pleasure is, that I should lead another through this savage wilderness. Forthwith so fell his pride, that he let drop the instrument of torture at his feet, and to the rest exclaimed, we have no power to strike him. Then to me my guide, O thou, who on the bridge among the crags dost sit low crouching, safely now to me return. I rose, and towards him moved with speed. The fiends meantime all forward drew, me terror seized lest they should break the compact they had made. Thus issuing from Caprina, once I saw infantry dreading, lest his covenant the foe should break, so close he hemmed them round. I to my leader's side adhered, mine eyes with fixed and motionless observance bent on their unkindly visage. They their hooks protruding, one the other thus bespake, wilt thou I touch him on the hip? To whom was answered, even so, nor miss thy aim. But he, who was in conference with my guide, turned rapid round, and thus the demon spake, stay thee, Scarmiglian. Then to us he added, further footing to your step this rock affords not, shiver D to the base of the 6th arch. But would you still proceed, up by this cavern go, not distant far, another rock will yield you passage safe. Yesterday, later by 5 hours than now, 1200 years and 6 had filled the circuit of their course, since here the way was broken. Thither would I straight dispatch certain of these my scouts, who shall espy if any on the surface bask. With them go ye, for ye shall find them nothing fell. Come alike I know forthwith that he cried, and Calcabrina, and Cagnazo thou. The troop of 10 let barbaric Chia lead. With Libicocco draginart so haste, Fang di Siriato, Graf Lacane fierce, and Farfarello, and mad Rubicant. Search ye around the bubbling tar. For these, in safety lead them, where the other crag uninterrupted traverses the dens. I then, O master, what a sight is there! Ah! Without escort, journey we alone, which, if thou know the way, I covet not. Unless thy prudence fail thee, dost not mark how they do gnarl upon us, and their scowl threatens us present tortures. He replied, I charge thee fear not, let them, as they will, gnarl on, 'tis but in token of their spite against the souls, who mourn in torment steep D. To leftward o'er the pier they turned D, but each had first between his teeth pressed close the tongue, toward their leader for a signal looking, which he with sound obscene triumphant gave. Canto XXII. It hath been heretofore my chance to see horsemen with martial order shifting camp, to onset sallying, or in muster rang D, or in retreat sometimes outstretch D for flight, light armed squadrons and fleet foragers scouring thy plains, Arezzo. Have I seen, and clashing tournaments, and tilting jousts, now with the sound of trumpets, now of bells, tabors, or signals made from castled heights, and with inventions multiform, our own, or introduced from foreign land, but ne'er to such a strange recorder I beheld, in evolution moving, horse nor foot, nor ship, that tacked by sign from land or star. With the 10 demons on our way we went, our fearful company. But in the church with saints, with gluttons at the tavern's mess. Still earnest on the pitch I gazed, to mark all things waiter the chasm contained, and those who burned within. As dolphins, that, in sign to mariners, heave high their arched backs, that thence forewarned they may advise to save their threatened vessels, so, at intervals, to ease the pain his back some sinner showed, then hid more nimbly than the lightning glance. E'en as the frogs, that of a water-wye moat stand at the brink, with the jaws only out, their feet and of the trunk all else concealed, thus on each part the sinners stood, but soon as barbaric cheer was at hand, so they drew back under the wave. I saw, and yet my heart doth stagger, one, that waited thus, as it befalls that oft one frog remains, while the next springs away, and Graphiacon, who of the fiends was nearest, grappling seized his clotted locks, and dragged him sprawling up, that he appeared to me an otter. Each already by their names I knew, so well when they were chosen, I observed and marked how one the other called. O Rubicant. See that his hide thou with thy talons flay, shouted together all the cursed crew. Then I inform thee, master, if thou may, what wretched soul is this, on whom their hand his foes have laid. My leader to his side approached and whence he came inquired to whom was answered thus, born in Navarre's domain my mother placed me in a lord's retinue, for she had borne me to a Luzel vile, a spendthrift of his substance and himself. The good king thy bolt after that I served to peculating here my thoughts were turned whereof I give account in this dire heat. Straight Siriato, from whose mouth a tusk issued on either side, as from a boar, ripped him with one of these. Twixt evil claws the mouse had fallen, but barbaric Chia cried, seizing him with both arms, stand thou apart, while I do fix him on my prong transpiect. Then added, turning to my guide his face, inquire of him, if more thou wish to learn, ere he again be rent. My leader thus, then tell us of the partners in thy guilt, knowest thou any sprung of Latian land under the tar? I parted he replied, but now from one, who sojourned not far thence, so were I under shelter now with him. Nor hook nor talon then should scare me more. Too long we suffer, Libicoco cried, then, darting forth a prong, seized on his arm, and mangled bore away the sinewy part. Him dragging out so by his thighs beneath would next have caught, whence angrily their chief, turning on all sides round, with threatening brow restrained them. When their strife a little ceased of him, who yet was gazing on his wound, my teacher thus without delay inquired, who was the spirit, from whom by evil hap parting, as thou hast told, thou camest to shore. It was the friar Gomitar, he rejoined, he of Gallura, vessel of all guile, who had his master's enemies in hand, and asked them so that they commend him well. Money he took, and them at large dismissed. So he reports, and in each other charge committed to his keeping, played the part of barterer to the height, with him doth herd the chief of Logadoro, Michel's Ange. Sardinia is a theme, whereof their tongue is never weary. Out. Alas! Behold that other, how he grins. More would I say, but tremble lest he mean to maul me sore. Their captain then to Farfarello turning, who rolled his moony eyes in act to strike, rebuked him thus, off, cursed bird. Avaunt! If ye desire to see or hear he thus quaking with dread resumed, or Tuscan spirits or Lombard, I will cause them to appear. Meantime let these ill talons bait their fury, so that no vengeance they may fear from them, and I, remaining in this self-same place, will for myself but one, make seven appear, when my shrill whistle shall be heard, for so our custom is to call each other up. Cagnazzo at that word deriding grinned, then wagged the head and spake, hear his device, mischievous as he is, to plunge him down. Whereto he thus, who failed not in rich store of nice wove toils, mischief forsooth extreme, meant only to procure myself more woe. No longer like I know then refrained, but thus, the rest gainsaying, him bespake, if thou do cast thee down, I not on foot will chase thee, but above the pitch will beat my plumes. Quit we the vantage ground, and let the bank be as a shield, that we may see if singly thou prevail against us all. Now, reader, of new sport expect to hear. They each one turned his eyes to the other shore, he first, who was the hardest to persuade. The spirit of Navarre chose well his time, planted his feet on land, and at one leap escaping disappointed their resolve. Them quick resentment stung, but him the most, who was the cause of failure. In pursuit he therefore sped, exclaiming, "Thou art caught!" But little it availed, terror outstripped his following flight, the other plunged beneath, and he with upward pinion rayed his breast, thus the waterfowl, when she perceives the falcon near, dives instant down, while he enraged and spent retires. That mockery in Calcabrina fury stirred, who flew after him, with desire of strife inflamed, and, for the barterer had scapped, so turned his talons on his comrade. O'er the dike in grapple close they joined, but the other proved a goshawk able to rend well his foe, and in the boiling lake both fell. The heat was umpire soon between them, but in vain to lift themselves they strove, so fast were glued their pennons. Barbaric cheer, as the rest, that chance lamenting, for in flight dispatched from the other coast, with all their weapons armed. They, to their post on each side speedily descending, stretched their hooks toward the fiends, who floundered inly burning from their scars, and we departing left them to that broil. Canto 23. In silence and in solitude we went, one first, the other following his steps, as minor friars journeying on their road. The present fray had turned my thoughts to muse upon old Aesop's fable, where he told what fate unto the mouse and frog befell. For languageth not sounds more like incense, than are these chances, if the origin and end of each be heedfully compared. And as one thought bursts from another forth, so afterward from that another sprang, which added doubly to my former fear. For thus I reasoned, these through us have been so foiled, with loss and mock are why so complete, as needs must sting them sore. If anger then be to their evil will conjoined, more fell they shall pursue us, than the savage hound snatches the leveret, panting twixt his jaws. Already I perceived my hair stand all on end with terror, and looked eager back. Teacher, I thus began, if speedily thyself and me thou hide not, much I dread those evil talons. Even now behind they urge us, quick imagination works so forcibly, that I already feel them. He answered, were I formed of leaded glass, I should not sooner draw unto myself thy outward image, than I now imprint that from within. This moment came thy thoughts presented before mine, with similar act and countenance similar, so that from both I one design have framed. If the right coast incline so much, that we may thence descend into the other chasm, we shall escape secure from this imagined pursuit. He had not spoke his purpose to the end, when I from far beheld them with spread wings approach to take us. Suddenly my guide caught me, even as a mother that from sleep is by the noise aroused, and near her sees the climbing fires, who snatches up her babe and flies ne'er pausing, careful more of him than of herself, that but a single vest clings round her limbs. Down from the jutting beach supine he cast him, to that pendant rock, which closes on one part the other chasm. Never ran water with such hurrying pace adown the tube to turn a landmill's wheel, when nearest it approaches to the spokes, as then along that edge my master ran, carrying me in his bosom, as a child, not a companion. Scarcely had his feet reached to the lowest of the bed beneath, when over us the steep they reached, but fear in him was none, for that high providence, which plagued the ministers of the fifth fosse, power of departing thence took from them all. There in the depth we saw a painted tribe, who packed with tardy steps around, and wept, faint in appearance and o'ercome with toil. Caps had they on, with hoods, that fell low down before their eyes, in fashion like to those worn by the monks in Cologne. Their outside was overlaid with gold, dazzling to view, but leaden all within, and of such weight, that Frederic's compardy to these were straw. O, everlasting wearisome attire! We yet once more with them together turned to leftward, on their dismal moan intent. But by the weight oppressed, so slowly came the fainting people, that our company was charmed at every movement of the step. Whence I my guide addressed, see that thou find some spirit, whose name may by his deeds be known, and to that end look round thee as thou goest. Then one, who understood the Tuscan voice, cried after us aloud, Hold in your feet, ye who so swiftly speed through the dusk air. Perchance from me thou shalt obtain thy wish. Whereat my leader, turning, me bespake, pause, and then onward at their pace proceed. I stayed, and saw two spirits in whose look impatient eagerness of mind was marked to overtake me, but the load they bare and narrow path retarded their approach. Soon as arrived, they with an eye askance perused me, but spake not, then turning each to other thus conferring said, This one seems, by the action of his throat, alive. And, be they dead, what privilege allows they walk unmantled by the cumbrous stole? Then thus to me, Tuscan, who visitest the college of the morning hypocrites, disdain not to instruct us who thou art. By Arno's pleasant stream I thus replied, In the great city I was bred and grew, and where the body I have ever worn. But who are ye, from whom such mighty grief, as now I witness, courseth down your cheeks? What torment breaks forth in this bitter woe? Our bonnets gleaming bright with orange hue, one of the mansardi, are so leaden gross, that with their weight they make the balances to crack beneath them. Joyous friars we were, Bologna's natives, Catalano I, Hilo Durango namdi, and by thy land together taken, as men used to take a single and indifferent arbiter, to reconcile their strifes. How there we sped, Gardingo's vicinage can best declare. O friars! I began, your miseries, but there brake off, for one had caught my eye, fixed to a cross with 3 stakes on the ground. He, when he saw me, writhed himself, throughout distorted, ruffling with deep sighs his beard. And Catalano, who thereof was ware, thus spake, that pierced spirit, whom intent thou viewest, was he who gave the Pharisees counsel, that it were fitting for one man to suffer for the people. He doth lie transverse, nor any passes, but him first behoves make feeling trial how each ways. In straits like this along the foss are Plack D the father of his consort, and the rest partakers in that council, seed of ill and sorrow to the Jews. I noted then, how Virgil gazed with wonder upon him, thus abjectly extended on the cross in banishment eternal. To the friar he next his words addressed: We pray ye tell, if so be lawful, whether on our right lies any opening in the rock, whereby we both may issue hence, without constraint on the dark angels, that compelled they come to lead us from this depth. He thus replied, Nearer than thou dost hope, there is a rock from the next circle moving, which o'ersteps each veil of horror, save that here his cope is shattered. By the ruin ye may mount, for on the side it slants, and most the height rises below. With head bent down a while my leader stood, then spake, he warned us ill, who yonder hangs the sinners on his hook. To whom the friar, at Bologna erst I many vices of the devil heard, among the rest was said, he is a liar, and the father of lies. When he had spoke, my leader with large strides proceeded on, somewhat disturbed with anger in his look. I therefore left the spirits heavy laden, and following, his beloved footsteps marked. Cantoxive in the year's early nonage, when the sun tempers his tresses in Aquarius urn, and now towards equal day the nights recede, when as the rime upon the earth puts on her dazzling sister's image, but not long her milder sway endures, then riseth up the village hind, whom fails his wintry store, and looking out beholds the plain around all whitened, whence impatiently he smites his thighs, and to his hut returning in, there paces to and fro, wailing his lot, as a discomfited and helpless man. Then comes he forth again, and feels new hope spring in his bosom, finding thus soon the world doth change its countenance, grasps his crook, and forth to pasture drives his little flock. So me my guide disheartened when I saw his troubled forehead, and so speedily that ill was curd. For at the fallen bridge arriving, towards me with a look as sweet, he turned him back, as that I first beheld at the steep mountain's foot. Regarding well the ruin, and some counsel first maintained with his own thought, he opened wide his arm and took me up. As one, who, while he works, computes his labor's issue, that he seems still to foresee the effect, so lifting me up to the summit of one peak, he fixed his eye upon another. Grapple that, said he, but first make proof, if it be such as will sustain thee. For one cap with lead this were no journey. Scarcely he, though light, and I, though onward pushed from crag to crag, could mount. And if the precinct of this coast were not less ample than the last, for him I know not, but my strength had surely failed. But Malabulge all toward the mouth inclining of the nethermost abyss, the sight of every valley hence requires, that one side upward slope, the other fall. At length the point of our descent we reached from the last flag, soon as to that arrived, so was the breath exhausted from my lungs, I could no further, but did seat me there. Now needs thy best of man, so spake my guide, for not on downy plumes, nor under shade of canopy reposing, fame is won, without which whosoe'er consumes his days leaveth such vestige of himself on earth, as smoke in air or foam upon the wave. Thou therefore rise, vanish thy weariness by the mind's effort, in each struggle form thee to vanquish, if she suffer not the weight of her corporeal frame to crush her down. A longer ladder yet remains to scale. From these to have escaped thee sufficeth not. If well thou note me, profit by my words. I straightway rose, and showed thee myself less spent than I in truth did feel me. On I cried, for I am stout and fearless. Up the rock our way we held, more rugged than before, narrower and steeper far to climb. From talk I seized thee not, as we journeyed, so to seem least faint, whereat a voice from the other fosse did issue forth, for utterance suited ill. Though on the arch that crosses there I stood, what were the words I knew not, but who spake seemed moved in anger. Down I stooped to look, but my quick eye might reach not to the depth for shrouding darkness, wherefore thus I spake, to the next circle, Teacher, bend thy steps, and from the wall dismount we, for as hence I hear and understand not, so I see beneath, and naught discern. I answer not, said he, but by the deed. To fair request silent performance maketh best return. We from the bridge's head descended, where to the 8th mound it joins, and then the chasm opening to view, I saw a crowd within of serpents terrible, so strange of shape and hideous, that remembrance in my veins yet shrinks the vital current. Of her sands let Libya vaunt no more, if Jacculus, Perias and Chelida be her brood, Centris and Amphispina, plagues so dire or in such numbers swarming ne'er she showed not with all Ethiopia, and weight her above the Erythraean sea is spawned. Amid this dread exuberance of woe ran naked spirits winged with horrid fear, nor hope had they of crevice where to hide, or heliotrope to charm them out of view. With serpents were their hands behind them bound, which through their reins infixed the tail and head twisted in folds before. And lo! on one near to our side, darted an adder up, and, where the neck is on the shoulders tied, transpiac him. Far more quickly than a pen wrote or I, he kindled, burned and charmed to ashes, all poured out upon the earth. When there dissolved he lay, the dust again uprolled spontaneous, and the self-same form instant resumed. So mighty sages tell, the Arabian phoenix, when 500 years have well nigh circled, dies, and springs forth with renascent blade nor herb throughout his life he tastes, but tares of frankincense alone and odorous amomum, swaths of nard and myrrh his funeral shroud. As one that falls, he knows not how, by force demoniac dragged to earth, or through obstruction fettering up in chains invisible the powers of man, who, risen from his trance, gazeth around, bewildered with the monstrous agony he hath endured, and wildly staring sighs, so stood aghast the sinner when he rose. Oh! how severe God's judgment, that deals out such blows in stormy vengeance. Who he was my teacher next inquired, and thus in few he answered, Vanni Fux I am I called, not long since rained down from Tuscany to this dire gullet. me the bestial life and not the human pleased mule that I was, who in Pistoia found my worthy den. I then to Virgil, bid him stir not hence, and ask what crime did thrust him hither. Once a man I knew him choleric and bloody. The sinner heard and feigned not, but towards me his mind directing and his face, wherein was dismal shame depictured. Thus he spake, it grieves me more to have been caught by thee in this sad plight, which thou beholdest, than when I was taken from the other life. I have no power permitted to deny what thou inquirest. I am doomed thus low to dwell, for that the sacristy by me was rifled of its goodly ornaments, and with the guilt another falsely charged. But that thou mayst not joy to see me thus, so as thou e'er shalt scape this darksome realm, open thine ears and hear what I forebode. Reft of the Neri first Pistoia pines, then Florence changeth citizens and laws. From Valdemagra, drawn by wrathful Mars, a vapour rises, wrapped in turbid mists, and sharp and eager driveth on the storm with arrowy hurtling o'er Picenno's field, whence suddenly the cloud shall burst, and strike each helpless Bianco prostrate to the ground. This have I told, that grief may rend thy heart. Canto XXV. When he had spoke, the sinner raised his hands pointed in mockery, and cried, Take them, God. I level them at thee. From that day forth the serpents were my friends, for round his neck one of them rolling twisted, as it said, Be silent, tongue. Another to his arms up gliding, tied them, riveting itself so close, it took from them the power to move. Pistoia. Ah, Pistoia! Why dost doubt to turn thee into ashes, cumbering earth no longer, since in evil act so far thou hast outdone thy seed? I did not mark, through all the gloomy circles of the abyss, spirit, that swelled so proudly gainst his God, not him, who headlong fell from Thebes. He fled, nor uttered more, and after him there came a centaur full of fury, shouting, where is the caitiff? On Maremma's marsh swarm not the serpent tribe, as on his haunch they swarmed to where the human face begins. Behind his head upon the shoulders lay, with open wings, a dragon breathing fire on whomsoe'er he met. To me my guide, Cacus is this, who underneath the rock of Aventine spread oft a lake of blood. He, from his brethren parted, here must tread a different journey, for his fraudful theft of the great herd, that near him stalled whence found his felon deeds their end, beneath the mace of stout Alcides, that perchance laid on 100 blows, and not the 10th was felt. While yet he spake, the centaur sped away, and under us 3 spirits came, of whom nor I nor he was ware, till they exclaimed, Say who are ye? We then brake off discourse, intent on these alone. I knew them not, but, as it chanceth oft, befell, that one had need to name another. Where, said he, doth Siumfa lurk? I, for a sign my guide should stand attentive, placked against my lips the finger lifted. If, O reader, now thou be not apt to credit what I tell, no marvel, for myself do scarce allow the witness of mine eyes. But as I looked toward them, lo! A serpent with 6 feet springs forth on one, and fastens full upon him, his midmost grasp the belly, a forefoot seized on each arm, while deep in either cheek he fleshed his fangs, the hinder on the thighs were spread, twixt which the tail inserted curled upon the reins behind. Ivy ne'er clasped a dodded oak, as round the other's limbs the hideous monster intertwined his own. Then, as they both had been of burning wax, each melted into other, mingling hues, that which was either now was seen no more. Thus up the shrinking paper, ere it burns, a brown tint glides, not turning yet to black, and the clean white expires. The other two looked on exclaiming, "Ah, how dost thou change, Agnello! See! Thou art nor double now, nor only one." The two heads now became one, and two figures blended in one form appeared where both were lost. Of the forelengths 2 arms were made, the belly and the chest, the thighs and legs, into such members changed as never I hath seen. Of former shape all trace was vanished. To yet neither seemed that image miscreate, and so passed on with tardy steps. As underneath the scourge of the fierce dog-star, that lays bare the fields, shifting from brake to brake, the lizard seems a flash of lightning, if he thwart the road, so toward entrails of the other two approaching seemed an adder all on fire, as the dark pepper grain, livid and swart. In that part, whence our life is nourished first, one he transpired, then down before him fell stretched out. The pierced spirit looked on him but spake not, yet stood motionless and yawned as if by sleep or feverish fit assailed He the serpent, and the serpent him. One from the wound, the other from the mouth breathed a thick smoke, whose vapor columns joined Lucan in mute attention now may hear, nor thy disastrous fate, Sabelas, tell, nor shine, Nasidius. Ovid now be mute. What if in warbling fiction he record Cadmus and Arethusa, to a snake him changed, and her into a fountain clear? I envy not, for never face to face two natures thus transmuted did he sing, wherein both shapes were ready to assume the other's substance. They in mutual guise so answered that the serpent split his train divided to a fork, and the pierced spirit drew close his steps together, legs and thighs compacted, that no sign of juncture soon was visible. The tail disparted took the figure which the spirit lost, its skin softening, his indurated to a rind. The shoulders next I marked that entering joined the monster's armpits, whose two shorter feet so lengthened as the others dwindling shrunk. The feet behind then twisting up became that part that man conceals, which in the wretch was cleft in twain. While both the shadowy smoke with a new color veils, and generates excrescent pylon one, peeling it off from other body, lo! Upon his feet one upright rose, and prone the other fell. Not yet their glaring and malignant lamps were shifted, though each feature changed beneath. Of him who stood erect, the mounting face retreated towards the temples, and what there superfluous matter came, shot out in ears from the smooth cheeks, the rest, not backward dragged of its excess did shape the nose, and swelled into due size protuberant the lips. He, on the earth who lay, meanwhile extends his sharpened visage, and draws down the ears into the head, as doth the slug his horns. His tongue continuous before and apt for utterance, severs, and the other's fork closing unites. That done the smoke was laid. The soul, transformed into the brute, glides off, hissing along the vale, and after him the other talking sputters, but soon turned his new-grown shoulders on him, and in few thus to another spake, along this path crawling, as I have done, speed bosso now. So saw I fluctuate in successive change th unsteady ballast of the seventh hold, and here if aught my tongue have swerved events so strange may be its warrant. O'er mine eyes confusion hung, and on my thoughts amaze. Yet scapt they not so covertly, but well I marked Sion Cato, he alone it was of the three first that came, who charmed not, thou, the other's fate, Gavil, still dost rue. Canto XXVI Florence exult. For thou so mightily hast thriven, that o'er land and sea thy wings thou beatest, and thy name spreads over hell. Among the plunderers such the three I found thy citizens, whence shame to me thy son, and no proud honour to thyself redounds. But if our minds, when dreaming near the dawn, are of the truth presageful, thou ere long shalt feel what Prato, not to say the rest, would fain might come upon thee, and that chance were in good time, if it befell thee now. Would so it were, since it must needs befall. For as time wears me, I shall grieve the more. We from the depth departed, and my guide remounting sculled the flinty steps, which late we downward tracked and drew me up the steep. Pursuing thus our solitary way among the crags and splinters of the rock, sped not our feet without the help of hands. Then sorrow seized me, which now revives, as my thought turns again to what I saw, and, more than I am wont, I rein and curb the powers of nature in me, lest they run where virtue guides not, that if aught of good my gentle star, or something better gave me, I envy not myself the precious boon. As in that season, when the sun least veils his face that lightens all, what time the fly gives way to the shrill gnat, the peasant then upon some cliff reclined, beneath him sees fireflies innumerous spangling o'er the vale, vineyard or tilth, where his day labour lies, with flames so numberless throughout its space shone the eighth chasm, apparent, when the depth was to my view exposed. As he, whose wrongs the bears avenged, at its departure saw Elijah's chariot, when the steeds erect rayed their steep flight for heaven, his eyes meanwhile, straining pursued them, till the flame alone upsoaring like a misty speck he kenned, thus along the gulf moves every flame, a sinner so enfolded close in each, that none exhibits token of the theft. Upon the bridge I forward bent to look, and grasped a flinty mass, or else had fallen, though pushed not from the height. The guide, who marked how I did gaze attentive, thus began, within these ardours are the spirits, each swathed in confining fire. Master, thy word I answered athazard me, yet I deemed already of the truth, already wished to ask thee, who is in yon fire, that comes so parted at the summit, as it seemed ascending from that funeral pile, where lay the Theban brothers. He replied, within Ulysses there and Diomed endure their penal tortures, thus to vengeance now together hasting, as Iruhile to wrath. These in the flame with ceaseless groans deplore the ambush of the horse, that opened a wider portal for that goodly seed to pass, which Saudi imperial Rome, nor less the guile lament they, whence of her Achilles reft Didamia yet in death complains. And there is rude the stratagem, that Troy of her palladium spoiled. If they have power of utterance from within these sparks, said I, O master, think my prayer 1,000-fold in repetition urged, that thou vouchsafe to pause, till here the horned flame arrive. See, how toward it with desire I bend. He thus, thy prayer is worthy of much praise, and I accept it therefore, but do thou thy tongue refrain, to question them be mine, for I divine thy wish, and they perchance, for they were Greeks, might shun discourse with thee. When there the flame had come, where time and place seemed fitting to my guide, he thus began, O ye, who dwell two spirits in one fire. If living I of you did merit aught, weighter the measure were of that desert, when in the world my lofty strain I poured, move ye not on, till one of you unfold in what clim death o'ertook himself destroyed. Of the old flame forthwith the greater horn began to roll, murmuring, as a fire that labors with the wind, then to and fro wagging the top, as a tongue uttering sounds, threw out its voice, and spake, when I escaped from Circe, who beyond a circling year had held me near Caieta, by her charms, ere thus in ease yet had named the shore, nor fondness for my son, nor reverence of my old father, nor return of love, that should have crowned Penelope with joy, could overcome in me the zeal I had to explore the world, and search the ways of life, man's evil and his virtue. Forth I sailed into the deep illimitable main, with but one bark, and the small faithful band that yet cleaved to me. As Iberia far, far as Morocco the shore I saw, and the Sardinian and each isle beside which round that ocean bathes. Tardy with age were I and my companions, when we came to the strait pass, where Hercules ordained the boundaries not to be o'erstepped by man. The walls of Seville to my right I left, on the other hand already Ceuta passed. O brothers, I began, who to the west through perils without number now have reached, to this the short remaining watch, that yet our senses have to wake, refuse not proof of the unpeopled world, following the track of Phoebus. Call to mind from whence we sprang, ye were not formed to live the life of brutes but virtue to pursue and knowledge high. With these few words I sharpened for the voyage the mind of my associates, that I then could scarcely have withheld them. To the dawn our poop we turned, and for the witless flight made our oars wings, still gaining on the left. Each star of the other pole night now beheld, and ours so low, that from the ocean floor it rose not. 5 times reillumed, as oft vanished the light from underneath the moon since the deep way we entered, when from far appeared a mountain dim, loftiest methought of all I e'er beheld. Joy seized us straight, but soon to mourning changed. From the new land a whirlwind sprung, and at her foremost side did strike the vessel. Thrice it whirled her round with all the waves, the fourth time lifted up the poop, and sank the prow, so fate decreed, and over us the booming billow closed. Cantokskse now upward rose the flame, and stilled its light to speak no more, and now passed on with leave from the mild poet gained, when following came another, from whose top a sound confessed, forth issuing, drew our eyes that way to look. As the Sicilian bull, that rightfully his cries first echoed, who had shaped its mould, did so rebellow, with the voice of him tormented, that the brazen monster seemed pierced through with pain. Thus while no way they found nor avenue immediate through the flame, into its language turned the dismal words, but soon as they had won their passage forth, up from the point, which vibrating obeyed their motion at the tongue, these sounds we heard, O thou, to whom I now direct my voice, that lately didst exclaim in Lombard phrase, depart thou, I solicit thee no more, though somewhat tardy I perchance arrive, let it not irk thee here to pause a while, and with me parley, lo. It irks not me, and yet I burn. If but now thou fall into this blind world, from that pleasant land of Latium, whence I draw my sum of guilt, tell me if those, who in Romagna dwell, have peace or war. For of the mountains there was I, betwixt Urbino and the height, whence Tiber first unlocks his mighty flood. Leaning I listened yet with heedful ear, when, as he touched my side, the leader thus, speak thou, he is a Latian. My reply was ready, and I spake without delay, O Spirit, who art hidden here below. Never was thy Romagna without war in her proud tyrant's bosoms, nor is now, but open war there left I none. The state, Ravenna hath maintained this many a year, is steadfast. There Polenta's eagle broods, and in his broad circumference of plume o'ershadows Servia. The green talons grasp the land, that stood Iruhile the proof so long, and pilled in bloody heap the host of France. The old mastiff of Verrocchio and the young, that tore Montagna in their wrath, still make, where they are wont, an augur of their fangs. Lamon's city and Santino's range under the lion of the snowy lair. Inconstant partisan, that changeth sides, or ever summer yields to winter's frost. And she, whose flank is washed of Savio's wave, as twixt the level and the steep she lies, lives so twixt tyrant power and liberty. Now tell us, I entreat thee, who art thou? Be not more hard than others in the world, so may thy name still rear its forehead high. Then roar while the fire, its sharpened point on either side waved, and thus breathed at last, if I did think, my answer were to one, whoever could return unto the world, this flame should rest unshaken. But since ne'er, if true be told me, any from this depth has found his upward way, I answer thee, nor fear lest infamy record the words. A man of arms at first, I clothed me then in good Saint Francis' girdle, hoping so to have made amends. And certainly my hope had failed not, but that he, whom curses light on, the high priest again seduced me into sin. And how and wherefore listen while I tell. Long as this spirit moved the bones and pulp my mother gave me, less my deeds bespake the nature of the lion than the fox. All ways of winding subtlety I knew, and with such art conducted, that the sound reached the world's limit. Soon as to that part of life I found me come, when each behoves to lower sails and gather in the lines, that which before had pleased me then I rued, and to repentance and confession turned, wretch that I was. And well it had bested me. The chief of the new Pharisees meantime, waging his warfare near the Latran, not with the Saracens or Jews, his foes all Christians were, nor against Acre one had fought, nor trafficked in the Soldan's land, he his great charge nor sacred ministry in himself, reverenced, nor in me that cord, which us to mark with leanness whom it girded. As in Socrate, Constantine besought to cure his leprosy Sylvester's aid, so me to cure the fever of his pride this man besought, my counsel to that end he asked, and I was silent, for his words seemed drunken, but forthwith he thus resumed, from thy heart banish fear, of all offence I hitherto absolve thee. In return, teach me my purpose so to execute, that penestrino cumber earth no more. Heaven, as thou knowest, I have power to shut and open, and the keys are therefore twain, the which my predecessor meanly prized. Then, yielding to the forceful arguments of silence as more perilous I deemed, and answered, Father, since thou washest me clear of that guilt wherein I now must fall, large promise with performance scant, be sure, shall make thee triumph in thy lofty seat. When I was numbered with the dead, then came Saint Francis for me, but a cherub dark he met, who cried, Wrong me not, he is mine, and must below to join the wretched crew, for the deceitful counsel which he gave. Ere since I watched him, hovering at his hair, no power can the impenitent absolve, nor to repent and will at once consist, by contradiction absolute forbid. O Miss R.Y. How I shook myself, when he seized me, and cried, Thou haply thoughtest me not a disputant in logic so exact. To my nose down he bore me, and the judge twinned 8 times round his callous back the tail, which biting with excess of rage, he spake, This is a guilty soul, that in the fire must vanish. Hence perdition doomed I rove a prey to rankling sorrow in this garb. When he had thus fulfilled his words, the flame in dolor parted, beating to and fro, and writhing its sharp horn. We onward went, I and my leader, up along the rock, far as another arch, that overhangs the fosse, wherein the penalty is paid of those, who load them with committed sin. Cantoxxate who, in words unfettered, might at full tell of the wounds and blood that now I saw, though he repeated oft the tale. No tongue so vast a theme could equal, speech and thought both impotent alike. If in one band collected, stood the people all, who poured on Apulia's happy soil their blood, slain by the Trojans, and in that long war when of the rings the measured booty made a pile so high, as Rome's historian writes who errs not, with the multitude, that felt the grinding force of Guiscard's Norman steel, and those the rest, whose bones are gathered yet at Separano, there where treachery branded Apulian name, or where beyond thy walls, O Tagliacozzo, without arms the old Alado conquered, and his limbs one were to show transpiac another his clean lopped away. A spectacle like this were but a thing of naught, to the hideous sight of the ninth chasm. A rundlet, that hath lost its middle or side stave, gapes not so wide, as one eye marked, torn from the chin throughout down to the hinder passage, twixt the legs dangling his entrails hung, the midriff lay open to view, and wretched ventricle, that turns in glutted aliment to dross. Whilst eagerly I fix on him my gaze, he adie me, with his hands laid his breast bare, and cried, Now mark how I do rip me, lo! How is Mohammed mangled? Before me walks Ali weeping, from the chin his face cleft to the forelock, and the others all whom here thou seest, while they lived did sow scandal and schism, and therefore thus are rent. A fiend is here behind, who with his sword hacks us thus cruelly, slivering again each of this ream, when we have compassed round the dismal way, for first our gashes close ere we repass before him. But say who art thou, that standest musing on the rock, haply so lingering to delay the pain sentenced upon thy crimes? Him death not yet my guide rejoined Athovatain, nor sin conducts to torment, but, that he may make full trial of your state, I who am dead must through the depths of hell, from orb to orb, conduct him. Trust my words, for they are true. More than 100 spirits, when that they heard, stood in the fosse to mark me, through amazed, forgetful of their pangs. Thou, who perchance shalt shortly view the sun, this warning thou bear to Dolino, bid him, if he wish not here soon to follow me, that with good store of food he arm him, lest imprisoning snows yield him a victim to Novara's power, no easy conquest else. With foot upraised forestepping, spake Mohammed, on the ground then fixed it to depart. Another shade, pierced in the throat, his nostrils mutilate from beneath the eyebrows, and one ear lopped off, who with the rest through wonder stood gazing, before the rest advanced and barred his windpipe, that without was all o'er smeared with crimson stain. O thou, said he, whom sin condemns not, and whom erst, unless too near resemblance do deceive me, I aloft have seen on Latian ground, call thou to mind Piero of Messina, if again returning, thou beholdest the pleasant land that from Vercelli slopes to Mercabo, and there instruct the twain, whom Fano boasts her worthiest sons, Guido and Angelo, that if 'tis given us here to scan aright the future, they out of life's tenement shall be cast forth, and whelmed under the waves near to Cattolica, through perfidy of a fell tyrant. Twixt the Cyprian Isle and Balearic, ne'er hath Neptune seen an injury so foul, by pirates done or Argive crew of old. That one traitor, whose realm there is a spirit here were fain his eye had still lacked sight of, them shall bring to conference with him, then so shape his end, that they shall need not gainst foe Cara's wind off or up vow nor prayer. I answering thus, declare, as thou dost wish that I above may carry tidings of thee, who is he, in whom that sight doth wake such sad remembrance. Forthwith he laid his hand on the cheekbone of one, his fellow spirit, and his jaws expanding, cried, Lo, this is he I wot of, he speaks not for himself, the outcast this who overwhelmed the doubt in Caesar's mind, affirming that delay to men property was ever harmful. Oh, how terrified Methout was Curio, from whose throat was cut the tongue, which spake that hardy word. Then one maimed of each hand, uplifted in the gloom the bleeding stumps, that they with gory spots sullied his face, and cried, Remember thee of Masker, too, I who, alas, exclaimed he, the deed once done there is an end that proved a seed of sorrow to the Tuscan race. I added, and death to thine own tribe. Whence heaping woe on woe he hurried off, as one grief stung to madness. But I there still lingered to behold the troop, and saw things, such as I may fear without more proof to tell of, but that conscience makes me firm, the boon companion, who her strong breastplate buckles on him, that feels no guilt within and bids him on and fear not. Without doubt I saw, and yet it seems to pass before me, a headless trunk, that even as the rest of the sad flock packed onward. By the hair it bore the severed member, lantern-wise pendant in hand, which looked at us and said, Woe's me. The spirit lighted thus himself, and two there were in one, and one in two. How that may be he knows who ordereth so. When at the bridge's foot direct he stood, his arm aloft he reared, thrusting the head full in our view, that nearer we might hear the words, which thus it uttered, Now behold this grievous torment, thou, who breathing goest to spy the dead, behold if any else be terrible as this. And that on earth thou mayst bear tidings of me, know that I am Bertrand, he of Bourne, who gave King John the counsel mischievous. Father and son I set at mutual war. For Absalom and David more did not Ahithophel, spurring them on maliciously to strife. For parting those so closely knit, my brain parted, alas! I carry from its source, that in this trunk inhabits. Thus the law of retribution fiercely works in me. Canto 6. So were mine eyes inebriate with view of the vast multitude, whom various wounds disfigured, that they longed to stay and weep. But Virgil rested me, what yet gazest on? Wherefore doth fasten yet thy sight below among the maimed and miserable shades? Thou'st not shewn in any chasm beside this weakness. No, if thou wouldst number them that 22 miles the valley winds its circuit, and already is the moon beneath our feet, the time permitted now is short, and more not seen remains to see. If thou I straight replied, hadst weighed the cause for which I looked, thou hadst perchance excused the tarrying still. My leader part pursued his way, the while I followed, answering him, and adding thus, within that cave I deem, whereon so fixedly I held my ken, there is a spirit dwells, one of my blood, wailing the crime that costs him now so dear. Then spake my master, let thy soul no more afflict itself for him. Direct elsewhere its thought, and leave him. At the bridge's foot I marked how he did point with menacing look at thee, and heard him by the others named Jerry of Bellow. Thou so wholly then wert busied with his spirit, who once rolled the towers of Hout Fort, that thou lookedst not that way, ere he was gone. O guide beloved! His violent death yet unavenged, said I, by any, who are partners in his shame, made him contemptuous, therefore, as I think, he passed me speechless by, and doing so hath made me more compassionate his fate. So we discoursed to where the rock first showed the other valley, had more light been there, to the lowest depth. Soon as we came o'er the last cloister in the dismal rounds of Malabulge, and the brotherhood were to our view exposed, then many a dart of sore lament assailed me, headed all with points of thrilling pity, that I closed both ears against the volley with mine hands. As were the torment, if each lazar house of Valdigiana, in the sultry time twixt July and September, with the Isle Sardinia and Maremma's pestilent fen, had heaped their maladies all in one fosse together, such was here the torment, dire the stench, as issuing steams from festered limbs. We on the utmost shore of the long rock descended still to leftward. Then my sight was livelier to explore the depth, wherein the minister of the most mighty Lord, all-searching justice, dooms to punishment the forgers noted on her dread record. More rueful was it not, methinks, to see the nation in Aegina droop, what time each living thing, to the little worm, all fell, so full of malice was the air, and afterward, as bards of yore have told, the ancient people were wrested anew from seed of emmets, than was here to see the spirits, that languished through the murky vale uphill on many a stack. Confessed they lay, one o'er the belly, o'er the shoulders one rolled of another, sidling crawled a third along the dismal pathway. Step by step we journeyed on, in silence looking round and listening those diseased who strove in vain to lift their forms. Then too I marked that sat propped against each other, as two brazen pans set to retain the heat. From head to foot, a tetter barked them round. Nor saw I a groom currying so fast, for whom his lord impatient waited, or himself perchance turred with long watching, as of these each one plied quickly his keen nails, through furiousness of ne'er abated pruriency. The crust came drawn from underneath in flakes, like scales scrapped from the bream or fish of broader mail. O thou, who with thy fingers rendest off thy coat of proof, thus spake my guide to one, and sometimes makest tearing pincers of them, tell me if any born of Latian land be among these within, so may thy nails serve thee for everlasting to this toil. Both are of Latium, weeping he replied, whom tortured thus thou seest, but who art thou that hast inquired of us? To whom my guide, one that descend with this man, who yet lives, from rock to rock, and show him hell's abyss. Then started they asunder, and each turned trembling toward us, with the rest, whose ear those words redounding struck. To me my liege addressed him, speak to them, waiter thou list. And I therewith began, so may no time filch your remembrance from the thoughts of men in th upper world, but after many suns survive it, as ye tell me, who ye are, and of what race ye come. Your punishment, unseemly and disgustful in its kind, deter you not from opening thus much to me. Aret so was my dwelling, answered one, and me Albo of Siena brought to die by fire, but that, for which I died, leads me not here. True is in sport I told him, that I had learned to wing my flight in air. And he admiring much, as he was void of wisdom, willed me to declare to him the secret of mine art, and only hence, because I made him not a Daedalus, prevailed he on one suppose his sire to burn me. But my nose to this chasm last of the 10, for that I practiced alchemy on earth, has doomed me. Him no subterfuge eludes. Then to the bard I spake, was ever race light as Siena's? Sure not France herself can show a tribe so frivolous and vain. The other leprous spirit heard my words, and thus returned he, be stricken from this charge exempted, he who knew so temperately to lay out fortune's gifts, and Niccolo who first the spices costly luxury discovered in that garden, where such seed roots deepest in the soil, and be that troop exempted, with whom Caccia of Asciano lavished his vineyards and wide-spreading woods, and his rare wisdom of Bagliato showed a spectacle for all. That thou mayst know who seconds thee against the Sienese thus gladly, bend this way thy sharpened sight, that well my face may answer to thy ken, so shalt thou see I am Capocchio's ghost, who forged transmuted metals by the power of alchemy, and if I scan thee right, thus needs must well remember how I aped creative nature by my subtle art. Canto XXX. What time resentment burned in Juno's breast for seeml against the Theban blood, as more than once in dire mischance was rude, such fatal frenzy seized on Athamas, that he his spouse beholding with a babe laden on either arm, spread out he cried, the meshes, that I take the lioness and the young lions at the pass. Then forth stretched he his merciless talons, grasping one helpless innocent, Lycus named, whom swinging down he dashed upon a rock, and with her other burden self-destroyed the hapless mother plunged, and when the pride of all presuming Troy fell from its height, by fortune overwhelmed and the old king with his realm perished then did he Cuba, a wretch forlorn and captive, when she saw Polyxena first slaughtered and her son, her Polydorus, on the wild sea beach next met the mournous view, then reft of sense did she run barking even as a dog, such mighty power had grief to wrench her soul. Bet ne'er the Furies or of Thebes or Troy with such fell cruelty were seen, their goads infixing in the limbs of man or beast, as now too pale and naked ghost I saw that gnawing wildly scampered, like the swine excluded from his sty. One reached Capocchio, and in the neck joint sticking deep his fangs, dragged him, that o'er the solid pavement rubbed his belly stretched out prone. The other shape, he of Arezzo, there left trembling, spake, that sprite of Ares cheeky, in like mood of random mischief vent he still his spite. To whom I answering, oh, as thou dost hope, the other may not flesh its jaws on thee, be patient to inform us, who it is, ere it speed hence. That is the ancient soul of wretched Maha, he replied, who burned with most unholy flame for her own sire, and a false shape assuming, so performed the deed of sin, as the other there, that onward passes, dard to counterfeit Donate's features, to feign testament the seal affixing, that himself might gain, for his own share, the lady of the herd. When vanished the two furious shades, on whom mine eye was held, I turned it back to view the other cursed spirits. One I saw in fashion like a lute, had but the groin been severed where it meets the forked part, swole dropsy, disproportioning the limbs with ill-converted moisture, that the paunch suits not the visage, opened wide his lips gasping as in the hectic man for drought, one towards the chin, the other upward curled. O ye, who in this world of misery, wherefore I know not, are exempt from pain, thus he began, attentively regard Adamo's woe. When living, full supply ne'er lacked me of what most I coveted, one drop of water now, alas, I crave. The rills, that glitter down the grassy slopes of Casentino, making fresh and soft the banks whereby they glide to Arno's stream, stand ever in my view, and not in vain, for more the pictured semblance dries me up, much more than the disease, which makes the flesh desert these shriveled cheeks. So from the place, where I transgressed, stern justice urging me, takes means to quicken more my laboring sighs. There is Romana, where I falsified the metal with the Baptist's form impressed, for which on earth I left my body burnt. But if I here might see the sorrowing soul of Guido, Alessandro, or their brother, for Branda's limpid spring I would not change the welcome sight. One is now within, if truly the mad spirits tell, that round are wandering. But wherein besteads me that my limbs are fettered? Were I but so light, that I each 100 years might move 1 inch, I had set forth already on this path, seeking him out amidst the shapeless crew, although 11 miles it wind, not more than half of one across. They brought me down among this tribe, inducted by them I stamped the florins with 3 carats of alloy. Who are that abject pair I next inquired, that closely bounding thee upon thy right lie smoking, like a band in winter steeped in the chill stream? When to this gulf I dropped he answered, here I found them, since that hour they have not turned, nor ever shall, I ween, till time hath run his course. One is that dame the false accuser of the Hebrew youth, Sinon the other, that false Greek from Troy. Sharp fever drains the reeky moistness out, in such a cloud upsteamed. When that he heard, one, Galdi perchance to be so darkly named, with clenched hand smote him on the braced paunch, that like a drum resounded, but forthwith Adamo smote him on the face, the blow returning with his arm, that seemed as hard. Though my weighty limbs have ta'en from me the power to move, said he, I have an arm at liberty for such employ. To whom was answered, when thou wentest to the fire, thou hadst it not so ready at command, then readier when it coined impostor gold. And thus the drop sighed, now speakest thou true. But there thou gavest not such true testimony, when thou wast questioned of the truth, at Troy. If I spake false, thou falsely stamped the coin, said Sinon, I am here but for one fault, and thou for more than any imp beside. Remember, he replied, O perjured one, the horse remember, that did teem with death, and all the world be witness to thy guilt. To thine returned the Greek, witness the thirst whence thy tongue cracks, witness the fluid mound, reared by thy belly up before thine eyes, a mass corrupt. To whom the coiner thus, thy mouth gapes wide as ever to let pass its evil saying. Me if thirst assails, yet I am stuffed with moisture. Thou art parched, pains rack thy head, no urging wouldst thou need to make thee lap Narcissus mirror up. I was all fixed to listen, when my guide admonished now beware, a little more. And I do quarrel with thee. I perceived how angrily he spake, and towards him turned with shame so poignant, as remembered yet confounds me. As a man that dreams of harm befallen him, dreaming wishes it a dream, and that which is, desires as if it were not, such then was I, who wanting power to speak wished to excuse myself, and all the while excused me, though unweeting that I did. More grievous fault than thine has been, less shame my master cried, might expiate. Therefore cast all sorrow from thy soul, and if again chance bring thee, where like conference is held, think I am ever at thy side. To hear such wrangling is a joy for vulgar minds. Canto XXXI. The very tongue, whose keen reproof before had wounded me, that I the cheek was stained, now ministered my cure. So have I heard, Achilles and his father's javelin caused pain first, and then the boon of health rested. Turning our back upon the vale of woe, W crossed DTH encircled mound in silence. There was twilight dim, that far long the gloom mine eye advanced not, but I heard a horn sounded aloud. The peal it blew had made the thunder feeble. Following its course the adverse way, my strained eyes were bent on that one spot. So terrible a blast Orlando blew not, when that dismal rout o'erthrew the host of Charlemagne, and quenched his saintly warfare. Thitherward not long my head was rayed, when many lofty towers methought I spied. Master, said I, what land is this? He answered straight, too long a space of intervening darkness has thine eye to traverse, thou hast therefore widely erred in thy imagining. Thither arrived thou well shalt see, how distance can delude the sense. A little therefore urge thee on. Then tenderly he caught me by the hand, yet no, said he, ere farther we advance, that it less strange may seem, these are not towers, but giants. In the pit they stand immersed, each from his navel downward, round the bank. As when a fog disperseth gradually, our vision traces what the mist involves condensed in air, so piercing through the gross and gloomy atmosphere, as more and more we neared toward the brink, mine error fled, and fear came o'er me. As with circling round of turrets, Monteregion crowns his walls, thus the shore, encompassing th abyss, was turreted with giants, half their length uprearing, horrible, whom Jove from heaven yet threatens, when his muttering thunder rolls. Of one already I descried the face, shoulders, and breast, and of the belly huge great part, and both arms down along his ribs. All teeming nature, when her plastic hand left framing of these monsters, did display past doubt her wisdom, taking from mad war such slaves to do his bidding, and if she repent her not of th elephant and whale, who ponders well confesses her therein wiser and more discreet, for when brute force and evil will are backed with subtlety, resistance none avails. His visage seemed in length and bulk, as doth the pine, that tops St. Peter's Roman fane, and th other bones of like proportion, so that from above the bank, which girdled him below, such height arose his stature, that 3 Frieslanders had striven in vain to reach but to his hair. Full 30 ample palms was he exposed downward, from whence a man his garments loops. Raphael by Amith say be all me, so shouted his fierce lips, which sweeter hymns became not, and my guide addressed him thus: O senseless spirit, let thy horn for thee interpret, therewith vent thy rage, if rage or other passion wring thee. Search thy neck, there shalt thou find the belt that binds it on. Wild spirit, lo, upon thy mighty breast where hangs the baldric. Then to me he spake, he doth accuse himself. Nimrod is this, through whose ill counsel in the world no more one tongue prevails. But pass we on, nor waste our words, for so each language is to him, as his to others, understood by none. Then to the leftward turning sped we forth, and at a sling's throw found another shade far fiercer and more huge. I cannot say what master hand had girt him, but he held behind the right arm fettered, and before the other with a chain, that fastened him from the neck down, and 5 times round his form apparent met the wreathed links. This proud one would of his strength against Almighty Jove make trial, said my guide, whence he is thus requited, if Ilds him they call. Great was his prowess, when the giants brought fear on the gods, those arms, which then he piled, now moves he never. Forthwith I returned, fain would I, if 'twere possible, mine eyes of Briareus immeasurable gained experience next. He answered, thou shalt see not far from hence Antaeus, who both speaks and is unfettered, who shall place us there where guilt is at its depth. Far onward stands whom thou wouldst fain behold, in chains, and made like to this spirit, save that in his looks more fell he seems. By violent earthquake rock ne'er shook a toe, so reeling to its base, as if Ilds. More than ever then I dreaded death, nor than the terror more had needed, if I had not seen the cords that held him fast. We, straightway journeying on, came to Antaeus, who 5 ells complete without the head, forth issued from the cave. O thou, who in the fortunate vale, that made great Scipio heir of glory, when his sword drove back the troop of Hannibal in flight, who thence of old didst carry for thy spoil 100 lions, and if thou hadst fought in the high conflict on thy brethren's side, seems as men yet believed that through thine arm the sons of earth had conquered, now vouchsafe to place us down beneath, where numbing cold locks up Cocytus. Force not that we crave or Titius' help or Typhon's. Here is one can give what in this realm ye covet. Stoop therefore, nor scornfully distort thy lip. He in the upper world can yet bestow renown on thee, for he doth live, and looks for life yet longer, if before the time grace call him not unto herself. Thus spake the teacher. He in haste forth stretched his hands, and caught my guide. Alcides whilom felt that grapple straightened score. Soon as my guide had felt it, he bespake me thus: this way that I may clasp thee, then so caught me up, that we were both one burden. As appears the tower of Cary's ender, from beneath where it doth lean, if chance a passing cloud so sail across, that opposite it hangs, such then unto Ellis seemed, as at my knees I marked him stooping. I were fain at times to have passed another way. Yet in th abyss, that Lucifer with Judas lowing gulfs, I idly he placked us, nor their leaning stayed, but rose as in a bark the stately mast. Cantox ye could I command rough rhymes and horse, to suit that whole of sorrow, o'er whichever I rock his firm abutment rears, then might the vein of fancy rise full springing, but not mine such measures, and with faltering or I touch the mighty theme, for to describe the depth of all the universe, is no emprise to jest with, and demands a tongue not used to infant babbling. But let them assist my song, the tuneful maidens, by whose aid Amphion walled in Thebes, so with the truth my speech shall best accord. O ill-starred folk, beyond all others wretched, who abide in such a mansion, as scarce thought finds words to speak of, better had ye here on earth been flocks or mountain goats. As down we stood in the dark pit beneath the giants' feet, but lower far than they, and I did gaze still on the lofty battlement, a voice bespoke me thus, look how thou walkest. Take good heed, thy souls do tread not on the heads of thy poor brethren. Thereupon I turned, and saw before and underneath my feet a lake, whose frozen surface liker seemed to glass than water. Not so thick a veil in winter earth Austrian Danube spread o'er his still course, nor Tanais far remote under the chilling sky. Rolled o'er that mass had Tabernic or Pietrapana fallen, not in its rim had creaked. As peeps the frog croaking above the wave, what time in dreams the village gleaner oft pursues her toil, so, to where modest shame appears, thus low blue pinched and shrinned in ice the spirits stood, moving their teeth in shrill note like the stork. His face each downward held, their mouth the cold, their eyes expressed the dolour of their heart. A space I looked around, then at my feet saw two so strictly joined that of their head the very hairs were mingled. Tell me ye, whose bosoms thus together press, said I, who are ye? At that sound their necks they bent, and when their looks were lifted up to me, straightway their eyes, before all moist within, distilled upon their lips, and the frost bound the tears betwixt those orbs and held them there. Plank unto planketh never cramp closed up so stoutly. Whence like two enraged goats they clashed together, them such fury seized. And one, from whom the cold both ears had reft, exclaimed, still looking downward, why on us dost speculate so long? If thou wouldst know who are these two, the valley, whence his wave Bisonzio slopes, did for its master own their sire Alberto, and next him themselves. They from one body issued, and throughout Cana thou mayst search, nor find a shade more worthy in congealment to be fixed, not him, whose breast and shadow Arthur's land at that one blow deceived, not Focaccia, no not this spirit, whose o'er-jutting head obstructs my onward view, he bore the name of Mascarene. Tuscan if thou be, well knowest who he was, and to cut short all further question, in my form behold what once was commission. I await Carlino here my kinsman, whose deep guilt shall wash out mine. 1,000 visages then marked I, which the keen and eager cold had shaped into a doggish grin, whence creeps a shivering horror o'er me, at the thought of those frore or shallows. While we journeyed on toward the middle, at whose point unites all heavy substance, and I trembling went through that eternal chillness, I know not if will it were or destiny, or chance, but, passing midst the heads, my foot did strike with violent blow against the face of one. Wherefore dost bruise me, weeping, he exclaimed, unless thy errand be some fresh revenge for Montapertu, wherefore troublest me? I thus, instructor, now await me here, that I through him may rid me of my doubt. Thenceforth what haste thou wilt. The teacher paused, and to that shade I spake, who bitterly still cursed me in his wrath. What art thou, speak, that railest thus on others? He replied, now who art thou, that smiting others' cheeks through Antinora roamest, with such force as were past sufferance, wert thou living still? And I am living, to thy joy perchance, was my reply, if fame be dear to thee, that with the rest I may thy name enroll. The contrary of what I covet most, said he, thou tenderest, hence, nor vex me more. Ill knowest thou to flatter in this vale. Then seizing on his hinder scalp, I cried, name thee, or not a hair shall tarry here. Rend all away, he answered, yet for that I will not tell nor show thee who I am, though at my head thou pluck 1,000 times. Now I had grasped his tresses, and stripped off more than one tuft, he barking, with his eyes drawn in and downward, when another cried, what ails thee, Bocca? Sound not loud enough thy chattering teeth, but thou must bark outright. What devil rings thee? Now, said I, be dumb, accursed traitor, to thy shame of thee true tidings will I bear. Off he replied, tell what thou list, but as thou escape from hence to speak of him whose tongue hath been so glib, forget not, here he wails the Frenchman's gold. Him of Dura thou canst say, I mark where the starved sinners pine. If thou be asked what other shade was with them, at thy side is Beccaria, whose red gorge disdained the biting axe of Florence. Farther on, if I misdeem not, Soldaniri bides, with Gainean, and Tribaldalo, him who op fiends when the people slept. We now had left him, passing on our way, when I beheld 2 spirits by the ice pent in one hollow, that the head of one was cowl unto the other, and as bread is ravened up through hunger, uppermost did so apply his fangs to other's brain, where the spine joins it. Not more furiously on Menelaus' temples Tydeus nor than on that skull and on its garbage he. O thou who showest so beastly sign of hate gainst him thou prayest on, let me hear, said I, the cause, on such condition, that if right warrant thy grievance, knowing who ye are, and what the colour of his sinning was, I may repay thee in the world above, if that, wherewith I speak be moist so long. Canto XXXIII. His jaws uplifting from their fell repast, that sinner whipped them on the hair's head, which he behind had mangled, then began, thy will obeying, I call up a fresh sorrow past cure, which but to think of wrings my heart, or ere I tell on't. But if words, that I may utter, shall prove seed to bear fruit of eternal infamy to him, the traitor whom I gnaw at, thou at once shalt see me speak and weep. Who thou mayst be I know not, nor how here below art come, but Florentine thou seemest of a truth, when I do hear thee. Know I was on earth Count Ugolino, and Archbishop he Ruggieri. Why I neighbour him so close, now list. That through effect of his ill thoughts in him my trust reposing, I was ta'en and after murdered, need is not I tell. What therefore thou canst not have heard, that is, how cruel was the murder, shalt thou hear, and know if he have wronged me. A small grate within that mew, which for my sake the name of famine bears, where others yet must pine, already through its opening several moons had shown me, when I slept the evil sleep, that from the future tore the curtain off. This one, methought, as master of the sport, rode forth to chase the gaunt wolf and his whelps unto the mountain, which forbids the sight of lucre to the pison. With lean brachs inquisitive and keen, before him rang de Lanfranchi with Sismondi and Gualandi. After short course the father and the son seemed tardy and lagging, and methought I saw the sharp tusks gore their sides. When I awoke before the dawn, amid their sleep I heard my sons, for they were with me, weep and ask for bread. Right cruel art thou, if no pang thou feel at thinking what my heart foretold, and if not now, why use thy tears to flow? Now had they wakened, and the hour drew near when they were wont to bring us food, the mind of each misgave him through his dream, and I heard, at its outlet underneath locked up the horrible tower, whence uttering not a word I looked upon the visage of my sons. I wept not, so all stone I felt within. They wept, and one, my little Anselm, cried, Thou lookest so. Father, what ails thee? Yet I shed no tear, nor answered all that day nor the next night, until another sun came out upon the world. When a faint beam had to our doleful prison made its way, and in 4 countenances I descried the image of my own, on either hand through agony I bit, and they who thought I did it through desire of feeding, rose sudden, and cried, Father, we should grieve far less, if thou wouldst eat of us. Thou gavest these weeds of miserable flesh we wear, and do thou strip them off from us again. Then, not to make them sadder, I kept down my spirit in stillness. That day and the next we all were silent. Ah, obdurate earth! Why opened not upon us? When we came to the 4th day, then Guido at my feet outstretched did fling him, crying, Hast no help for me, my father? There he died, and plainly as thou seest me, saw I the 3 fall one by one twixt the 5th day and 6th, whence I betook me now grown blind to grope over them all, and for 3 days aloud called on them who were dead. Then fasting got the mastery of grief. Thus having spoke, once more upon the wretched skull his teeth he fastened, like a mastiff's gainst the bone firm and unyielding. O thou Pisa! Shame of all the people, who their dwelling make in that fair region, where Italian voice is heard, since that thy neighbours are so slack to punish, from their deep foundations rise Capra and Gorgona, and dam up the mouth of Arno, that each soul in thee may perish in the waters. What if fame reported that thy castles were betrayed by Ugolino, yet no right hadst thou to stretch his children on the rack. For them, Brigate, Ugakchen, and the pair of gentle ones, of whom my song hath told, their tender years, thou modern Thebes, did make uncapable of guilt. Onward we passed where others scarfed in rugged folds of ice not on their feet were turned but each reveres their very weeping suffers not to weep, for at their eyes grief-seeking passage finds impediment, and rolling inward turns for increase of sharp anguish. The first tears hang clustered and like crystal visors show, under the socket brimming all the cup. Now though the cold had from my face dislodged each feeling, as 'twere a callous, yet me seemed some breath of wind I felt. Whence cometh this, said I, my master? Is not here below all vapour quenched? Thou shalt be speedily, he answered, where thine eye shall tell thee whence the cause descrying of this airy shower. Then cried out one in the chill crust who mourned, O souls so cruel, that the farthest post hath been assigned you, from this face remove the hardened veil, that I may vent the grief impregnate at my heart, some little space ere it congeal again. I thus replied, say who thou wast, if thou wouldst have mine aid, and if I extricate thee not, far down as to the lowest ice may I descend. The friar Alberigo, answered he, am I, who from the evil garden plucked its fruitage, and am here repaid, the date more luscious for my fig. Ha! I exclaimed, art thou too dead? How in the world aloft it fareth with my body, answered he, I am right ignorant. Such privilegeth Ptolemy, that oft times the soul drops hither, ere by Atropo divorced, and that thou mayst wipe out more willingly the glazed tear drops that o'erlay mine eyes, know that the soul, that moment she betrays, as I did, yields her body to a fiend who after moves and governs it at will, till all its time be rounded, headlong she falls to this cistern. And perchance above doth yet appear the body of a ghost, who here behind me winters. Him thou knowest, if thou but newly art arrived below. The years are many that have passed away, since to this fastness Brancadoria came. Now answered I, methinks thou mockest me, for Brancadoria never yet hath died, but doth all natural functions of a man, eats, drinks, and sleeps, and putteth aiment on. He thus, not yet unto that upper fosse by evil talons guarded, where the pitch tenacious boils, had Michael's arch reached when this one left a demon in his stead in his own body, and of one his kin, who with him treachery wrought. But now put forth thy hand, and ope mine eyes. I ope them not. Ill manners were best courtesy to him. Argenos. Men perverse in every way, with every foulness stained, why from the earth are ye not cancelled? Such an one of yours I with Romagna's darkest spirit found, as for his doings even now in soul is in Cocytus plunged, and yet doth seem in body still alive upon the earth. Cantox, if the banners of hell's monarch do come forth towards us, therefore look, so spake my guide, if thou discern him. As, when breathes a cloud heavy and dense, or when the shades of night fall on our hemisphere, seems viewed from far a windmill, which the blast stirs briskly round, such was the fabric then methought I saw, to shield me from the wind, Forthwith I drew behind my guide, no covert else was there. Now came I, and with fear I bid my strain record the marvel, where the souls were all whelmed underneath, transparent, as through glass pellucid the frail stem. Some prone were laid, others stood upright, this upon the souls, that on his head, a third with face to feet arched like a bow. When to the point we came, whereat my guide was pleased that I should see the creature eminent in beauty once, he from before me stepped and made me pause. Lo, he exclaimed, lo this, and lo the place, where thou'st need to arm thy heart with strength. How frozen and how faint I then became, ask me not, reader. For I write it not, since words would fail to tell thee of my state. I was not dead nor living. Think thyself if quick conception work in thee at all, how I did feel. That emperor, who sways the realm of sorrow, at mid-breast from Thi stood forth, and I in stature am more like a giant, than the giants are in his arms. Mark now how great that whole must be, which suits with such a part. If he were beautiful as he is hideous now, and yet did dare to scowl upon his Maker, well from him may all our misarwhy flow. Oh what a sight! How passing strange it seemed when I did spy upon his head three faces, one in front of hue vermilion, other two with this midway each shoulder joined and at the crest, the right twixt wan and yellow seemed the left to look on, such as come from whence old Nile stoops to the lowlands. Under each shot forth two mighty wings, enormous as became a bird so vast. Sails never such I saw outstretched on the wide sea. No plumes had they, but were in texture like a bat, and these he flapped air, that from him issued still three winds, where with Cocytus to its depth was frozen. At 6 eyes he wept, the tears adown 3 chins distilled with bloody foam. At every mouth his teeth a sinner champ bruised as with ponderous engine, so that 3 were in this guise tormented. But far more than from that gnawing, was the foremost panged by the fierce rending, whence ofttimes the back was stripped of all its skin. That upper spirit, who hath worse punishment, so spake my guide, is Judas, he that hath his head within and plies the feet without. Of other two, whose heads are under, from the murky jaw who hangs, is Brutus, lo! How he doth writhe and speaks not. Other Cassius, that appears so large of limb. But night now reascends, and it is time for parting. All is seen. I clipped him round the neck, for so he bade, and noting time and place, he, when the wings enough were oped, caught fast the shaggy sides, and down from pile to pile descending stepped between the thick fell and the jagged ice. Soon as he reached the point, whereat the thigh upon the swelling of the haunches turns, my leader there with pain and struggling hard turned round his head, where his feet stood before, and grappled at the fell, as one who mounts, that into helmet out we turned again. Expect that by such stairs as these thus spake the teacher, panting like a man forspent, we must depart from evil so extreme. Then at a rocky opening issued forth, and placked me on a brink to sit, next joined with wary step my side. I rayed mine eyes, believing that Lucifer should see where he was lately left, but saw him now with legs held upward. Let the grosser sort, who see not what the point was I had passed bethink them if sore toil oppressed me then. Arise, my master cried, upon thy feet. The way is long, and much uncouth the road, and now within 1 hour and half of noon the sun returns. It was no palace hall lofty and luminous wherein we stood, but natural dungeon where ill footing was and scant supply of light. Ere from th abyss I see prayed thus when risen I began, my guide, vouchsafe few words to set me free from error's thraldom. Where is now the ice? How standeth he in posture thus reversed? And how from eve to morn in space so briefeth the sun made his transit? He in few thus answering spake, Thou deemest thou art still on th other side the centre, where I grasped th abhorred worm, that boreth through the world. Thou wast on th other side, so long as I descended, when I turned thou didst o'erpass that point, to which from ever part is dragged all heavy substance. Thou art now arrived under the hemisphere opposed to that, which the great continent doth overspread, and underneath whose canopy expurred the man, that was born sinless, and so lived Thy feet are planted on the smallest sphere, whose other aspect is Judica. Morn here rises, when their evening sets, and he, whose shaggy pile was skaldy, yet standeth fixed as at the first. On this part he fell down from heaven, and th earth, here prominent before, through fear of him did veil her with the sea, and to our hemisphere returned. Perchance to shun him was the vacant space left here by what of firm land on this side appears, that sprang aloof. There is a place beneath, from Beelzebub as distant, as extends the vaulted tomb, discovered not by sight, but by the sound of brooklet, that descends this way along the hollow of a rock, which, as it winds with no precipitous course, the waveth eaten. By that hidden way my guide and I did enter, to return to the fair world, and heedless of repose we climbed, he first, I following his steps, till on our view the beautiful lights of heaven dawn, through a circular opening in the cave, thus issuing we again beheld the stars. Notes to Hell Canto I verse 1. In the midway dot. That the era of the poem is intended by these words to be fixed to the 35th year of the poet's age, AD 1300, will appear more plainly in Canto XXI, where that date is explicitly marked. V16. That planets beam dot. The sun. V29. The hinder foot dot. It is to be remembered, that in ascending a hill the weight of the body rests on the hinder foot. V30. A panther dot. Pleasure or luxury. V36. With those stars dot. The sun was in Aries, in which sign he supposes it to have begun its course at the creation. V43. A lion dot. Pride or ambition. V45. A she-wolf dot. Avarice. V56. Where the sun in silence rests dot. Hence Milton appears to have taken his idea in the Samson Agonists. The sun to me is dark and silent as the moon, and see the same metaphor will recur, Canto VV 29. Into a place I came where light was silent all. V 65. When the power of Julius. This is explained by the commentators to mean although it was rather late with respect to my birth before Julius Caesar assumed the supreme authority, and made himself perpetual dictator. V 98. That greyhound. This passage is intended as an eulogium on the liberal spirit of his Veronese patron Can Grande della Scala. V 102. Twistai the Feltro. Verona, the country of Can della Scala, is situated between Feltro, a city in the Marca Trevigiana, and Montefeltro, a city in the territory of Urbino. V 103. Italia's plains. Umile Italia from Virgil, in Lib. 3 522. Humilem Vidamus Italium. V 115. Content in fire. The spirits in purgatory. V 118. A spirit worthier. Beatrice, who conducts the poet through paradise. V 130. Saint Peter's Gate. The gate of purgatory, which the poet feigns to be guarded by an angel placed on that station by Saint Peter. Canto 2 V 1. Now was the day. A compendium of Virgil's description in Lib. 4 522. Nox erat, and see compare Apollonius Rhodius, Lib. 3. 744, and Lib. 4 1058 v 8. O mind. O thought that right all that I met, and in the tessary it set of my brain, now shall men see if any virtue in thee be. Chaucer. Temple of Fame, B2. V. 18 v 14. Silvius Sire. Ines. V 30. The chosen vessel. Saint Paul, Acts, c9. V 15. But the Lord said unto him, Go thy way, for he is a chosen vessel unto me. V 46. Thy soul. El anima tua the viltatifsa. So in Burney, all in. Lib. 3 Cist 53. Sel alma avatufsa the viltate. V 64. Who rest suspended. The spirits in limbo, neither admitted to a state of glory nor doomed to punishment. V 61. A friend not of my fortune, but myself. Esse non fortunae sed hominibus soler esse amicum. Corneliui nepotis attici vitae, c9. V 78. Whatever is contained. Every other thing comprised within the lunar heaven, which, being the lowest of all, has the smallest circle. V 93. A blessed Dame. The Divine Mercy. V 97. Lucia. The enlightening grace of heaven. V 124. Three maids. the Divine Mercy, Lucia, and Beatrice. v. 127. As Flores. This simile is well translated by Chaucer, but right as flowers through the cold of night closed, stoopen in her stalks low, redressen hemage in the sun bright, and spidden in her kindy course by row, and see Troilus and Caside, b.2. It has been imitated by many others, among whom see Burney, all. In Tib. 1c12. St 86. Marino, Adone, c17. St 63. And saw Donna Vestita di Nero and Spencer's Fara e Queen, b.4. c12. St 34. And b6 c2. St 35. Canto 3 v5. Power divine supremest wisdom, and primeval love. The three persons of the blessed Trinity. v9. All hope abandoned. Lasciate ogni speranza voi ch entrate. So Burney, all. In Lib. IC8. St 53. Lascia per della vita ogni speranza. v 29. Like to the sand. Unnumbered as the sands of Barca or Siren's torrid soil levied to side with warring winds, and poise their lighter wings. Milton, pl. 2. 908 v 40. Lest th accursed tribe. Lest the rebellious angels should exult at seeing those who were neutral and therefore less guilty, condemned to the same punishment with themselves. v 50. A flag. All the grisly legions that troop under the sooty flag of Icheron Milton. Comus. v 56. Who to base fear yielding, abjured his high estate. This is commonly understood of Celestine V, who abdicated the papal power in 1294. Venturi mentions a work written by Innocenzio Barcellini, of the Celestine order, and printed in Milan in 1701, in which an attempt is made to put a different interpretation on this passage. v 70. Through the blear light. Lo fico lum so filicaja, cans. 6 st 12. Quil fico lum. v 77. An old man. Portita hos horrendus aquasit flumina servat terribili squalor aceren, qui plori memento canatis in culta jacet, stunt lumina flamma. Verg. 7 in Tib. 6-2. v 82. In fierce heat and in ice. The delighted spirit to bathe in fiery floods or to reside in thrilling regions of thick-ribbed ice. Shakespeare. Measure for measure, A3.S.1. Compare Milton, PLB 2. 600 v 92. The livid lake. Verda livida. Verg. In Tib. 6 320 totius ut lacus putideic palladis lividissima, maximicist profunda vorigo. Catullus. 1810. v 102. with eyes of burning coal. His looks were dreadful, and his fiery eyes like two great beacons glared bright and wide. Spencer. FQB 6. C7.st. 42 v 104. As fall off the light of autumnal leaves. Quam multa in sylvis autumnal frigor primo lapsa cadunt folia. Verg. In. Lib. 6 309 Compare Paul. Road. Lib. 4 214. Canto 4 v8. A thunderous sound. Imitated, as Mr. Thayer has remarked, by Milton, PLB 8. 242. But long ere our approaching heard noise, other than the sound of dance or song torment, and loud lament, and furious rage. V50. A puissant one. Our Saviour. V75. Honor the bard sublime. Honorate l'altissimo poeta. So Giabrera, cans. Eroic. 32. Honorando l'altissimo poeta. V79. Of semblance neither sorrowful nor glad. She nars to sober any to glad. Chaucer's Dream. V90. The monarch of sublimest song. Homer. V100. Fitter left untold. Che el tesorir e bello, so our poet, in canzone 14. La vidi in parti che el tesorir e bello, Ruxelli, la API, 789. Cha dia e brutto ed tassilo e bello and bembo, vi pu e bello e il tassel, che il favolan. Glee. A soul. Lib. 1 v 117. Electra. The daughter of Atlas, and mother of Dardanus the founder of Troy. See Verg. In. B8. 134 as referred to by Dante in Treatise de Monarchia Lib. 2 Electra, Silicete, Nata Magninum Bris Regis Atlantis, ut de ambobus testimonium reddit poeta noster in octavo ubi inis ad evandram sic 8 Dardanus Iliassi and CV 125. Julia. The daughter of Julius Caesar, and wife of Pompey. V 126. The Soldan fierce. Saladin or Salahedin, the rival of Richard Coeur de Lion. C. D. Herbelot, Bibel. Orient. And Knowles's Hist. Of the Turks p. 57-73 and the Life of Saladin, by Bohaeddin ibn Shaddad, published by Albert Skultens, with a Latin translation. He is introduced by Petrarch in the Triumph of Fame, c2 v 128. The master of the sapient throng. Maestro di Colore Sano. Aristotle, Petrarch assigns the first place to Plato. See Triumph of Fame, c3. Pulci, in his Morgant Maggiore, c18. Says, tu esi il maestro di Colore Sano. V 132. Democritus who sets the world at chance. Democritus, who maintained the world to have been formed by the fortuitous concourse of atoms. v. 140. Avicen. C.D. Herbelot Bibel. Orient. Article Sina. He died in 1050. Pulsi here again imitates our poet, Avicen acul che il sentimento in tes di Aristotile segreti, averrois che fis il gran commento. Morg. Mag. CXXV. v. 140. Him who made that commentary vast, Averroes. Averroes, called by the Arabians Rosht, translated and commented the works of Aristotle. According to Tirabaschi, Storia della Let. Ital. TV 1. 2c2. Sect. 4. He was the source of modern philosophical impiety. The critic quotes some passages from Petrarch, Senile. 1 VEP. 3 It. Oppa. V2. p. 1143, to show how strongly such sentiments prevailed in the time of that poet, by whom they were held in horror and detestation. He adds, that this fanatic admirer of Aristotle translated his writings with that felicity, which might be expected from one who did not know a syllable of Greek, and who was therefore compelled to avail himself of the unfaithful Arabic versions. D. Herbelot, on the other hand, informs us that Averroes was the first who translated Aristotle from Greek into Arabic, before the Jews had made their translation, and that we had for a long time no other text of Aristotle, except that of the Latin translation, which was made from this Arabic version of this great philosopher, Averroes, who afterwards added to it a very ample commentary, of which Thomas Aquinas, and the other scholastic writers, availed themselves, before the Greek originals of Aristotle and his commentators were known to us in Europe. According to D. Herbelot, he died in 1198, but Tirabaschi places that event about 1206. Canto VV 5. Grinning with ghastly feature. Hence Milton, death grin d horrible a ghastly smile. PLB 2. 845 v 46. As cranes. This simile is imitated by Lorenzo de' Medici, in his Ambra, a poem, first published by Mr. Roscoe, in the appendix to his Life of Lorenzo. Marking the tracts of air, the clamorous cranes wheel their due flight in varied ranks descried, and each with outstretched neck his rank maintains in martial order through th ethereal void. Roscoe, VICVP 257. 4 to edit. Compare Homer. Il 3. 3 Virgil. Aeneid. 1x 264, and Ruxelli, l'Api, 942, and Dante's Purgatory, Canto Xiv. 63 v 96. The Land. Ravenna. v 99 Love, that in gentle heart is quickly learned. Amor, chl cor gentle ratto es apprendi. A line taken by Marino, Adone, C. Kxley. St 251. V 102. Love, that denial takes from none beloved. Amor, ch null amato amapadana. So Boccaccio, in his Filocopo. L.1 Amore mal non perdono l'amore annullo amato. And Pulsi, in the Morgant Maggiore, c4. E perch amor mal volontia perdona, che non sia al fin sempre amato chi ama. Indeed, many of the Italian poets have repeated this verse. V 105. Cana. The place to which murderers are doomed. V 113. Francesca. Francesca, daughter of Guido the Polenta, Lord of Ravenna, was given by her father in marriage to Lanciotto, son of Malatesta, Lord of Rimini, a man of extraordinary courage, but deformed in his person. His brother Paolo, who unhappily possessed those graces which the husband of Francesca wanted, engaged her affections, and being taken in adultery, they were both put to death by the enraged Lanciotto. See notes to Canto XI. V 43. The whole of this passage is alluded to by Petrarch, in his Triumph of Love c3. V 118. No greater grief than to remember days of joy when miss our is at hand. Imitated by Marino, che non ha doglia il misero maggiore che ricorda la gioia entro il dolor. Adone, c 14. St 100. And by Fortigera, rimembrar il ben perduto fapu mescino lo present stato. Ricciardetto, c 11. St 83. The original perhaps was in Betius de Console. Philosoph. In omni adversitate fortunae infelicissimum genesist infortunii fuis felicem it non es. 1-2. PR 4 v 124. Lancelot. One of the knights of the Round Table, and the lover of Ginevra, or Ginevra, celebrated in romance. The incident alluded to seems to have made a strong impression on the imagination of Dante, who introduces it again, less happily, in the Paradise, Canto 16. V 128. At one point. Questo quel punto fu, che sol mi vince. Tasso, Il Torrismondo, AIS 3. V 136. And like a corpse fell to the ground, e cadai, cum corpo morto cade. So pulsi, e cad cum morto in terra cade. Morgant Maggiore, seeks ye Canto 6 v 1. My sense reviving. Al tornare della mente, che psychias dinanzi alla pietada duo cognati. Burney has made a sportive application of these lines, in his All in L3 C8 St1 V21. That great worm. So in Canto XV Lucifer is called th abhorred worm, that boreth through the world. Ariosto has imitated Dante, chl gran verm infernal meet la briglia, eche di lui come lei par dispone. All. For. Seek Sylvie. St 76. V 52. Cieco. So called from his inordinate appetite, cieco, in Italian, signifying a pig. The real name of this glutton has not been transmitted to us. He is introduced in Borchiccio's Decameron, John 9 November 8. v. 61. The divided city. The city of Florence, divided into the Bianchi and Neri factions. v. 65. The wild party from the woods. So called, because it was headed by Veri de Cerchi, whose family had lately come into the city from Accone, and the woody country of the Val di Aineval. v. 66. The other. The opposite parts of the Neri, at the head of which was Corso Donati. v. 67. This must fall. The Bianchi. v. 69. Of one, who under Sean now rests. Charles of Valois, by whose means the Neri were replaced. v. 73. The just are two in number. Who these two were, the commentators are not agreed. v. 79. Of Farinata and Tegghiaio. See Canto X and Notes, and Canto 16, and Notes. v. 80. Giacopo. Giacopo Rusticucci. See Canto 16, and Notes. v. 81. Arrigo, Masca. Of Arrigo, who is said by the commentators to have been of the noble family of the Fifanti, no mention afterwards occurs. Masca degli Uberti is introduced in Canto X8. v. 108. Consult thy knowledge. We are referred to the following passage in St. Augustine: Cum fit resurrectio carnis, it bonorum gadia it malorum tormenta majora erunt. At the resurrection of the flesh, both the happiness of the good and the torments of the wicked will be increased. Canto 7 v. 1. Army. O Satan! Satan! Pape Satan, Pape Satan, Alep. Pape is said by the commentators to be the same as the Latin word papi. Strange. Of Alep they do not give a more satisfactory account. See the Life of Benvenuto Cellini, translated by Dr. Nugent, v. 2. B3 C7. p. 113, where he mentions having heard the words Pei, Pei, Satan, Alice, Pei, in the court of justice at Paris. I recollected what Dante said, when he with his master Virgil entered the gates of hell, for Dante, and Giotto the painter, were together in France, and visited Paris with particular attention, where the court of justice may be considered as hell. Hence it is that Dante, who was likewise perfect master of the French, made use of that expression, and I have often been surprised that it was never understood in that sense. v. 12. The first adulterer proud. Satan. v. 22. En as a billow. As when two billows in the Irish zones forcibly driven with contrary tides do meet together, each aback rebounds with roaring rage, and dashing on all sides, that filleth all the sea with foam, divides the doubtful current into divers waves. Spenser, FQB4 C1 ST42 V48 Popes and Cardinals. Ariosto, having personified avarice as a strange and hideous monster, says of her, Peggio face nella Romana corte via via uxi cardinali e papai. All. For. Sixv. St32. Worse did she in the court of Rome, for there she had slain popes and cardinals. V91. By necessity. This sentiment called forth the reprehension of Secco di Ascoli, in his Acerba, L1. Ci. In Cio peccasti, O Fiorentin poeta, and see herein, O bard of Florence, didst thou err laying it down that fortune's largesses are fated to their goal. Fortune is none, that reason cannot conquer. Mark thou, Dante, if any argument may gainsay this. Canto 8 v18. Phlegias. Phlegias, who was so incensed against Apollo for having violated his daughter Coronis, that he set fire to the temple of that deity, by whose vengeance he was cast into Tartarus. See Verg. In L6. 618 v 59. Filippo Argenti. Boccaccio tells us, he was a man remarkable for the large proportions and extraordinary vigor of his bodily frame, and the extreme waywardness and irascibility of his temper. Decam. G9. N8. V66. The city, that of Dis is Namdi. So Ariosto. All. For. CXL. ST32 V94. 7 times. The commentators, says Venturi, perplex themselves with the inquiry what 7 perils these were from which Dante had been delivered by Virgil. Reckoning the beasts in the first canto as one of them, and adding Charon, Minos, Cerberus, Plutus, Phlegias and Filippo Argenti, as so many others, we shall have the number, and if this be not satisfactory, we may suppose a determinate to have been put for an indeterminate number. V109. At war twixt will and will not. Chasai, e non el capo mi tenzoa. So Boccaccio, Nymph. Fire Soul. St 233. Il sai il non el capo gli contendi. The words I have adopted as a translation, are Shakespeare's, measure for measure. A2. S1. V122. This their insolence, not new. Virgil assures our poet, that these evil spirits had formerly shown the same insolence when our Saviour descended into hell. They attempted to prevent him from entering at the gate, over which Dante had read the fatal inscription. That gate which, says the Roman poet, an angel has just passed, by whose aid we shall overcome this opposition, and gain admittance into the city. Canto 9 v1. The hue. Virgil, perceiving that Dante was pale with fear, restrained those outward tokens of displeasure which his own countenance had betrayed. V23. Ix ho. Erixho, a Thessalian sorceress, according to Lucan, Farsal. L6. Was employed by Sextus, son of Pompey the Great, to conjure up a spirit, who should inform him of the issue of the civil wars between his father and Caesar. V25. No long space my flesh was naked of me. Qua corpus complexa animatam fortis inane. Ovid. Met. L13 F2 Dante appears to have fallen into a strange anachronism. Virgil's death did not happen till long after this period. V42. Adders and Carists. Viperium crinem vitis in execruentis. Virg. In. L6. 281. Spinac vigitor quint carista it torrida dipsas it gravis in geminum virgens eput amphispana. Lucan. Farsal. L9. 719 So Milton, Scorpion and Asp, and Amphispana dia, Carists horndi, Hydrus and Elopstria, and Dipsas. PLBX 524. V67. A wind. Imitated by Burney, all. In. L1. E2. ST6. V83. With his wand. She with her rod did softly smite the rail which straight flew ope. Spencer. FQB4. C3. ST46. V96. What profits at the phase to but the horn. Of what avail can it be to offer violence to impassive beings? V97. Your Cerberus. Cerberus is feigned to have been dragged by Hercules, bound with a threefold chain, of which, says the angel, he still bears the marks. V111. The plains of Isles. In Provence. See Ariosto, all. For. C6. ST72 V112. At Pola. A city of Istria, situated near the Gulf of Quarnero, in the Adriatic Sea. Canto XV12. Josaphat. It seems to have been a common opinion among the Jews, as well as among many Christians, that the general judgment will be held in the valley of Josaphat, or Jehoshaphat. I will also gather all nations, and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat, and will plead with them there for my people, and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations, and parted my land. Joel 3. 2v32. Farinata. Farinata degli Uberti, a noble Florentine, was the leader of the Ghibelline faction, when they obtained a signal victory over the Guelfi at Montapatu, near the river Arbia. Machiavelli calls him a man of exalted soul, and great military talents. Hist. Of Flo. B2. V52. A shade. The spirit of Cavalcanti, a noble Florentine, of the Gulf party. V59. My son. Guido, the son of Cavalcanti, he whom I call the first of my friends, says Dante in his Vita Nuova, where the commencement of their friendship is related. From the character given of him by contemporary writers, his temper was well formed to assimilate with that of our poet. He was, according to G. Villani, L8. c. 41. Of a philosophical and elegant mind, if he had not been too delicate and fastidious. And Dino Company terms him a young and noble knight, brave and courteous, but of a lofty scornful spirit, much addicted to solitude and study. Muratori. Ro. Ital. Script T9L1. p. 481. He died, either in exile at Sarrazzona, or soon after his return to Florence, December 1300, during the spring of which year the action of this poem is supposed to be passing. v. 62. Guido thy son had in contempt. Guido Cavalcanti, being more given to philosophy than poetry, was perhaps no great admirer of Virgil. Some poetical compositions by Guido are, however, still extant, and his reputation for skill in the art was such as to eclipse that of his predecessor and namesake Guido Ghiaselli, as we shall see in the Purgatory, Canto 11. His canzone Sopra il Tirreno Amore was thought worthy of being illustrated by numerous and ample commentaries. Crescim Beniist. Della Volg. Pos. L.V. For a playful sonnet which Dante addressed to him, and a spirited translation of it, see Haley's essay on epic poetry, notes to EP. 3 v. 66. Saidst thou he had? In Aeschylus, the shade of Darius is represented as inquiring with similar anxiety after the fate of his son Xerxes. Greek here, Atissa, Xerxes astonished, desolate, alone, ghost of Dar, how will this end? Nay, pause not. Is he safe? The Persians. Potter's translation. v. 77. Not yet 50 times. Not 50 months shall be passed, before thou shalt learn, by woeful experience, the difficulty of returning from banishment to thy native city. v. 83. The slaughter. By means of Farinata degli Uberti, the Guelfi were conquered by the army of King Manfredi, near the river Arbia, with so great a slaughter, that those who escaped from that defeat took refuge not in Florence, which city they considered as lost to them, but in Lucca. Machiavelli. Hist. Of Flo. B2. v. 86. Such orisons. This appears to allude to certain prayers which were offered up in the churches of Florence, for deliverance from the hostile attempts of the Uberti. v. 90. Singly there I stood. Guido Novello assembled a council of the Ghibellini at Empoli, where it was agreed by all, that, in order to maintain the ascendancy of the Ghibelline party in Tuscany, it was necessary to destroy Florence, which could serve only, the people of that city being Guelfi, to enable the party attached to the church to recover its strength. This cruel sentence, passed upon so noble a city, met with no opposition from any of its citizens or friends, except for Renata degli Uberti, who openly and without reserve forbade the measure, affirming that he had endured so many hardships, and encountered so many dangers, with no other view than that of being able to pass his days in his own country. Machiavelli. Hist. Of Flow. B2. V 103. My fault. Dante felt remorse for not having returned an immediate answer to the inquiry of Cavalcanti, from which delay he was led to believe that his son Guido was no longer living. V 120. Frederick. The Emperor Frederick II, who died in 1250. See notes to Canto 13. V 121. The Lord Cardinal. Ottaviano Ubaldini, a Florentine, made cardinal in 1245, and deceased about 1273. On account of his great influence, he was generally known by the appellation of the Cardinal. It is reported of him that he declared, if there were any such thing as a human soul, he had lost his for the Ghibellini. V 132. Her Gracious Beam. Beatrice. Canto 11 V 9. Pope Anastasius. The commentators are not agreed concerning the identity of the person, who is here mentioned as a follower of the heretical Photinus. By some he is supposed to have been Anastasius II, by others, the fourth of that name, while a third set, jealous of the integrity of the papal faith, contend that our poet has confounded him with Anastasius I, Emperor of the East. V 17. My son. The remainder of the present canto may be considered as a syllabus of the whole of this part of the poem. V 48. And sorrows. This fine moral, that not to enjoy our being is to be ungrateful to the author of it, is well expressed in Spenser, FQB 4. C8. St 15. For he whose days in wilful woe are worn the grace of his Creator doth despise, that will not use his gifts for thankless negardise. V 53. Cahors. A city in Guyenne, much frequented by usurers. V 83. Diethic page. He refers to Aristotle's Ethics. Greek here, in the next place, entering, on another division of the subject, let it be defined that respecting morals there are three sorts of things to be avoided: malice, incontinence, and brutishness. V 104. Her laws. Aristotle's Physics. Greek here, art imitates nature. See the cultivation of Alemanni, Lii Artumina, and CV 111. Creation's Holy Book. Genesis, C3. V 19. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread. V 119. The Wain. The constellation Boötes, or Charles's Wain. Canto 12 V 17. The King of Athens. Theseus, who was enabled, by the instructions of Ariadne, the sister of the Minotaur, to destroy that monster. V 21. Like to a bull. Greek here, Homer ill. 17522 As when some vigorous youth with sharpened axe a pastured bullock smites behind the horns and hews the muscle through, he, at the stroke springs forth and falls. Cowper's translation. V36. He arrived. Our Saviour, who, according to Dante, when he ascended from hell, carried with him the souls of the patriarchs, and other just men, out of the first circle. See Canto 4. V96. Nessus. Our poet was probably induced, by the following line in Ovid, to assign to Nessus the task of conducting them over the ford. Nessus edit membrisque valens citusque vaderum. Matam, L9. And Ovid's authority was Sophocles, who says of this centaur, Greek here, trick. 570 He in his arms, even a stream deep flowing, bore the passenger for hire without or sail or below cleaving or. V110. It solino. It solino, or at solino di Romano, a most cruel tyrant in the Marca Trevigiana, lord of Padua, Vicenza, Verona, and Brescia, who died in 1260. His atrocities form the subject of a Latin tragedy, called Exerines, by Albertino Mussato, of Padua, the contemporary of Dante, and the most elegant writer of Latin verse of that age. See also the Paradise, Canto 9. Burney all. In L2CXXV. ST50. Ariosto. All. For. C3. ST33. Antasoni Secchia Rapita, C8. ST11. V111. Abiso of Est. Marquis of Ferrara and of the Marca di Ancona, was murdered by his own son, whom, for the most unnatural act Dante calls his stepson, for the sake of the treasures which his rapacity had amassed. See Ariosto. All. For. C3. ST32. He died in 1293 according to Gibbon. And. Of the House of Brunswick. Postth. Works, V2. 4 to V119. He. Harry, the brother of this Edmund, and son to the 4Z King of Almaine, Richard, brother of Henry III of England, as he returned from Afrique, where he had been with Prince Edward, was slain at Viterbo in Italy, whither he was come about business which he had to do with the Pope, by the hand of Guy de Montfort, the son of Simon de Montfort, Earl of Leicester, in revenge of the same Simon's death. The murder was committed afore the high altar, as the same Harry kneeled there to hear divine service. AD 1272, Holincht's Chronicles p. 275. See also Geoff. Villainy Hist. I7. C40. V135. On Sextus and on Pyrrhus. Sextus either the son of Tarquin the Proud, or of Pompey the Great, or as Vellutelli conjectures, Sextus Claudius Nero, and Pyrrhus king of Epirus. V137. The Rinieri, of Corneto this, Pazza the other named. Two noted marauders, by whose depredations the public ways in Italy were infested. The latter was of the noble family of Pazzi in Florence. Canto 13 v 10. Betwixt Corneto and Cecina's stream. A wild and woody tract of country, abounding in deer, goats, and wild boars. Cecina is a river not far to the south of Lagorne. Corneto, a small city on the same coast in the patrimony of the Church. v 12. The Strafades. Seeverg. In L3. 210 v 14. Broad are their pennons. From Verg. In L3. 216 v 48. In my verse described. The commentators explain this, if he could have believed, in consequence of my assurances alone, that of which he hath now had ocular proof, he would not have stretched forth his hand against thee. But I am of opinion that Dante makes Virgil allude to his own story of Polydorus in the third book of the Aeneid. v 56. That pleasant word of thine. Since you have inveigled me to speak my holding forth so gratifying an expectation, let it not displease you if I am as it were detained in the snare you have spread for me, so as to be somewhat prolix in my answer. v 60. It was. Pietro del Vin, a native of Capua, who, from a low condition, raised himself by his eloquence and legal knowledge to the office of Chancellor to the Emperor Frederick II, whose confidence in him was such, that his influence in the empire became unbounded. The courtiers, envious of his exalted situation, contrived, by means of forged letters, to make Frederick believe that he held a secret and traitorous intercourse with the Pope, who was then at enmity with the Emperor. In consequence of this supposed crime he was cruelly condemned by his too credulous sovereign to lose his eyes, and, being driven to despair by his unmerited calamity and disgrace, he put an end to his life by dashing out his brains against the walls of a church, in the year 1245. Both Frederick and Pietro del Vin composed verses in the Sicilian dialect which are yet extant. v 67. The Harlot. Envy. Chaucer alludes to this in the prologue to the Legendy of Good Women. Envy is lavender to the court alway, for she any parteth neither night any day out of the house of Caesar, thus saith Dante. v 119. Each fan oth would. Hence perhaps Milton, leaves and fuming rills, Aurora's fan. PLB v 6. v 122. Lano. Lano, a Sienese, who, being reduced by prodigality to a state of extreme want, found his existence no longer supportable, and, having been sent by his countrymen on a military expedition, to assist the Florentine against the Ardeni, took that opportunity of exposing himself to certain death, in the engagement which took place at Topo near Arezzo. C.G. Villani, Hist. L7. C6. v 133. O Giacomo of Sant'Andrea. Jacopo the Sant'Andrea, a Paduan, who, having wasted his property in the most wanton acts of profusion, killed himself in despair. v. 144. In that city. I was an inhabitant of Florence, that city which changed her first patron Mars for Saint John the Baptist, for which reason the vengeance of the deity thus slighted will never be appeased, and, if some remains of his status were not still visible on the bridge over the Arno, she would have been already levelled to the ground, and thus the citizens, who raised her again from the ashes to which Attila had reduced her, would have laboured in vain. See Paradise, Canto 16. 44. The relic of antiquity to which the superstition of Florence attached so high an importance, was carried away by a flood, that destroyed the bridge on which it stood, in the year 1337, but without the ill effects that were apprehended from the loss of their fancied Palladium. v. 152. I slung the fatal noose. We are not informed who this suicide was. Canto 14 v. 15. By Cato's foot. See Lucan, Fars, L9. v. 26. Dilated flakes of fire. Compare Tasso. GLCXST 61. v. 28. As, in the torrid Indian Clim. Landino refers to Albertus Magnus for the circumstance here alluded to. v. 53. In Mungibello. More hot than eaten or flaming Mungibel. Spencer, FQB2. C9. ST29. Seeverg. In 18. 416 and Burney. All. In 1. IC 16. ST21. It would be endless to refer to parallel passages in the Greek writers. v. 64. This of the 7 kings was 1. Comparish. 7 chiefs, 425. Euripides, Phen. 1179 and Statius. Bib. LX 821. v. 76. Beulah came. A warm medicinal spring near Viterbo, the waters of which, as Landino and Vellutelli affirm, passed by a place of ill fame. Venturi, with less probability, conjectures that Dante would imply that it was the scene of much licentious merriment among those who frequented its baths. v. 91. Under whose monarch. Credo pudicitium Saturno rigmoratam in terris. Jove. Satur. 6 v. 102. His head. Daniel, chapter 2. 32, 33. v. 133. With a. On the other side of purgatory. Canto 15 v. 10. Chiarentana. A part of the Alps where the Brent arises, which river is much swole as soon as the snow begins to dissolve on the mountains. v. 28. Brunetto. Sir Brunetto, a Florentine, the secretary or chancellor of the city, and Dante's preceptor, hath left us a work so little read, that both the subject of it and the language of it have been mistaken. It is in the French spoken in the reign of Saint Louis under the title of Tissa, and contains a species of philosophical course of lectures divided into theory and practice, or, as he expresses it, un enchaussement des choses divines et humaines and c. Sir R. Clayton's translation of Tenghof's Memoirs of the Médecin, Volume I, Chapter 2. p. 104. The Tissa has never been printed in the original language. There is a fine manuscript of it in the British Museum, with an illuminated portrait of Brunetto in his study prefixed. Muse. Brit. MSS. 17, E1. Tessa. It is divided into 4 books, the first, on cosmogony and theology, the second, a translation of Aristotle's Ethics, the third on virtues and vices, the fourth, on rhetoric. For an interesting memoir relating to this work, see Hist. de l'Acad. Des Inscriptions, Tom. 7 296. His Tesoretto, one of the earliest productions of Italian poetry, is a curious work, not unlike the writings of Chaucer in style and numbers, though Bembo remarks, that his pupil, however largely he had stolen from it, could not have much enriched himself. As it is perhaps but little known, I will here add a slight sketch of it. Brunetto describes himself as returning from an embassy to the King of Spain, on which he had been sent by the Gulf party from Florence. On the plain of Roncesvalles he meets a scholar on a bay mule, who tells him that the Guelfi are driven out of the city with great loss. Struck with grief at these mournful tidings, and musing with his head bent downwards, he loses his road, and wanders into a wood. Here nature, whose figure is described with sublimity, appears, and discloses to him the secrets of her operations. After this he wanders into a desert, but at length proceeds on his way, under the protection of a banner, with which nature had furnished him, till on the 3rd day he finds himself in a large pleasant champaign, where are assembled many emperors, kings, and sages. It is the habitation of virtue and her daughters, the 4 cardinal virtues. Here Brunetto sees also courtesy, bounty, loyalty, and prowess, and hears the instructions they give to a knight, which occupy about a 4th part of the poem. Leaving this territory, he passes over valleys, mountains, woods, forests, and bridges, till he arrives in a beautiful valley covered with flowers on all sides, and the richest in the world, but which was continually shifting its appearance from a round figure to a square, from obscurity to light, and from populousness to solitude. This is the region of pleasure, or Cupid, who is accompanied by 4 ladies, love, hope, fear, and desire. In one part of it he meets with Ovid, and is instructed by him how to conquer the passion of love, and to escape from that place. After his escape he makes his confession to a friar, and then returns to the forest of visions, and ascending a mountain, he meets with Ptolemy, a venerable old man. Here the narrative breaks off. The poem ends, as it began, with an address to Rustico di Filippo, on whom he lavishes every sort of praise. It has been observed that Dante derived the idea of opening his poem by describing himself as lost in a wood, from the tesoretto of his master. I know not whether it has been remarked that the crime of usury is branded by both these poets as offensive to God and nature, or that the sin for which Brunetto is condemned by his pupil is mentioned in the tesoretto with great horror. Dante's 25th sonnet is a jocose one, addressed to Brunetto. He died in 1295. v. 62. Who in old times came down from Fiesole. C.G. Villainy hist. L4. C5. And Machiavelli hist. Of Flo. B2. V89. With another text. He refers to the prediction of Farinata, in Canto X v 110. Procyon. There is no reason to believe, as the commentators observe, that the grammarian of this name was stained with the vice imputed to him, and we must therefore suppose that Dante puts the individual for the species, and implies the frequency of the crime among those who abused the opportunities which the education of youth afforded them, to so abominable a purpose. v. 111. Francesco. Son of Acasu, a Florentine, celebrated for his skill in jurisprudence, and commonly known by the name of Accursius. v. 113. Him. Andrea de Mozzi, who, that his scandalous life might be less exposed to observation, was translated either by Nicholas III, or Boniface VIII from the See of Florence to that of Vicenza, through which passes the river Bacchiglione. At the latter of these places he died. v. 114. The servant's servant. Servo de servi. So Ariosto, Saturday 3. Digli servi io il gran servo. v. 124. I commend my treasure to thee. Brunetto's great work, the Tessa. Sieti raccomandato el mio tesoro. So Giusto da Conti, in his Bella Mano, son. Occhi vi raccomandato il mio tesoro. Canto 16 v. 38. Guildrada. Guildrada was the daughter of Bellingsian Berti, of whom mention is made in the Paradise, Canto 15 and 16. He was of the family of Ravinani, a branch of the Adimri. The Emperor Utho IV, being at a festival in Florence, where Guildrada was present, was struck with her beauty, and inquiring who she was answered by Bellingsian, that she was the daughter of one who, if it was his Majesty's pleasure, would make her admit the honor of his salute. On overhearing this, she arose from her seat, and blushing, in an animated tone of voice, desired her father that he would not be so liberal in his offers, for that no man should ever be allowed that freedom, except him who should be her lawful husband. The emperor was not less delighted by her resolute modesty than he had before been by the loveliness of her person, and calling to him Guido, one of his barons, gave her to him in marriage, at the same time raising him to the rank of a count, and bestowing on her the whole of Casentino, and a part of the territory of Romagna, as her portion. 2 sons were the offspring of this union, Guglielmo and Ruggieri, the latter of whom was father of Guido Guerra, a man of great military skill and prowess who, at the head of 400 Florentines of the Gulf party, was signally instrumental to the victory obtained at Benevento by Charles of Anjou, over Manfredi, King of Naples, in 1265. One of the consequences of this victory was the expulsion of the Ghibellini, and the re-establishment of the Guelfi at Florence. v. 39. Many a noble act. Compare Tasso, GLCIST 1. v. 42. Aldobrandiu, Teggiaio. Aldobrandi was of the noble family of Adimrai, and much esteemed for his military talents. He endeavored to dissuade the Florentines from the attack, which they meditated against the Siennese, and the rejection of his counsel occasioned the memorable defeat, which the former sustained at Montapertu, and the consequent banishment of the Guelfi from Florence. v. 45. Rusticacci. Giacopo Rusticacci, a Florentine, remarkable for his opulence and the generosity of his spirit. v. 70. Borsi. Guglielmo Borsi, another Florentine, whom Boccaccio, in a story which he relates of him, terms a man of courteous and elegant manners, and of great readiness in conversation. December. John. I. November the 8th. v. 84. When thou with pleasure shalt retrace the past. Quando ti giovere io fui. So Tasso, GLC 15. St 38. Quando mi gioveranara altrui la novita vegut, dia, io fui. v. 121. Ever to that truth. This memorable apophthegm is repeated by Luigi Pulci and Trissino. Sempre occulvo, ch faccia di menzogna e più se notessa la lingua che spesso senza colpa fa vergogna. Morgant. Mag. Sixiv. La verità, che par menzogna si dova tesa doluum che saggio. Italia. Lib. c. 16. Canto 17 v. 1. The Fell Monster. Fraud. v. 53. A pouch. A purse, whereon the armorial bearings of each were emblazoned. According to Landino, our poet implies that the usurer can pretend to no other honor than such as he derives from his purse and his family. v. 57. A yellow purse. The arms of the Ginfigliazzi of Florence. v. 60. Another. Those of the Ubriaci, another Florentine family of high distinction. v. 62. A fat and azure swine. The arms of the Scrovini, a noble family of Padua. v. 66. Vitaliano. Vitaliano del Dente, a Paduan. v. 69. That noble knight. Giovanni Bugiamonti, a Florentine usurer, the most infamous of his time. Canto 18 v. 28. with us beyond. Beyond the middle point they tended the same way with us, but their pace was quicker than ours. v 29. Thus the Romans. In the year 1300, Pope Boniface VIII, to remedy the inconvenience occasioned by the press of people who were passing over the bridge of St. Angelo during the time of the Jubilee, caused it to be divided lengthwise by a partition, and ordered that all those who were going to St. Peter's should keep one side, and those returning the other. v 50. Venidico. Venidico Caccianimico, a Bolognese, who prevailed on his sister Gaisola to prostitute herself to Abiso the Est, Marquis of Ferrara, whom we have seen among the tyrants, Canto 12. v 62. To answer Sipar. He denotes Bologna by its situation between the rivers Savona to the east, and Reno to the west of that city, and by a peculiarity of dialect, the use of the affirmative Sipar instead of Si. v 90. Hypsipil. See Apollonius Rhodius, Li and Valorus Flaccus L.2. Hypsipil deceived the other women by concealing her father Thais, when they had agreed to put all their males to death. v 120. Alessio. Alessio, of an ancient and considerable family in Lucca, called the Interminii. v 130. Ties. He alludes to that passage in the Eunuchus of Terence where Thraso asks if Thais was obliged to him for the present he had sent her, and Natho replies, that she had expressed her obligation in the most forcible terms. T. Magnus vero ageria gratias Thais mei. G. Ingents. Un. A3. SI Canto 19 v 18. St. John's Fair Dome. The apertures in the rock were of the same dimensions as the fonts of St. John the Baptist at Florence, one of which, Dante says he had broken, to rescue a child that was playing near and fell in. He intimates that the motive of his breaking the font had been maliciously represented by his enemies. v 55. O Boniface. The Spirit mistakes Dante for Boniface VIII, who was then alive, and who he did not expect would have arrived so soon, in consequence, as it should seem, of a prophecy, which predicted the death of that pope at a later period. Boniface died in 1303. v 58. In Guile. Thou didst presume to arrive by fraudulent means at the papal power, and afterwards to abuse it. v 71. In the mighty mantle I was robbed. Nicholas III, of the Orsini family, whom the poet therefore calls Figliuolo dell'Orsa, son of the she-bear. He died in 1281. v 86. From Forth the West, a shepherd without law. Bertrand de Got, Archbishop of Bordeaux, who succeeded to the pontificate in 1305, and assumed the title of Clement V. He transferred the Holy See to Avignon in 1308, where it remained till 1376, and died in 1314. v 88. A new Jason. C. Maccabees, B2. C4. 78 v 97. Nor Peter. Acts of the Apostles, CI 26. v 100. The condemned soul. Judas. v 103. Against Charles. Nicholas III was enraged against Charles I, King of Sicily, because he rejected with scorn a proposition made by that pope for an alliance between their families. C.G. Villainy, Hist. L7. Sealive. v 109. Th Evangelist. Revelation c. 17. 1, 2, 3. Compare Petrarch. Opera Folle. E.D. Basil. 1551 Epist. Sine Titulo Liber. E.P. 16 p. 729. v 118. R. Constantine. He alludes to the pretended gift of the Lateran by Constantine to Sylvester, of which Dante himself seems to imply a doubt, in his treatise De Monarchia. Ergo sind imperium, imperatri non lice. Si ergo aliqua, dignitates per Constantinum essent alienati, ut dicunt, ab imperio and cl3. The gift is by Ariosto very humorously placed in the moon, among the things lost or abused on earth. Di varge fury, and cof sexiv. St 80. Milton has translated both this passage and that in the text. Prose Works, Volume IP11. ED 1753. Canto XXV 11. Revers D. Compare Spencer, FQBIC 8. ST 31 v 30. Before whose eyes. Amphiaraus, one of the 7 kings who besieged Thebes. He is said to have been swallowed up by an opening of the earth. See Legate's Story of Thebes, Part 3, where it is told how the bishop Amphiaraus fell down to hell. And thus the devil for his outrages, like his desert, paid him his wages. A different reason for his being doomed thus to perish is assigned by Pindar. Greek here, Nem 9. For the Amphiaraus, earth, by Jove's all-riving thunder cleft her mighty bosom opened wide, thee and thy plunging steeds to hide, or ever on thy back the spear of Periclymenus impressed thee a wound to shame thy warlike breast, for struck with panic fear the gods' own children flee. v 37. Tiresias. Duo magnarum veridicoentia silva corpora serpentum baculi violeveratictu, and C. Ovid. Met. 3 v 43. Aruns. Aruns is said to have dwelt in the mountains of Luni, from whence that territory is still called Lunigiana, above Carrara, celebrated for its marble. Lucan. Fars. Li 575. So Borchicchio in the Fiammata, L3. Quali arunt and see like Aruns, who amidst the white marbles of Luni, contemplated the celestial bodies and their motions. v 50. Manto. The daughter of Tiresias of Thebes, a city dedicated to Bacchus. From Manto, Mantua, the country of Virgil, derives its name. The poet proceeds to describe the situation of that place. v. 61. Between the vale. The lake Benacus, now called the Lago di Garda, though here said to lie between Garda, Val Camonica, and the Apennine, is, however, very distant from the latter to v. 63. There is a spot. Prato di Fame, where the dioceses of Trento, Verona, and Brescia met. v. 69. Peschiera. A garrison situated to the south of the lake, where it empties itself and forms the Mincius. v. 94. Casalides Madness. Alberto the Casalidi, who had got possession of Mantua, was persuaded by Pienamunt Pnacosi, that he might ingratiate himself with the people by banishing to their own castles the nobles, who were obnoxious to them. No sooner was this done, than Pienamunt put himself at the head of the populace, drove out Casalidi and his adherents, and obtained the sovereignty for himself. v. 111. So sings my tragic strain. Suspensi Europilum citatum auricula fabi mittimus. Verg. Aeneid. 214. v. 115. Michael Scott. Sir Michael Scott, of Balwearie, astrologer to the Emperor Frederick II. Lived in the 13th century. For further particulars relating to this singular man, see Warton's History of English Poetry, Volume Midas. 2 and Sect. 9 p. 292, and the notes to Mr. Scott's Lay of the Last Minstrel, a poem in which a happy use is made of the traditions that are still current in North Britain concerning him. He is mentioned by G. Villany. Hist. LXCCV. And Kxley. And L12. C18. And by Boccaccio, December John. 8 November the 9th. v. 116. Guido Bonatti. An astrologer of Forli, on whose skill Guido the Montefeltro, lord of that place, so much relied, that he is reported never to have gone into battle, except in the hour recommended to him as fortunate by Bonatti. Landino and Vellutello speak of a book, which he composed on the subject of his art. v. 116. Asdent. A shoemaker at Parma, who deserted his business to practice the arts of divination. v. 123. Cain with fork of thorns. By Cain and the Thorns, or what is still vulgarly called the Man in the Moon, the poet denotes that luminary. The same superstition is alluded to in the Paradise, Canto 2. 52. The curious reader may consult Brand on Popular Antiquities, 4-2. 1813 Volume 2. p. 476. Canto XXIV 7. In the Venetians' arsenal. Compare Ruxelli, l'API, 165, and Dryden's Annus Mirabilis, St. 146, and CV 37. One of Santa Zita's elders. The elders or chief magistrates of Lucca, where Santa Zita was held in especial veneration. The name of this sinner is supposed to have been Martino Botelho. v. 40. Except Bonturo, Barteras. This is said ironically of Bonturo de Dati. By barterers are meant peculators, of every description, all who traffic the interests of the public for their own private advantage. v. 48. Is other swimming than in Sergio's wave. Chi sinuota altrimenti che nel Sergio. Sergio is the river that flows by Lucca. So pulsi, morg. Mag. Sixiv. Chi sinuota nel sang, e non nel Sergio. v. 92. From Caprina. The surrender of the castle of Caprina to the combined forces of Florence and Lucca, on condition that the garrison should march out in safety, to which event Dante was a witness, took place in 1290. C.G. Villani, Hist. L7. C. 136. v. 109. Yesterday. This passage fixes the era of Dante's descent at Good Friday, in the year 1334 years from our blessed Lord's incarnation being added to 1266, and at the 35th year of our poet's age. See Canto IV 1. The awful event alluded to, the evangelists inform us, happened at the 9th hour, that is, hour 6th, when the rocks were rent and the convulsion, according to Dante, was felt even in the depths in hell. See Canto 12. 38 Canto XXIIV 16. In the church. This proverb is repeated by pulsi, morg. Mag. C. 17. v. 47. Born in Navarre's domain. The name of this peculator is said to have been Ciumpolo. v. 51. The good King Thibault. Thibault I King of Navarre, died on the 8th of June, 1233, as much to be commended for the desire he showed of aiding the war in the Holy Land, as reprehensible and faulty for his design of oppressing the rights and privileges of the Church, on which account it is said that the whole kingdom was under an interdict for the space of 3 entire years. Thibault undoubtedly merits praise, as for his other endowments, so especially for his cultivation of the liberal arts, his exercise and knowledge of music and poetry in which he much excelled, that he was accustomed to compose verses and sing them to the viol, and to exhibit his poetical compositions publicly in his palace, that they might be criticized by all. Mariana, History of Spain, B. 13. C. 9. An account of Thibault, and 2 of his songs, with what were probably the original melodies, may be seen in Dr. Burney's History of Music, v. 2. C. 4. His poems, which are in the French language, were edited by M. L. de la Rivelière. Paris. 1742 2 Volume 12 Mo. Dante twice quotes one of his verses in the Treatise de Vulgue. L.Arc. Lic 9. And L2. CV and refers to him again, L2. C6. From the good King Thibault descended the good, but more unfortunate monarch, Louis XVI of France, and consequently the present legitimate sovereign of that realm. See Hino, Abrej Cron. 1252, 4. V80. The Friar Gomitard. He was entrusted by Nino de Visconti with the government of Gallura, one of the 4 jurisdictions into which Sardinia was divided. Having his master's enemies in his power, he took a bribe from them, and allowed them to escape. Mention of Nino will recur in the notes to Canto XXXIII, and in the Purgatory, Canto 8. V88. Michel Zange. The president of Logadoro, another of the 4 Sardinian jurisdictions. See Canto XXXIII. Canto 23 V5. Aesop's Fable. The fable of the frog, who offered to carry the mouse across a ditch, with the intention of drowning him when both were carried off by a kite. It is not among those Greek fables which go under the name of Aesop. V63. Monks in Cologne. They wore their cowls unusually large. V66. Frederick's. The Emperor Frederick II is said to have punished those who were guilty of high treason, by wrapping them up in lead, and casting them into a furnace. V101. Our bonnets gleaming bright with orange hue. It is observed by Venturi, that the word rance does not here signify rancid or disgustful as it is explained by the old commentators, but orange-colored, in which sense it occurs in the Purgatory, Canto 2. 9 V104. Joyous friars. Those who ruled the city of Florence on the part of the Ghibellines, perceiving this discontent and murmuring, which they were fearful might produce a rebellion against themselves, in order to satisfy the people, made choice of 2 knights, Frati Gaudenti, joyous friars, of Bologna, on whom they conferred the chief power in Florence. One named M. Catalano de Malavolti, the other M. Lodorango di Laiandolo, one an adherent of the Gulf, the other of the Ghibelline party. It is to be remarked, that the joyous friars were called Knights of Saint Mary, and became knights on taking that habit. Their robes were white, the mantle sable, and the arms a white field and red cross with 2 stars. Their office was to defend widows and orphans. They were to act as mediators. They had internal regulations like other religious bodies. The above-mentioned M. Lodorango was the founder of that order. But it was not long before they too well deserved the appellation given them, and were found to be more bent on enjoying themselves than on any other subject. These 2 friars were called in by the Florentines, and had a residence assigned them in the palace belonging to the people over against the abbey. Such was the dependence placed on the character of their order that it was expected they would be impartial, and would save the Commonwealth any unnecessary expense, instead of which, though inclined to opposite parties, they secretly and hypocritically concurred in promoting their own advantage rather than the public good. G. Villani, B7. c.13. This happened in 1266. v. 110. Gardingo's vicinage. The name of that part of the city which was inhabited by the powerful Ghibelline family of Uberti, and destroyed under the partial and iniquitous administration of Catalano and Lodorango. v. 117. That pierced spirit. Carefers. v. 124. The father of his consort. Anna's father-in-law to Carefers. v. 146. He is a liar. John, c. 8. 44. Dante had perhaps heard this text from one of the pulpits in Bologna. Canto Xiv v. 1. In the year's early nonage. At the latter part of January, when the sun enters into Aquarius, and the equinox is drawing near, when the hoarfrosts in the morning often wear the appearance of snow but are melted by the rising sun. v. 51. Vanquish thy weariness. Quin corpus honestum hestenis vitiis animum quoque pregravat una, at configit humi divina particulum ori. Ho. Saturday 2. L2. 78 v. 82. Of her sons. Compare Lucan, Fars. L9. 703 v. 92. Heliotrope. The occult properties of this stone are described by Solinus, CXL, and by Borchicchio, in his humorous tale of Calandrino. Decam. G8. N3. Ingiabraras Ruggiero, Scaltrimento begs of Sophia, who is sending him on a perilous errand, to lend him the heliotrope. In mia manfida elalitropia, per cui possa involami secondo il mio talento agli occhi altrui. c6. Trust to my hand the heliotrope, by which I may at will from others' eyes conceal me. Compare Ariosto, to Negromant, A3. S3. Pulsi, Morg. Mag. CXXV. And Fortigera, Ricciardetto, CXST 17. Gower in his Confessio Amantis, lib. 7, enumerates it among the jewels in the diadem of the sun. Jaspis and Helitropius. v. 104. The Arabian Phoenix. This is translated from Ovid, Matam. L15. Una ist qua reparat, si que ipsarism inat ales, and c. See also Petrarch, Canzone, Quilpiu and CV 120. Vanni Fuxi. He is said to have been an illegitimate offspring of the family of Lazzari in Pistoia, and, having robbed the sacristy of the Church of St. James in that city, to have charged Vanni della Nona with the sacrilege, in consequence of which accusation the latter suffered death. v. 142. Pistoia. In May 1301, the Bianchi party, of Pistoia, with the assistance and favour of the Bianchi who ruled Florence, drove out the Neri party from the former place, destroying their houses, palaces and farms. Geoff. Villainy, Hist. L8. Ixliv. v. 144. from Valdemagra. The commentators explain this prophetical threat to allude to the victory obtained by the Marquis Marcelo Malaspina of Valdemagra, a tract of country now called the Lunigiana, who put himself at the head of the Neri and defeated their opponents the Bianchi, in the Campo Piceno near Pistoia, soon after the occurrence related in the preceding note. Of this engagement I find no mention in Villani. Cura du Malaspina is introduced in the 8th canto of Purgatory, where it appears that, although on the present occasion they espoused contrary sides, some important favours were nevertheless conferred by that family on our poet at a subsequent period of his exile in 1307. Canto XXVV.1. The sinner, so tricino poi facia con la man la ficha el solo dicendo, togli, idio, che più più fami. Elital. Lib. C12 v12. Thy seed, thy ancestry. v15. Not him, Capanus. Canto 14. v18. On Mariner's Marsh. An extensive tract near the seashore in Tuscany. v24. Cacus. Virgil, in L8. 193 v31. 100 blows. Less than 10 blows, out of the 100 Hercules gave him, deprived him of feeling. v39. Ciumfer, he is said to have been of the family of Donati at Florence. v57. Thus up the shrinking paper. All my bowels crumble up to dust. I am a scribbled form, drawn up with a pen upon a parchment, and against this fire do I shrink up. Shakespeare, K. John, AVS 7. v61. Agnello. Agnello Brunellus GV 77. In that part. The navel. v81. As if by sleep orfevrus fit assailed D. O Rome! Thy head is drowned in sleep, and all thy body fever. Ben Jonson's Catiline. v85. Lucan. Fars. L9. 766 and 793. v87. Ovid. Matam. L4. And VV 121. His sharpened visage. Compare Milton, PLBX 511 and CV 131. Bosso. He is said to have been of the Donati family. v 138. Cian Cato. Puccio Cian Cato, a noted robber, whose family, Venturi says, he has not been able to discover. v 140. Gavil. Francesco Guercio Cavalcanti was killed at Gavil, near Florence, and in revenge of his death several inhabitants of that district were put to death. Canto XXVIV 7. But if our minds. Nunc sub auroram, jam dormitant lucerna, somnia quo cerni tempor vera solent. Ovid, Epist. 19. The same poetical superstition is alluded to in the Purgatory, Cant. 9 and Xxai. v9. Shall feel what praeto. The poet prognosticates the calamities which were soon to befall his native city, and which he says, even her nearest neighbor, Prato, would wish her. The calamities more particularly pointed at, are said to be the fall of a wooden bridge over the Arno, in May, 1304, where a large multitude were assembled to witness a representation of hell and the infernal torments, in consequence of which accident many lives were lost, and a conflagration that in the following month destroyed more than 1,700 houses, many oft sumptuous buildings. C.G. Villani, Hist. L8. C 70 and 71. V 22. More than I am wont. When I reflect on the punishment allotted to those who do not give sincere and upright advice to others, I am more anxious than ever not to abuse to so bad a purpose those talents, whatever they may be, which nature, or rather Providence, has conferred on me. It is probable that this declaration was the result of real feeling. Text have given great weight to any opinion or party he had espoused, and to whom indigence and exile might have offered strong temptations to deviate from that line of conduct which a strict sense of duty prescribed. V 35. As he, whose wrongs. Kings. B2. C2. V 54. Ascending from that funeral pile. The flame is said to have divided on the funeral pile which consumed tile bodies of Eteocles and Polyaces, as if conscious of the enmity that actuated them while living. Ecce iterum fratris, and C. Statius, Theb. L12. Ostendens confectus flamma, and C. Lucan, Farsal. L1. 145 v 60. The ambush of the horse. The ambush of the wooden horse, that caused Aeneas to quit the city of Troy and seek his fortune in Italy, where his descendants founded the Roman Empire. v 91. Caieta. Virgil, Aeneid. L7. 1 v 93. Nor fondness for my son, imitated H.P. Tasso, GLC 8. Any time a di fatica o di periglio, any vegas del regno, any pietade del vecchio genita, si degno afto intipida nel generaso petto. This imagined voyage of Ulysses into the Atlantic is alluded to by Pulci. E soprattutto commendeva Ulis, che paveda nell'altro mondo gis. Morg. Mag. CXXV and by Tasso, GLC 15. 25 v 106. The Strait Pass. The Straits of Gibraltar. v 122. Made our oars wings. El so Giabrera, Cant. Eroic. 13 Pharaoh de Remi un volo. And Tasso Ibid. 26 v 128. A mountain dim. The mountain of Purgatag Canto Xxai. v 6. The Sicilian bull. The engine of torture invented by Perillus, for the tyrant Phalaris. V26. Of the mountains there. Montefeltro. V38. Polenta's eagle. Guido Novello the Polenta, who bore an eagle for his coat of arms. The name of Polenta was derived from a castle so called in the neighborhood of Britonero. Servia is a small maritime city, about 15 miles to the south of Ravenna. Guido was the son of Ostasio the Polenta, and made himself master of Ravenna, in 1265. In 1322 he was deprived of his sovereignty, and died at Bologna in the year following. This last and most munificent patron of Dante is himself enumerated, by the historian of Italian literature, among the poets of his time. Tirabasci, Storia della Let. Ital. TV1. 3C2. 13. The passage in the text might have removed the uncertainty which Tirabasci expressed, respecting the duration of Guido's absence from Ravenna, when he was driven from that city in 1295, by the arms of Pietro, Archbishop of Monreale. It must evidently have been very short, since his government is here represented, in 1300, as not having suffered any material disturbance for many years. V41. The land. L. The territory of Forli, the inhabitants of which, in 1282, Mir enabled, hy the stratagem of Guido the Montefeltro, who then governed it, to defeat with great slaughter the French army by which it had been besieged. C.G. Villani, L7. C81. The poet informs Guido, its former ruler, that it is now in the possession of Sinibaldo or Dolafi, or Ardalafi, whom he designates by his coat of arms, a lion vert. V43. The old mastiff of Verrocchio and the young. Malatesta and Malatestino his son, lords of Rimini, called, from their ferocity, the mastiffs of Verrocchio, which was the name of their castle. V44. Montagna. Montagna de Parcitati, a noble knight, and leader of the Ghibelline party at Rimini, murdered by Malatestino. V46. Lamun's city and Santino's. Lamun is the river at Faenza, and Santino at Imola. V47. The lion of the snowy lair. Machinado Pagano, whose arms were a lion azure on a field argent, mentioned again in the Purgatory, Canto 14. 122. C.G. Villani Passim, where he is called Machinado the Susanana. V50. Whose flank is Washdi of Savio's wave. Cisna, situated at the foot of a mountain, and washed by the river Savio, that often descends with a swell and rapid stream from the Apennine. V64. A man of arms. Guido the Montefeltro. V68. The high priest. Boniface 8. V72. The nature of the lion than the fox. Non fien leonine ma di volpe. So pulsi, morg. Mag. C19. Efian la suara prela su colp non creda leonine ma di volpe. V81. the chief of the new Pharisee. Boniface VIII, whose enmity to the family of Colonna prompted him to destroy their houses near the Lateran. Wishing to obtain possession of their other seat, Penestrino, he consulted with Guido the Montefeltro how he might accomplish his purpose, offering him at the same time absolution for his past sins, as well as for that which he was then tempting him to commit. Guido's advice was, that kind words and fair promises nonnuld put his enemies into his power, and they accordingly soon afterwards fell into the snare laid for them, AD 1298. C.G. Villani, L8. C23. V84. Nor against Acre one had fought. He alludes to the renegade Christians, by whom the Saracens, in April 1291, were assisted to recover St. John d'Acre, the last possession of the Christians in the Iloli land. The regret expressed by the Florentine annalist G. Villani, for the loss of this valuable fortress, is well worthy of observation. L7. C 144. V89. As in Siract Constantine besought. So in Dante's treatise De Monarchia, Decunt quidam adhu, quod Constantinus imperator, mundatus a lepra intercession silvestri, tunc sumni pontificis imperatus sedim, silicet Romam, donavit ecclesiae, cum multis aliis imperatu dignitatibus. Lib. 3 v 101. My predecessor. Celestine v. See notes to Canto 3. Canto X8. V.8 in that long war. The War of Hannibal in Italy. When Mago brought news of his victories to Carthage, in order to make his successes more easily credited, he commanded the golden rings to be poured out in the Senate house, which made so large a heap, that, as some relate, they filled 3 modi and a half. A more probable account represents them not to have exceeded 1 modius. Livy, Hist. V12. Guiscard's Norman steel. Robert Guiscard, who conquered the kingdom of Naples, and died in 1110. G. Villani, L4. C18. He is introduced in the Paradise, Canto 18. V13. And those the rest. The army of Manfredi, which, through the treachery of the Apulian troops, was overcome by Charles of Anjou in 1205, and fell in such numbers that the bones of the slain were still gathered near Ceperano. G. Villani, L7. C9. See the Purgatory, Canto 3. V10. Ottagliacozzo. He alludes to tile victory which Charles gained over Conradino, by the sage advice of the Sieur de Valery, in 1208. G. Villani, L7. C27. V32. Ali. The disciple of Mohammed. V53. Dolino. In 1305, a friar, called Dolino, who belonged to no regular order, contrived to raise in Novara, in Lombardy, a large company of the meaner sort of people, declaring himself to be a true apostle of Christ, and promulgating a community of property and of wives, with many other such heretical doctrines. He blamed the Pope, cardinals, and other prelates of the Holy Church, for not observing their duty, nor leading the angelic life, and affirmed that he ought to be Pope. He was followed by more than 3,000 men and women, who lived promiscuously on the mountains together, like beasts, and, when they wanted provisions, supplied themselves by depredation and rapine. This lasted for 2 years till, many being struck with compunction at the dissolute life they led, his sect was much diminished, and through failure of food, and the severity of the snows, he was taken by the people of Novara, and burnt, with Margarita his companion and many other men and women whom his errors had seduced. G. Villani, L8. C. 84. Landino observes, that he was possessed of singular eloquence, and that both he and Margarita ended their fate with a firmness worthy of a better cause. For a further account of him, see Muratori Ital. Script. T9. p. 427. v69. Messina. A place in the territory of Bologna. Piero fomented dissensions among the inhabitants of that city, and among the leaders of the neighboring states. v70. The pleasant land. Lombardy. v72. The twain. Guido d'Alcasaro and Angiolello the Cagnano, two of the worthiest and most distinguished citizens of Fano, were invited by Malatestino the Rimini to an entertainment on pretence that he had some important business to transact with them, and, according to instructions given by him, they mere drowned in their passage near Cattolica, between Rimini and Fano. v85. Foccara's wind. Focara is a mountain, from which a wind blows that is peculiarly dangerous to the navigators of that coast. v94. The doubt in Caesar's mind. Curio, whose speech, according to Lucan, determined Julius Caesar to proceed when he had arrived at Rimini, the ancient Ariminum, and doubted whether he should prosecute the civil war. Tol Mores, semper nocit differ paritis facile, Li 281. v 102. Masca. Ndulmont was engaged to marry a lady of the Amidea family, but broke his promise and united himself to one of the Donati. This was so much resented by the former, that a meeting of themselves and their kinsmen was held, to consider of the best means of revenging the insult. Masca degli Uberti persuaded them to resolve on the assassination of Ndulmont, exclaiming to them, the thing once done, there is an end. The council and its effects were the source of many terrible calamities to the state of Florence. This murder, says G. Villani, LVC 38, was the cause and beginning of the accursed Guelph and Ghibelline parties in Florence. It happened in 1215. See the Paradise, Canto 16. 139 v 111. The boon companion. What stronger breastplate than a heart untainted? Shakespeare, 2 Hen. 6a3. S2. v 160. Bertrand. Bertrand de Born, Vicomte de Hautefort, near Périgueux in Guyenne, who incited John to rebel against his father, Henry II. of England. Bertrand holds a distinguished place among the Provençal poets. He is quoted in Dante, de Vulg. L'arc L2. C2. For the translation of some extracts from his poems, see Milot, Hist. Littéraire des Troubadours typ 210, but the historical parts of that work are, I believe, not to be relied on. Canto 6. v 26. Jerry of Belleau. A kinsman of the poet's, who was murdered by one of the Sacchetti family. His being placed here may be considered as a proof that Dante was more impartial in the allotment of his punishments than has generally been supposed. v 44. As were the torment. It is very probable that these lines gave Milton the idea of his celebrated description. Immediately a place before their eyes appeared, sad, noisome, dark, alas our house it seemed, wherein were laid numbers of all diseased, all maladies, and cplb 11. 477 v 45. Valdigiana. The valley through which passes the river Giana, bounded by Arezzo, Cortona, Montepulciano, and Chiaci. In the heat of autumn it was formerly rendered unwholesome by the stagnation of the water, but has since been drained by the Emperor Leopold II. The Giana is mentioned as a remarkably sluggish stream, in the Paradise, Canto 13. 21 v 47. Meremas pestilent fen. See note to Canto XXV. v 18. v 58. Inigena. He alludes to the fable of the ants changed into myrmidons. Ovid, Met. 17. v 104. Arezzo was my dwelling. Griffolino of Arezzo, who promised Albo, son of the Bishop of Siena, that he would teach him the art of flying, and because B did not keep his promise, Albo prevailed on his father to have him burnt for a necromancer. v 117. Was ever race light as Siena's? The same imputation is again cast on the Sienese, Purg. Canto 13. 141 v 121. Stricker. This is said ironically. Stricker, Niccolo Salimbeni, Caccia of Asciano, and a Bagliato, Ormio de Fulcacirai, belonged to a company of prodigal and luxurious young men in Siena, called the Brigate Godereccia. Niccolo was the inventor of a new manner of using cloves in cookery, not very well understood by the commentators, and which was termed the Costumerica v 125. In that garden. Siena. v 134. Capocchio's ghost. Capocchio of Siena, who is said to have been a fellow student of Dante's in natural philosophy. Canto XXX. v 4. Athamas. From Ovid, Matam. 1-4. Pratino's Iliads. and CV 16. Hecuba. See Euripides, Hecuba, and Ovid, Metm. L13. V33. Schicchi. Gianni Schicchi, who was of the family of Cavalcanti, possessed such a faculty of moulding his features to the resemblance of others, that he was employed by Simon Donati to personate Bosso Donati, then recently deceased, and to make a will, leaving Simon his heir, for which service he was remunerated with a mare of extraordinary value, here called the Lady of the Herd v39. Maha. See Ovid, Matam. LX v60. Adamos wo. Adamo of Brescia, at the instigation of Guido Alessandro, and their brother Aginulfo, lords of Romagna, counterfeited the coin of Florence, for which crime he was burnt. Landino says, that in his time the peasants still pointed out a pile of stones near Romagna as the place of his execution. V64. Casentino. Romagna is a part of Casentino. V77. Branda's limpid spring. A fountain in Siena. V88. The florins with 3 carats of alloy. The florin was a coin that ought to have had 24 carats of pure gold. Villani relates, that it was first used at Florence in 1253, an era of great prosperity in the annals of the Republic, before which time their most valuable coinage was of silver. Hist. L6. C54. V98. The false accuser. Potiphar's wife. Canto XXXI. V1. The very tongue. Vulnus in Herculeo quaquundam fecera host vulneris auxilium pellus asta fuit. Ovid, Rem. Amor. 47. The same allusion was made by Bernard de Ventador, a Provençal poet in the middle of the 12th century, and Millot observes, that it was a singular instance of erudition in a troubadour. But it is not impossible, as Wharton remarks, Hist of Ingle. Poetry, Volume 2. Sec. xp 215, but that he might have been indebted for it to some of the early romances. In Chaucer's Scia's Tale, a sword of similar quality is introduced, and other folk have wondered on the sword, that could so pierce in through everything, and fell in speech of Telephus the king, and of Achilles for his querint spere, for he could with it both heal and dear. So Shakespeare, Henry VI. P2. A5. S1. Whose smile and frown like to Achilles' spear is able with the change to kill and cure. V14. Orlando. When Charlemagne with all his peerage fell at Fontarabia Milton, PLBI 586. See Wharton's Hist. Aveng. Poetug, vi sect. 3p 132. This is the horn which Orlando won from the giant Jatmund, and which, as Turpin and the Islandic bards report, was endued with magical power, and might be heard at the distance of 20 miles. Charlemagne and Orlando are introduced in the Paradise, Canto 18. V36. Monteregnan. A castle near Siena. v 105. The Fortunate Vale. The country near Carthage. Sealive. Hist. LXXX. And Lucan, Fars. L4. 590. Dante has kept the latter of these writers in his eye throughout all this passage. v 123. Alcides. The combat between Hercules and Aeolus is adduced by the poet in his treatise De Monarchia L2. As a proof of the judgment of God displayed in the duel, according to the singular superstition of those times. v 128. The Tower of Cary. The Leaning Tower at Bologna. Canto XXXI. v 8. A tongue not used to infant babbling. Any the lingua, che gia mi mamma, o babbo. Dante in his treatise De Vulg. L'Arc, speaking of words not admissible in the loftier, or as he calls it, tragic style of poetry, says in quorum numero nec purilia propter suam simplicitatem ut mamma et babbo L2. C7. v 29. Tabernic or Pietrapana. The one a mountain in Sclavonia, the other in that tract of country called the Garfagnana, not far from Lucca. v 33. To where modest shame appears. As high as to the face. v 35. Moving their teeth in shrill note like the stork. Metendo identi in nota di sicagna. So Borchiccio, G8. N7. Lo scola cattivello quasi sicagna divenuto si forte battiva identi. v 53. Who are these two? Alessandro and Napoleon, sons of Alberto Alberti, who murdered each other. They were proprietors of the valley of Foltrina, where the Bisonzio has its source, a river that falls into the Arno about 6 miles from Florence. v 59. Not him, Mordreic, son of King Arthur. v 60. Focaccia. Focaccia of Cancellieri, the Pistoian family, whose atrocious act of revenge against his uncle is said to have given rise to the parties of the Bianchi and Neri, in the year 1300. C.G. Villani, Hist. L. 8. C. 37. And Machiavelli, Hist. L2. The account of the latter writer differs much from that given by Landino in his commentary. v 63. Mascheroni. Sassol Mascheroni, a Florentine, who also murdered his uncle. v 66. Comicem. Comicem de Pazzi of Valdano, by whom his kinsman Ubertino was treacherously pnt to death. v 67. Carlino. One of the same family. He betrayed the Castel di Piano Travin, in Valdano, to the Florentines, after the refugees of the Bianca and Ghibelline party had defended it against a siege for 29 days, in the summer of 1302. C.G. Villani, L8. C52 and Dino Company, L2. V81. Montapatu. The defeat of the Guelfi at Montapatu, occasioned by the treachery of Bocca degli Abati, who, during the engagement, cut off the hand of Giacopo del Vaca de Pazzi, bearer of the Florentine standard. G. Villani, L6. C80, and notes to Canto X. This event happened in 1260. V 113. Hymn of Dura. Bosso of Cremona, of the family of Dura, who was bribed by Guy de Montfort, to leave a pass between Piedmont and Parma, with the defence of which he had been entrusted by the Ghibellines, open to the army of Charles of Anjou, AD 1265, at which the people of Cremona were so enraged, that they extirpated the whole family. G. Villani, L7. C4. V 118. Beccaria. Abbot of Vallombrosa, who was the Pope's legate at Florence, where his intrigues in favor of the Ghibellines being discovered, he was beheaded. I do not find the occurrence in Valini, nor do the commentators say to what pope he was legate. By Landino he is reported to have been from Parma, by Vellutello from Pavia. V 118. Soldaniri. Gianni Soldaniri says Villani, Hist. L7. C14, put himself at the head of the people, in the hopes of rising into power, not aware that the result would be mischief to the Ghibelline party, and his own ruin, an event which seems ever to have befallen him, who has headed the populace in Florence. AD 1266. V 119. Ghanaian. The betrayer of Charlemagne, mentioned by Archbishop Turpin. He is a common instance of treachery with the poets of the Middle Ages. Trop sun fol e mal pensant, pis valant cugnilon. Thy bought, roida navaro new scariot, and new ganilion, o false dissembler, and see Chaucer, non's priest's tale and in the monk's tale, Peter of Spain. V 119. Tribaldalo. Tribaldalo de Manfredi, who was bribed to betray the city of Fonza, AD 1282. G. Villani, L7. C80 V 128. Tydeus. C. Statius, Theb. L8. Ad finem. Canto XXXIII. V 14. Count Ugolino. In the year 1288, in the month of July, Pisa was much divided by competitors for the sovereignty, one party, composed of certain of the Guelfi, being headed by the judge Nino di Gallura de Visconti, another, consisting of others of the same faction, by the Count Ugolino de Gherardisci, and the third by the Archbishop Ruggieri degli Ubaldini, with the Lanfranchi, Sismondi, Gualandi, and other Ghibelline houses. The Count Ugolino, to effect his purpose, united with the Archbishop and his party, and having betrayed Nino, his sister's son, they contrived that he and his followers should either be driven out of Pisa, or their persons seized. Nino, hearing this, and not seeing any means of defending himself, retired to Calci, his castle, and formed an alliance with the Florentines and people of Lucca, against the Pisans. The Count, before Nino was gone, in order to cover his treachery, when everything was settled for his expulsion, quitted Pisa, and repaired to a manor of his called Settimo, whence, as soon as he was informed of Nino's departure, he returned to Pisa with great rejoicing and festivity, and was elevated to the supreme power with every demonstration of triumph and honor. But his greatness was not of long continuance. It pleased the Almighty that a total reverse of fortune should ensue, as a punishment for his acts of treachery and guilt, for he was said to have poisoned the Count Anselmo the Capra, his sister's son, on account of the envy and fear excited in his mind by the high esteem in which the gracious manners of Anselmo were held by the Pisans. The power of the Guelfi being so much diminished, the Archbishop devised means to betray the Count Uglino and caused him to be suddenly attacked in his palace by the fury of the people, whom he had exasperated, by telling them that Ugolino had betrayed Pisa, and given up their castles to the citizens of Florence and of Lucca. He was immediately compelled to surrender. His bastard son and his grandson fell in the assault, and 2 of his sons, with their 2 sons also, were conveyed to prison. G. Villani L7. C. 120. In the following March, the Pisans, who had imprisoned the Count Uglino, with 2 of his sons and 2 of his grandchildren, the offspring of his son the Count Gulfo, in a tower on the piazza of the Anzania, caused the tower to be locked, the key thrown into the Arno, and all food to be withheld from them. In a few days they died of hunger, but the Count first with loud cries declared his penitence, and yet neither priest nor friar was allowed to shrive him. All the 5, when dead, were dragged out of the prison, and meanly interred, and from thenceforward the tower was called the Tower of Famine, and so shall ever be. Ibid. C. 127. Chancer has briefly told Ugolino's story. See Monk's Tale, Hugolin of Pise. v. 29. Unto the mountain. The mountain Esciuliano, between Pisa and Lucca. v. 59. Thou gavesti. Tu ne vestisti quest misere carni, e tu la spoglia. Imitated by Filicaja, Cans. 3d I questa imperial caduca spoglia tu, signor, mi vestisti e tu mi spoglia, ben più il regno mi tor tu che mi el desti. And by Mafia, in the Merup, tu disiaglist quest misere membra e tu la anodi. v. 79. In that fair region. Del bel peace la, dove el Sisuna. Italy as explained by Dante himself, in his treatise de Vulg. Elarch. Lic 8. Qui autem si decunta predictis finibus. Januan sem, orientalum, meridionalis Europae partum, tenent, vide licitusque ad promontrum illa d'Italiae, qua sinus Adriatis imaris incipitit Sicilium v. 82. Capra and Gorgona. Small islands near the mouth of the Arno. v. 94. Their very weeping suffers not to weep, lo pianto stesso li pianga non lascia. Soggiastodacanti, bella mano. Sun. Quanto il ciel. Che il troppo pianto a mi pianga non la sa. V116. The Friar Albigero. Alberigo de Manfredi, of Faenza, one of the Frati Gaudenti, Joyon's friars who having quarrelled with some of his brotherhood, under pretence of wishing to be reconciled, invited them to a banquet, at the conclusion of which he called for the fruit, a signal for the assassins to rush in and dispatch those whom he had marked for destruction. Hence, adds Landino, it is said proverbially of one who has been stabbed, that he has had some of the Friar Alberigo's fruit. Thus pulsi, morg. Mag. CXXV. Le frut amer di frut Alberico. V123. Ptolemy. This circle is named Ptolemy from Ptolemy, the son of Abubus, by whom Simon and his sons were murdered, at a great banquet he had made for them. See Maccabees, ch. 16. V126. The glazed teardrops. Sorrow's eye, glazed with blinding tears. Shakespeare, Ridge. 2a2. S2. V136. Branca Doria. The family of Doria was possessed of great influence in Genoa. Branca is said to have murdered his father-in-law, Michel Zanche, introduced in Canto XXII. V162 Romagna's darkest spirit. The Friar Alberigo. Canto XXV. V6. A windmill. The author of the Caliph Vathek, in the notes to that tale, justly observes, that it is more than probable that Don Quixote's mistake of the windmills for giants was suggested to servants by this simile. V37. Three faces. It can scarcely be doubted but that Milton derived his description of Satan in those lines, each passion dimmed his face thrice charmed with pale, ire, envy, and despair. PLB 4. 114 From this passage, coupled with the remark of Vellutello upon it, the first of these sins is anger which he signifies by the red face, the second, represented by that between pale and yellow is envy and not, as others have said, avarice, and the third, denoted by the black, is a melancholy humor that causes a man's thoughts to be dark and evil, and averse from all joy and tranquility. V44. Sails. His sail broad vans he spreads for flight. Milton, PLB 2. 927 Compare Spencer, FQBIC 11. St 10, Ben Jonson's Every Man Out of His Humour, V7, and Fletcher's Prophetess, A2. S3. V46. Like a bat. The description of an imaginary being, who is called Typhurgo, in the Zodiacus Vitae, has some touches very like this of Dante's Lucifer. Ingentum vidirigum ingentic sedentum in solio, crins flammanti stemit cinctum, utrinc patens aeli humeris magnae, qualis vespertilianum membranis contexti amplis, nudus erat longis sed opetus corpora vilis. M. Palingenui, Zod. Vit. L9. A mighty king I might discern, plaque D high on lofty chair, his hair with FYRY garland decked puffed up in fiendish wise. XXXXXX large wings on him did grow from D like the wings of flinder mice, and see Google's translation v61. Brutus. Landino struggles, but I fear in vain, to extricate Brutus from the unworthy lot which is here assigned him. He maintains that by Brutus and Cassius are not meant the individuals known by those names, but any who put a lawful monarch to death. Yet if Caesar was such, the conspirators might be regarded as deserving of their doom. V89. Within 1 hour and half of noon. The poet uses the Hebrew manner of computing the day, according to which the third hour answers to our 12 o'clock at noon. V120. By what of firm land on this side appears. The mountain of purgatory. V.123 The vaulted tomb. La tumba. This word is used to express the whole depth of the infernal region. Purgatory canto I o'er better waves to speed her rapid course the light bark of my genius lifts the sail, well pleased to leave so cruel sea behind, and of that second region will I sing, in which the human spirit from sinful blot is purged, and for ascent to heaven prepares. Hear, O ye hallowed 9. For in your train I follow, hear the deadened strain revive, nor let Calliope refuse to sound a somewhat higher song, of that loud tone, which when the wretched birds of chattering note had heard, they of forgiveness lost all hope. Sweet hue of eastern sapphire, that was spread o'er the serene aspect of the pure air, high up as the first circle, to mine eyes unwonted joy renewed, soon as I scapped forth from the atmosphere of deadly gloom, that had mine eyes and bosom filled with grief. The radiant planet, that to love invites, made all the Orient laugh, and veiled beneath the Pisces light, that in his escort came. To the right hand I turned and fixed my mind on the other pole attentive, where I saw 4 stars ne'er seen before save by the ken of our first parents. Heaven of their rays seemed joyous. O thou northern sight, bereft indeed, and widowed, since of these deprived. As from this view I had desisted, straight turning a little towards the other pole, there from whence now the wane had disappeared, I saw an old man standing by my side alone, so worthy of reverence in his look, that ne'er from son to father more was Audi. Low down his beard and mixed with hoary white descended, like his locks, which parting fell upon his breast in double fold. The beams of those 4 luminaries on his face so brightly shone, and with such radiance clear decked it, that I beheld him as the sun. Say who are ye, that stemming the blind stream, forth from eternal prison house have fled? He spoke and moved those venerable plumes. Who hath conducted, or with lantern sure lights you emerging from the depth of night, that makes the infernal valley ever black? Are the firm statutes of the dread abyss broken, or in high heaven new laws ordained, that thus, condemned, ye to my caves approach? My guide, then laying hold on me, by words and intimations given with hand and head, made my bent knees and I submissive pay due reverence, then thus to him replied. Not of myself I come, a dame from heaven descending, had besought me in my charge to bring. But since thy will implies, that more our true condition I unfold at large, mine is not to deny thee thy request. This mortal ne'er hath seen the farthest gloom, but erring by his folly had approached thee so near, that little space was left to turn. Then, as before I told, I was dispatched thee to work his rescue, and no way remained thee save this which I have ta'en. I have displayed thee before him all the regions of the bad, and purpose now those spirits to display, that under thy command are purged thee from sin. How I have brought him would be long to say. From high descends the virtue, by whose aid I to thy sight and hearing him have laid. Now may our coming please thee. In the search of liberty he journeys, that how dear they know, who for her sake have life refused. Thou knowest, to whom death for her was sweet in Utica, where thou didst leave those weeds, that in the last great day will shine so bright. For us the eternal edicts are unmoved, he breathes, and I am free of my nose power, abiding in that circle where the eyes of thy chaste Marcia beam, who still in look praise thee, O hallowed Spirit. To own her shine. Then by her love we implore thee, let us pass through thy 7 regions, for which best thanks I for thy favour will to her return, if mention there below thou not disdain. Marcia so pleasing in my sight was found, he then to him rejoined, while I was there, that all she asked me I was fain to grant. Now that beyond the accursed stream she dwells, she may no longer move me, by that law, which was ordained me, when I issued thence. Not so, if dame from heaven, as thou say'st, moves and directs thee, then no flattery needs. Enough for me that in her name thou ask. Go therefore now, and with a slender reed see that thou duly gird him, and his face lave, till all sordid stain thou wipe from thence. For not with eye, by any cloud obscured, would it be seemly before him to come, who stands the foremost minister in heaven. This islet all around, there far beneath, where the wave beats it, on the oozy bed produces store of reeds. No other plant, covered with leaves, or hardened in its stalk, there lives, not bending to the water's sway. After, this way return not, but the sun will show you, that now rises, where to take the mountain in its easiest ascent. He disappeared, and I myself upraised speechless, and to my guide retiring close, toward him turned mine eyes. He thus began, my son, observant thou my steps pursue. We must retreat to rearward, for that way the champaign to its low extreme declines. The dawn had chased the matin hour of prime, which deaf before it, so that from afar I spied the trembling of the ocean stream. We traversed the deserted plain, as one who, wandered from his track, thinks every step trodden in vain till he regain the path. When we had come, where yet the tender dew strove with the sun, and in a place, where fresh the wind breathed o'er it, while it slowly dried, both hands extended on the watery grass my master placked in graceful act and kind. Whence I of his intent before apprised thee, stretched thee out to him my cheeks suffused thee with tears. There to my visage he anew rested thee that hue, which the dun shades of hell concealed thee. Then on the solitary shore arrived thee, that never sailing on its waters saw man, that could after measure back his course. He girt me in such manner as had pleased thee him who instructed, and oh, strange to tell, as he selected every humble plant, wherever one was plucked another there resembling, straightway in its place arose. Canto 2. Now had the sun to that horizon reached that covers, with the most exalted point of its meridian circle, Salem's walls, and night, that opposite to him her orb sounds, from the stream of Ganges issued forth, holding the scales, that from her hands are dropped when she reigns highest, so that where I was, Aurora's white and vermeil tinctured cheek to orange turned as she in age increased Meanwhile we lingered by the water's brink, like men, who, musing on their road, in thought journey, while motionless the body rests. When lo, as near upon the hour of dawn, through the thick vapors Mars with fiery beam glares down in west, over the ocean floor, so seemed what once again I hope to view, a light so swiftly coming through the sea, no winged course might equal its career. From which when for a space I had withdrawn thine eyes, to make inquiry of my guide, again I looked and saw it grown in size and brightness, thou on either side appeared something, but what I knew not of bright hue, and by degrees from underneath it came another. My preceptor silent yet stood, while the brightness, that we first discerned opened the form of wings, then when he knew the pilot, cried aloud, down, down, bend low thy knees, behold God's angel, fold thy hands, now shalt thou see true ministers indeed. Lo how all human means he sets at naught, so that nor all he needs, nor other sail except his wings, between such distant shores. Lo how straight up to heaven he holds them reared, winnowing the air with those eternal plumes, that not like mortal hairs fall off or change. As more and more toward us came, more bright appeared the bird of God, nor could the eye endure his splendor near, mine bent down. He drove ashore in a small bark so swift and light, that in its course no wave it drank. The heavenly steersman at the prow was seen, visibly written blessed in his looks. Within 100 spirits and more there sat. In exitu Israel de Egypto, all with one voice together sang, with what in the remainder of that hymn is writ. Then soon as with the sign of Holy Cross he blessed them, they at once leaped out on land, the swiftly as he came returned The crew, there left, appeared astounded with the place, gazing around as one who sees new sights. From every side the sun darted his beams, and with his arrowy radiance from mid-heaven had chased the Capricorn, when that strange tribe lifting their eyes towards us, if ye know, declare what path will lead us to the mount. Them Virgil answered Ye suppose perchance us well acquainted with this place, but here, we, as yourselves, are strangers. Not long erst we came, before you but a little space, by other road so rough and hard, that now the ascent will seem to us as play. The spirits, who from my breathing had perceived I lived grew pale with wonder. As the multitude flock round a herald, sent with olive branch, to hear what news he brings, and in their haste tread one another down, so at sight of me those happy spirits were fixed, each one forgetful of its errand, to depart, where cleansed from sin, it might be made all fair. Then one I saw darting before the rest with such fond ardor to embrace me, I to do the like was moved. O shadows vain except in outward semblance! Thrice my hands I clasped behind it, they as oft returned empty into my breast again. Surprise I needs must think was painted in my looks, for that the shadow smiled and backward drew. To follow it I hastened, but with voice of sweetness it enjoined me to desist. Then who it was I knew, and prayed of it, to talk with me, it would a little pause. It answered, thee as in my mortal frame I loved, so lose forth it I love thee still, and therefore pause. But why walkest thou here? Not without purpose once more to return, thou findest me, my Casella, where I am journeying this way, I said, but how of thee hath so much time been lost? He answered straight, no outrage hath been done to me, if he who when and whom he chooses takes, me oft this passage hath denied, since of just will his will he makes. These 3 months past indeed, he, whose chose to enter, with free leave hath taken, whence I wandering by the shore where Tiber's wave grows salt, of him gained kind admittance, at that river's mouth, tow road which his wings are pointed, for there always throng all such as not to arch errand descend. Then I, if new laws have not quite destroyed memory and use of that sweet song of love, that while all my cares had power to swatch, please thee with it a little to console my spirit, that encumbered with its frame, travelling so far, of pain is overcome. Love that discourses in my thoughts. He then began in such soft accents, that within the sweetness thrills me yet. My gentle guide and all who came with him, so well were pleased, that seemed naught else might in their thoughts have room. Fast fixed in mute attention to his notes we stood, when lo! That old man venerable exclaiming, how is this, ye tardy spirits? What negligence detains you loitering here? Run to the mountain to cast off those scales, that from your eyes the sight of God conceal. As a wild flock of pigeons, to their food collected, blade or tears, without their pride accustomed, and in still and quiet sort, if aught alarm them, suddenly desert their meal, assailed by more important care, so I that new-come troop beheld, the song deserting, hasten to the mountain's side, as one who goes yet where he tends knows not. Nor with less hurried step did we depart. Canto 3 Them sudden flight had scattered over the plain, turned towards the mountain, with a reason's voice drives us, I to my faithful company adhering, left it not. For how of him deprived might I have sped, or who beside would o'er the mountainous tract have led my steps, he with the bitter pang of self-remorse seemed smitten. O clear conscience and upright, how doth a little fling wound thee sore? Soon as his feet desisted, slackening pace, from haste, that mars all decency of act, my mind, that in itself before was wrapped, its thoughts expanded, as with joy rested, and full against the steep ascent I set my face, where highest to heaven its top o'erflows. The sun, that fled behind, with ruddy beam before my form was broken, for in me his rays resistance met. I turned aside with fear of being left, when I beheld only before myself the ground obscured. When thus my solace, turning him around, bespake me kindly, why distrustest thou? Believest not I am with thee, thy sure guide? It now is evening there, where buried lies the body, in which I cast a shade, removed to Naples from Brundusium's wall. Nor thou marvel, if before me no shadow fall, more than that in the sky element one ray obstructs not other. To endure torments of heat and cold extreme, like frames that virtue hath dispersed, which how it works wills not to us should be revealed. Insane who hopes, our reason may that space explore, which holds three persons in one substance knit. Seek not the wherefore, race of humankind, could ye have seen the whole, no need had been for Mary to bring forth. Moreover ye have seen such men desiring fruitlessly, to whose desires repose would have been given, that now but serve them for eternal grief. I speak of Plato, and the Stagirite, and others many more. And then he bent downwards his forehead, and in troubled mood broke off his speech. Meanwhile we had arrived far as the mountain's foot, and there the rock found of so steep ascent, that nimblest steps to climb it had been vain. The most remote most wild untrodden path, in all the tract twixt Liris and Turbia were to this a ladder easy and open of access. Who knows on which hand now the steep declines? My master said and paused, so that he may ascend, who journeys without aid of wine. And while with looks directed to the ground the meaning of the pathway he explained, and I gazed upward round the stony height, of spirits, that toward us moved their steps, yet moving seemed not, they so slow approached. I thus my guide addressed, upraise thine eyes, lo that way some, of whom thou mayest obtain counsel, if of thyself thou findest it not. Straightway he looked, and with free speech replied, let us tend thither, they but softly come. And thou be firm in hope, my son beloved. Now was that people distant far in space 1,000 paces behind ours, as much as at a throw the nervous arm could fling, when all drew backward on the messy crags of the steep bank, and firmly stood unmoved as one who walks in doubt might stand to look. O spirits perfect! O already chosen! Virgil to them began, by that blessed peace, which, as I deem, is for you all prepared, instruct us where the mountain low declines, so that attempt to mount it be not vain. For who knows most, him loss of time most grieves. As sheep, that step from forth their fold, by one, or pairs, or three at once, meanwhile the rest stand fearfully, bending the eye and nose to ground, and what the foremost does, that do the others, gathering round her, if she stops, simple and quiet, nor the cause discern, so saw I moving to advance the first, who of that fortunate crew were at the head, of modest mien and graceful in their gait. When they before me had beheld the light from my right side fall broken on the ground, so that the shadow reached the cave, they stopped and somewhat back returned. The same did all, who followed, though unweeting of the cause unasked of you, yet freely I confess, this is a human body which ye see. That the sun's light is broken on the ground, marvel not, but believe, that not without virtue derived from heaven, we to climb over this wall aspire. So them bespake my master, and that virtuous tribe rejoined, turn, and before you there the entrance lies making a signal to us with bent hands. Then of them one began. Whoe'er thou art, who journeyest thus this way, thy visage turn, think if me elsewhere thou hast ever seen. I towards him turned, and with fixed eye beheld. Comely, and fair, and gentle of aspect, he seemed, but on one brow a gash was marked. When humbly I disclaimed to have beheld him ever, now behold, he said, and showed high on his breast a wound, then smiling spake. I am Manfredi, grandson to the Queen Costanza, whence I pray thee, when returned to my fair daughter go, the parent glad of Aragonia and Sicilia's pride, and of the truth inform her, if of me aught else be told. When by 2 mortal blows my frame was shattered, I betook myself weeping to him, who of free will forgives. My sins were horrible, but so wide armseth goodness infinite, that it receives all who turn to it. Had this text divine been of Cosenza's shepherd better scanned, who then by Clement on my hunt was set, yet at the bridge's head my bones had lain, near Benevento, by the heavy mole protected, but the rain now drenches them, and the wind drives, out of the kingdom's bounds, far as the stream of Verdi, where, with lights extinguished, he removed them from their bed. Yet by their curse we are not so destroyed, but that the eternal love may turn, while hope retains her verdant blossoms. True it is, that such one as in contumacy dies against the Holy Church, though he repent, must wander 30-fold for all the time in his presumption past, if such decree be not by prayers of good men shorter made. Look therefore if thou canst advance my bliss, revealing to my good Costanza, how thou hast beheld me, and beside the terms laid on me of that interdict, for here by means of those below much profit comes. Canto 4. When by sensations of delight or pain, that any of our faculties hath seized, entire the soul collects herself, it seems she is intent upon that power alone, and thus the error is disproved which holds the soul not singly lighted in the breast. And therefore when as aught is heard or seen, that firmly keeps the soul toward it turned, time passes, and a man perceives it not. For that, whereby he hearken, is one power, another that, which the whole spirit hash, this is as it were bound, while that is free. This found I true by proof, hearing that spirit and wondering, for full 50 steps aloft the sun had measured unobserved of me, when we arrived where all with one accord the spirits shouted, here is what ye ask. A larger aperture oft times is stopped with forked stake of thorn by villager, when the ripe grape embrowns, than was the path, by which my guide, and I behind him close, ascended solitary, when that troop departing left us. On San Leo's road who journeys, or to nolly low descents, or mounts by Smantua's height, must use his feet, but here a man had need to fly, I mean with the swift wing and plumes of high desire, conducted by his aid, who gave me hope, and with light furnished to direct my way. We through the broken rock ascended, close pent on each side, while underneath the ground asked help of hands and feet. When we arrived near on the highest ridge of the steep bank, where the plain level opened, I exclaimed, "O Master, say which way can we proceed?" He answered, "Let no step of thine recede. Behind me gain the mountain, till to us some practised guide appear." That eminence was lofty that no eye might reach its point, and the side proudly rising, more than line from the mid-quadrant to the centre drawn. I wearied thus began, "Parent beloved, turn, and behold how I remain alone, if thou stay not, my son." He straight replied, "Thus far put forth thy strength, and to a track pointed, that, on this side projecting, round circles the hill." His words so spurred me on, that I behind him clambering, forked myself, till my feet pressed the circuit plain beneath. There both together seated, turned we round to eastward, whence was our ascent, and oft many beside have with delight looked back. First on the nether shores I turned my eyes, then rayed them to the sun, and wondering marked that from the left it smote us. Soon perceived that poet sage how at the car of light Mars I stood, where twixt us and the north its course it entered. Whence he thus to me, were led as offspring now in company of that broad mirror, that high up and low imparts his light beneath, thou mightest behold the ruddy zodiac nearer to the bear's wheel, if its ancient course it not forsook. How that may be if thou wouldest think, within pondering, imagine shorn with this mount plaqued on the earth, so that to both be one horizon, and two hemispheres apart, where lies the path that fate and ill knew to guide his erring chariot, thou wilt see how of necessity by this on one he passes, while by that on the other side, if with clear view shine intellect attend. Of truth, kind teacher, I exclaimed, so clear aught saw I never, as I now discern where seemed my ken to fail, that the mid-orb of the supernal motion, which in terms of art is called the equator, and remains ever between the sun and winter, for the cause thou hast assigned, from hence toward the north departs, when those who in the Hebrew land inhabit, see it towards the warmer part. But if it please thee, I would gladly know, how far we have to journey, for the hill mounts higher, than this sight of mine can mount. He thus to me, such is this steep ascent, that it is ever difficult at first, but, more a man proceeds, less evil grows. When pleasant it shall seem to thee, so much that upward going shall be easy to thee. As in a vessel to go down the tide, then of this path thou wilt have reached the end. There hope to rest thee from thy toil. No more I answer, and thus far for certain know. As he his words had spoken, near to us a voice there sounded, "Yet ye first perchance may to repose you by constraint be laid." At sound thereof each turned and on the left a huge stone we beheld, of which nor I nor he before was ware. Thither we drew, find there were some, who in the shady place behind the rock were standing, as a man through idleness might stand. Among them one, who seemed to me much wearied, sat him down, and with his arms did fold his knees about, holding his face between them downward bent. Sweet sir, I cried, behold that man, who shows himself more idle, than if laziness were sister to him. Straight he turned to us, and, o'er the thigh lifting his face, observed then in these accents spake, Up then, proceed thou valiant one. Straight who it was I knew, nor could the pain I felt, for want of breath still somewhat urged me, hinder my approach. And when I came to him, he scarce his head uplifted, saying Wellest thou discerned how from the left the sun his chariot leads. His lazy acts and broken words my lips to laughter somewhat moved when I began, Belacqua, now for thee I grieve no more. But tell, why thou art seated upright there. Waitest thou escort to conduct thee hence? Or blame my only shine accustomed ways? Then he, my brother, of what use to mount, when to my suffering would not let me pass the bird of God, who at the portal sits? Behooves so long that heaven first bear me round without its limits, as in life it bore, because I to the end repentant sighs delayed, if prayer do not aid me first, that riseth up from heart which lives in grace. What other kind avails, not heard in heaven? Before me now the poet up the mount ascending, cried, Haste thee, for see the sun has touched the point meridian, and the night now covers with her foot Marico's shore. Canto V. Now had I left those spirits, and pursued the steps of my conductor, when beheld pointing the finger at me one exclaimed, See how it seems as if the light not shone from the left hand of him beneath, and he, as living, seems to be led on. Mine eyes I at that sound reverting, saw them gaze through wonder first at me, and then at me and the light broken underneath, by turns. Why are thy thoughts thus riveted, my guide exclaimed that thou hast slacked thy pace, or how imports it thee, what thing is whispered here? Come after me, and to their babblings leave the crowd. Be as a tower, that, firmly set, shakes not its top for any blast that blows. He, in whose bosom thought on thought shoots out, still of his aim is wide, in that the one sickless and wastes to naught the other's strength. What other could I answer save I come? I said it, somewhat with that colouring which oft-times pardon meriteth for man. Meanwhile traverse along the hill there came, a little way before us, some who sang the Miserere in responsive strains. When they perceived that through my body I gave way not for the rays to pass, their song straight to a long and hoarse exclaim they changed, and two of them, in guise of messengers, ran on to meet us, and inquiring asked, Of your condition we would gladly learn. To them my guide, Ye may return, and bear tidings to them who sent you, that his frame is real flesh. If, as I deem, to view his shade they paused, enough is answered them. Him let them honour, they may prize him well. Ne'er saw I fiery vapours with such speed cut through the serene air at fall of night, nor august clouds athwart the setting sun, that upward these did not in shorter space return, and, there arriving, with the rest wheel back on us, as with loose rein a troop. Many exclaimed the bud, are these, who throng around us, to petition thee they come. Go therefore on, and listen as thou goest. O Spirit, who goest on to blessedness with the same limbs, that clad thee at thy birth. Shouting they came, a little rest thy step. Look if thou any one amongst our tribe beheld, that tidings of him there thou mayst report. Ah, wherefore goest thou on? Ah, wherefore tarriest thou not? We all by violence died, and to our latest hour were sinners, but then warned by light from heaven, so that, repenting and forgiving, we did issue out of life at peace with God, who with desire to see him fills our heart. Then the visages of all I scan, yet none of ye remember. But if aught that I can do may please you, gentle spirits, speak, and I will perform it, by that peace, which on the steps of guide so excellent following from world to world intent I seek. In answer he began, none here distrusts thy kindness, though not promised with an oath, so as the will fail not for want of power. Whence I, who sole before the others speak, entreat thee, if thou ever see that land, which lies between Romagna and the realm of Charles, that of thy courtesy thou pray those who inhabit Fano, that for me their adorations duly be put up, by which I may purge off my grievous sins. From thence I came. But the deep passages, whence issued out the blood wherein I dwelt, upon my bosom in Antenor's land were made, where to be more secure I thought. The author of the deed was Est's prince, who, more than right could warrant, with his wrath pursued me. Had I towards Myra fled, when over Taen at Auriaco, still might I have breathed. But to the marsh I sped, and in the mire and rushes tangled there fell, and beheld my life blood flowed the plain. Then said another, ah, so may the wish, that takes thee o'er the mountain, be fulfilled, as thou shalt graciously give aid to mine. Of Montefeltro can't Giovanna nor none else have care for me, sorrowing with these I therefore go. I thus, from Campaldino's field what force or chance drew thee, that ne'er thy sepulture was known? Oh, answered he, at Casentino's foot a stream there courseth, Nam di Argiano, sprung in Apennine above the hermit's seat. Where its name is cancelled, there came I, pierced in the heart, fleeing away on foot, and bloodying the plain. Here sight and speech failed me, and finishing with Mary's name I fell, and tenantless my flesh remained. I will report the truth, which thou again tell to the living. Me God's angel took, whilst he of hell exclaimed, O thou from heaven, say whereforest thou robbed me? Thou of him eternal portion bearest with thee away for one poor tear that he deprives me of. But of the other rule I make. Thou knowest how in the atmosphere collects that vapor dank, returning into water, soon as it mounts where cold condenses it. That evil will, which in his intellect still follows evil, came, and rayed the wind and smoky mist, by virtue of the power given by his nature. Thence the valley, soon as day was spent, he covered o'er with cloud from Pratamagno to the mountain range, and stretched the sky above, so that the air impregnate Changdi to water. Fell the rain, and to the fosses came all that the land contained not, and, as mightiest streams are wont, to the great river with such headlong sweep rushed that naught stayed its course. My stiffened frame laid at his mouth the fell Argiano found, and dashed it into Arno, from my breast loosening the cross, that of myself I made when overcome with pain. He hurled me on, along the banks and bottom of his course, then in his muddy spoils encircling wrapped. Ah, when thou to the world shalt be returned, and rested after thy long road, so spake next the third spirit, then remember me. I once was Pia. Sienna gave me life, Maremma took it from me. That he knows, who me with jeweled ring had first espoused. Canto 6. When from their game of dice men separate, he, who hath lost, remains in sadness fixed, revolving in his mind, what luckless throws he cast, but meanwhile all the company go with the other, one before him runs, and one behind his mantle twitches, one fast by his side bids him remember him. He stops not, and each one, to whom his hand is stretched, well knows he bids him stand aside, and thus he from the press defends himself. Such was I in that close crowding throng, and turning so my face around to all, and promising, I scapt from it with pains. Here of Arezzo him I saw, who fell by Gino's cruel arm, and him beside, who in his chase was swallowed by the stream. Here Frederick Novello, with his hand stretched forth, entreated, and of Pisa he, who put the good Marzucco to such proof of constancy. Count also I beheld, and from its frame a soul dismissed for spite and envy, as it said, but for no crime. I speak of Peter de la Brosse, and here, while she yet lives, that Lady of Brabant let her beware, lest for so false a deed she heard with worse than these. When I was freed from all those spirits, who prayed for others' prayers to hasten on their state of blessedness, straight I began, O thou, my luminary. It seems expressly in thy text denied, that heaven's supreme decree can never bend to supplication, yet with this design do these entreat. Can then their hope be vain, or is thy saying not to me revealed? He thus to me, both what I write is plain, and these deceived not in their hope, if well thy mind consider, that the sacred height of judgment doth not stoop, because love's flame in a short moment all fulfills, which he who sojourns here, in right should satisfy. Besides, when I this point concluded thus, by praying no defect could be supplied, because the prayer had none access to God. Yet in this deep suspicion rest thou not contented unless she assure thee so, who betwixt truth and mind infuses light. I know not if thou take me right, I mean Beatrice. Her thou shalt behold above, upon this mountain's crown, fair seat of joy. Then Sir, let us mend our speed, for now I tire not as before, and lo, the hill stretches its shadow far. He answered thus, our progress with this day shall be as much as we may now dispatch, but otherwise than thou supposest is the truth. For there thou canst not be, ere thou once more behold him back returning, who behind the steep is now so hidden, that as erst his beam thou dost not break. But lo! a spirit there stands solitary, and toward us looks, it will instruct us in the speediest way. We soon approached it. O thou Lombard spirit! How didst thou stand, in high abstracted mood, scarce moving with slow dignity thine eyes? It spoke not aught, but let us onward pass, eyeing us as a lion on his watch. I 3 Virgil with entreaty mild advanced, requesting it to show the best assent. It answer to his question none returned, but of our country and our kind of life demanded. When my courteous guide began, Mantua the solitary shadow quick rose towards us from the place in which it stood, and cried, Mantuan! I am thy countryman Sordillo. Each the other then embraced our slavish Italy. Thou inn of grief, vessel without a pilot in loud storm, lady no longer of fair provinces, but brothel house impure. This gentle spirit, even from the pleasant sound of his dear land was prompt to greet a fellow citizen with such glad cheer, while now thy living ones in thee abide not without war, and one malicious gnaws another, of those whom the same wall and the same moat contains. Seek, wretched one, around thy sea coasts wide, then homeward to thy bosom turn, and mark if any part of the sweet peace enjoy. What boots it, that thy reins Justinian's hand befitted, if thy saddle be unpressed? Naught doth he now but aggravate thy shame. Our people, thou obedient still shouldst live, and in the saddle let thy Caesar sit. If well thou markedst that which God commands, look how that beast to fellness hath relapsed from having lost correction of the spur, since to the bridle thou hast set thine hand, O German Albert! Who abandonest her, that is grown savage and unmanageable, when thou shouldst clasp her flanks with forked heels. Just judgment from the stars fall on thy blood, and be it strange and manifest to all, such as may strike thy successor with dread. For that thy sire and thou have suffered thus, through greediness of yonder realms detained the garden of the empire to run waste. Come see the Capulets and Montagues, the Philippsci and Monaldi. Man who carest for naught. Those sunk in grief, and these with dire suspicion racked. Come, cruel one! Come and behold the oppression of the nobles, and mark their injuries, and thou mayst see what safety Santa Fiora can supply. Come and behold thy Rome, who calls on thee, desolate widow. Day and night with moans, my Caesar, why dost thou desert my side? Come and behold what love among thy people, and if no pity touches thee for us, come and blush for thine own report. For me, if it be lawful, O Almighty Power, who wast in earth for our sakes crucified, are thy just eyes turned elsewhere? Or is this a preparation in the wondrous depth of thy sage counsel made, for some good end, entirely from our reach of thought cut off? So other Italian cities all o'er thronged with tyrants, and a great Marcellus made of every petty factious villager. My Florence, thou mayst well remain unmoved at this digression, which affects not thee, thanks to thy people, who so wisely speed. Many have justice in their heart, that long waiteth for counsel to direct the bow, or ere it dart unto its aim, but shine have it on their lips' edge. Many refuse to bear the common burdens, readier thine answer unyieldy, and cry, Behold I stoop. Make thyself glad, for thou hast reason now, thou wealthy. Thou at peace. Thou wisdom fraught. Facts best witness if I speak the truth. Athens and Lacedaemon, who of old enacted laws, for civil arts renowned, made little progress in improving life towards thee, who usest such nice subtlety, that to the middle of November scarce reaches the thread thou in October weavest. How many times, within thy memory, customs, and laws, and coins, and offices have been by thee renewed, and people changed. If thou remember st well and can st see clear, thou wilt perceive thyself like a sick wretch, who finds no rest upon her down, heart oft shifting her side, short respite seeks from pain. Canto 7. After their courteous greetings joyfully 7 times exchanged, Sorda low backward drew exclaiming, Who are ye? Before this mount by spirits worthy of ascent to God was sought, my bones had by Octavius' care been buried. I am Virgil, for no sin deprived of heaven, except for lack of faith. So answered him in few my gentle guide. As one, who ought before him suddenly beholding, whence his wonder riseth, cries it is yet is not wavering in belief, such he appeared, then downward bent his eyes, and drawing near with reverential step, caught him, where of mean estate might clasp his lord. Glory of Latium, he exclaimed, in whom our tongue its utmost power displayed. Boast of my honoured birthplace. What desert of mine, what favour rather undeserved, shows thee to me? If I to hear that voice am worthy, say if from below thou comest and from what cloisters pale. Through every orb of that sad region he replied, Thus far am I arrived, by heaven ly influence led and with such aid I come. There is a place there underneath, not made by torments sad, but by dun shades alone, where morning's voice sounds not of anguish sharp, but breathes in sighs. There I with little innocents abide, who by death's fangs were bitten, ere exempt from human taint. There I with those abide, who the three holy virtues put not on, but understood the rest, and without blame followed them all. But if thou knowest and canst, direct us, how we soonest may arrive, where purgatory its true beginning takes. He answered thus, We have no certain place assigned us, upwards I may go or round, far as I can, I join thee for thy guide. But thou beholdest now how day declines, and upwards to proceed by night, our power excels, therefore it may be well to choose a place of pleasant sojourn. To the right some spirits sit apart retired. If thou consentest, I to these will lead thy steps, and thou wilt know them, not without delight. How chances this? Was answered, whoso wished to ascend by night, would he be thence debarred by other, or through his own weakness fail? The good Sordalo then, along the ground trailing his finger, spoke, Only this line thou shalt not overpass, soon as the sun hath disappeared, not that aught else impedes thy going upwards, save the shades of night. These with the wont of power perplex the will. With them thou haply mightst return beneath, or to and fro around the mountain's side wander, while day is in the horizon shut. My master straight, as wondering at his speech, exclaimed he, then lead us quickly, where thou say'st, that, while we stay, we may enjoy delight. A little space we were removed from thence, when I perceived the mountain hollowed out. Even as large valleys hollowed out on earth, that way the escorting spirit cried, we go, where in a bosom the high bank recedes, and thou await renewal of the day. Betwixt the steep and plain a crooked path led us traverse into the ridge's side, where more than half the sloping edge expires. Refulgent gold, and silver thrice refined, and scarlet grain and ceruse, Indian wood of lucid dye serene, fresh emeralds but newly broken, by the herbs and flowers placked in that fair recess, in colour all had been surpassed, as great surpasses less. Nor nature only there lavished her hues, but of the sweetness of 1,000 smells a rare and undistinguished fragrance made. Salve Regina on the grass and flowers here chanting I beheld those spirits sit who not beyond the valley could be seen. Before the westering sun sink to his bed began the Mantuan, who our steps had turned mid those desires not that I lead ye on. For from this eminence ye shall discern better the acts and visages of all, than in the nether vale among them mixed. He, who sits high above the rest, and seems to have neglected that he should have done, and to the others song moves not his lip, the Emperor Rodolphe call, who might have healed the wounds whereof fair Italy hath died, so that by others she revives but slowly, he, who with kindly visage comforts him, swayed in that country, where the water springs, that Moldor's river to the Elbe, and Elbe rolls to the ocean, Ottokar his name, who in his swaddling clothes was of more worth than Wenceslaus his son, a bearded man, pampered with rank luxuriousness and ease. And that one with the nose depress, who close in counsel seems with him of gentle look, flying expert, withering the lily's flower. Look there how he doth knock against his breast. The other ye behold, who for his cheek makes of one hand a couch, with frequent sighs. They are the father and the father-in-law of Gorlia's bane, his vicious life they know and foul, thence comes the grief that rends them thus. He, so robust of limb, who measure keeps in song, with him of feature prominent, with every virtue bore his girdle bracty. And if that stripling who behind him sits, king after him had lived, his virtue then from vessel to like vessel had been poured, which may not of the other heirs be said. By James and Frederick his realms are held, neither the better heritage obtains. Rarely into the branches of the tree doth human worth mount up, and so ordains he who bestows it, that as his free gift it may be called. To Charles my words apply no less than to his brother in the song, which Puel and Provence now with grief confess. So much that plant degenerates from its seed, as more than Beatrice and Margaret Costans are still boasts of her valorous spouse. Behold the king of simple life and plain, Harry of England, sitting there alone, he through his branches better issue spreads. That one, who on the ground beneath the rest sits lowest, yet his gaze directs aloft, us William, that brave Marquis, for whose cause the deed of Alexandria and his war makes conferat and canaves weep. Canto 8. Now was the hour that wakens fond desire in men at sea, and melts their thoughtful heart, who in the morn have bid sweet friends farewell, and pilgrim newly on his road with love thrills, if he hear the vesper bell from far, that seems to mourn for the expiring day, when I, no longer taking heed to hear began, with wonder, from those spirits to mark one risen from its seat, which with its hand audience imploded. Both palms it joined and raised, fixing its steadfast gaze towards the east, as telling God, I care for naught beside. Terluce's ante so devoutly then came from its lip, and in so soft a strain, that all my sense in ravishment was lost. And the rest after, softly and devout, followed through all the hymn, with upward gaze directed to the bright supernal wheels. Here, reader, for the truth makes thine eyes keen, for of so subtle texture is this veil, that thou with ease mayst pass it through unmarked. I saw that gentle band silently next look up, as if in expectation held, pale and in lowly guise, and from on high I saw forth issuing descend beneath two angels with two flame-illumined swords, broken and mutilated at their points. Green as the tender leaves but newly born, their vesture was, the which by wings as green beaten, they drew behind them, fanned in air. A little over us one took his stand, the other lighted on the opposing hill, so that the troop were in the midst contained. Well I descried the whiteness on their heads, but in their visages the dazzled eye was lost, as faculty that by too much is overpowered. From Mary's bosom both are come, exclaimed Sordello, as a guard over the veil, 'gainst him, who hither tends, the serpent. Whence, not knowing by which path he came, I turned me round, and closely pressed all frozen, to my leader's trusted side. Sordello paused not, to the valley now, for it is time, let us descend, and hold converse with those great shadows, haply much their sight may please ye. Only 3 steps down methinks I measured ere I was beneath, and noted one who looked as with desire to know me. Time was now that arrow dim, yet not so dim, that twixt his eyes and mine it cleared not up what was concealed before. Mutually toward each other we advanced. Nino, thou courteous judge, what joy I felt, when I perceived thou wert not with the bad. No salutation kind on either part was left unsaid. He then inquired, how long since thou arrived at the mountain's foot, over the distant waves? Oh, answered I, through the sad seats of woe this morn I came, and still in my first life, thus journeying on, the other strive to gain. Soon as they heard my words, he and Sordello backward drew, as suddenly amazed. To Virgil one, the other to a spirit turned, who near was seated, crying, Conrad, up with speed, come, see what of his grace high Goddeth willed. Then turning round to me, by that rare mark of honor which thou owest to him, who hides so deeply his first cause, iteth no ford, when thou shalt he beyond the vast of waves. Tell my Giovanna, that for me she call there, where reply to innocence is made. Her mother, I believe, loves me no more, since she has charmed the white and wimpled folds, which she is doomed once more with grief to wish. By her it easily may be perceived how long in women lasts the flame of love, if sight and touch do not relume it oft. For her so fair a burial will not make the viper which calls Milan to the field, as had been made by shrill Gallura's bird. He spoke, and in his visage took the stamp of that right seal, which with due temperature glows in the bosom. My insatiate eyes meanwhile to heaven had travelled even there where the bright stars are slowest, as a wheel nearest the axle, when my guide inquired what there aloft, my son, has caught thy gaze. I answered the 3 torches, with which here the pole is all on fire. He then to me, the 4 resplendent stars, thou sawest this morn are there beneath, and these risen in their stead. While yet he spoke, sword low to himself drew him, and cried lo there our enemy. And with his hand pointed that way to look. Along the side, where barrier none arose around the little vale, a serpent lay, such haply as gave Eve the bitter food. Between the grass and flowers, the evil snake came on, reverting oft his lifted head, and, as a beast that smooths its polished coat, licking his hack. I saw not, nor can tell, how those celestial falcons from their seat moved but in motion each one well descried, hearing the air cut by their verdant plumes. The serpent fled, and to their stations back the angels up returned with equal flight. The spirit, who to Nino, when he called had come, from viewing me with fixed ken, through all that conflict, loosened not his sight. So may the lamp, which leads thee up on high, find, in thy destined lot, of wax so much, as may suffice thee to the enamel's height. It thus began, if any certain news of Valdemagra and the neighbor part thou knowest, tell me, who once was mighty there they called me Conrad Malaspina, not that old one, but from him I sprang. The love I bore my people is now here offended. In your dominions I answered, ne'er was I. But through all Europe where do those men dwell, to whom their glory is not manifest? The fame, that honors your illustrious house, proclaims the nobles and proclaims the land, so that he knows it who was never there. I swear to you, so may my upward route prosper. Your honored nation not impairs the value of her coffer and her sword. Nature and use give her such privilege, that while the world is twisted from his course by a bad head, she only walks aright, and has the evil way in scorn. He then, now pass thee on, 7 times the tired sun revisits not the couch, which with 4 feet the forked Aries covers, ere that kind opinion shall be nailed into thy brain with stronger nails than others' speech can drive, if the sure course of judgment be not stayed. Canto 9. Now the fair consort of Tithonus old, arisen from her mate's beloved arms, looked palely o'er the eastern cliff, her brow, lucent with jewels, glittered, set in sign of that chill animal, who with his train smites fearful nations, and where then we were, 2 steps of her ascent the night had passed, and now the third was closing up its wing, when I, who had so much of Adam with me, sank down upon the grass, o'ercome with sleep, there where all five were seated. In that hour, when near the dawn the swallow her sad lay, remembering haply ancient grief, renews, and with our minds more wanderers from the flesh, and less by thought restrained are, as 'twere, full of holy divination in their dreams. Then in a vision did I seem to view a golden feathered eagle in the sky, with open wings, and hovering for descent, and I was in that place, methought, from whence young Ganymede, from his associates reft, was snatched aloft to the high consistory. Perhaps thought I within me, here alone he strikes his quarry, and elsewhere disdains to pounce upon the prey. Therewith, it seemed a little wheeling in his airy tour terrible as the lightning rushed he down, and snatched me upward even to the fire. There both, I thought, the eagle and myself did burn, and so intense imagined flames, that needs my sleep was broken off. As erst Achilles shook himself, and round him rolled his wakened eyeballs wondering where he was, Warnus his mother had from Chiron fled to Ceos, with him sleeping in her arms, thus I shook me, soon as from my face the slumber parted, turning deadly pale, like one ice-struck with dread. So low at my side my comfort stood, and the bright sun was now more than 2 hours aloft, and to the sea my looks were turned. Fear not, my master cried, as we are at happy point. Thy strength shrink not, but rise dilated. Thou art come to purgatory now. Lo! There the cliff that circling bounds it. Lo! The entrance there, where it doth seem disparted. Ere the dawn ushered the daylight, when thy wearied soul slept in thee, o'er the flowery vale beneath a lady came, and thus bespake me, I am Lucia. Suffer me to take this man, who slumbers. Easier so his way shall speed. Sword alow and the other gentle shapes tarrying, she bare thee up, and, as day shone, this summit reached and I pursued her steps. Here did she place thee. First her lovely eyes that open entrance showed me, then at once she vanished with thy sleep. Like one, whose doubts are chased by certainty, and terror turned to comfort on discovery of the truth, such was the change in me, and as my guide beheld me fearless, up along the cliff he moved and I behind him, towards the height. Reader, thou markest how my theme doth rise, nor wonder therefore, if more artfully I prop the structure. Nearer now we drew, arrived whence in that part, where first a breach as of a wall appeared I could descry a portal, and 3 steps beneath, that led for inlet there, of different colour each, and one who watched but spake not yet a word. As more and more mine eye did stretch its view, I marked him seated on the highest step, in visage such, as past my power to bear. Grasped in his hand a naked sword, glanced back the rays so toward me, that I oft in vain my sight directed. Speak from whence ye stand, he cried, what would ye? Where is your escort? Take heed your coming upward harm ye not. A heavenly dame, not skilless of these things, replied the instructor, told us, even now, pass that way, here the gate is. And may she befriending prosper your ascent D the courteous keeper of the gate, come then before our steps. We straightway thither came. The lowest stair was marble white so smooth and polished that therein my mirror form distinct I saw. The next of hue more dark than sablest grain, a rough and singed block, cracked lengthwise and across. The third, that lay massy above, seemed porphyry, that flamed red as the life blood spouting from a vein. On this God's angel I the foot sustained upon the threshold seated, which appeared a rock of diamond. Up the trinal steps my leader cheerily drew me. Ask, said he, with humble heart, that he unbar the bolt. Piously at his holy feet devolved I cast me, praying him for pity's sake that he would open to me, but first fell thrice on my bosom prostrate. 7 times 0 the letter, that denotes the inward stain, he on my forehead with the blunted point of his drawn sword inscribed. And look, he cried, when entered that thou wash these scars away. Ashes, or earth tar dry out of the ground, were of one color with the robe he wore. From underneath that vestment forth he drew 2 keys of metal twain, the one was gold, its fellow silver. With the pallid first, and next the burnished he so plied the gate, as to content me well. Whenever one faileth of these, that in the keyhole straight it turn not, to this alley then expect access in vain. Such were the words he spake. One is more precious, but the other needs skill and sagacity, large share of each, ere its good task to disengage the knot be worthily performed. From Peter these I hold, of him instructed, that I err rather in opening than in keeping fast, so but the suppliant at my feet implore. Then of that hallowed gate he thrust the door, exclaiming, Enter, but this warning here, he forth again departs who looks behind. As in the hinges of that sacred ward the swivels turned sonorous metal strong, harsh was the grating, nor so surlily roared the tarpaean, when by force bereft of good Metellus, thenceforth from his loss to leanness doomed. Attentively I turned listening the thunder, that first issued forth, and we praise thee, O God, methought I heard in accents blended with sweet melody. The strains came o'er mine ear, as the sound of choral voices, that in solemn chant with organ mingle, and, now high and clear, come swelling, now float indistinct away. Canto X. When we had passed the threshold of the gate, which the soul's ill affection doth disuse, making the crooked seem the straighter path, I heard its closing sound. Had mine eyes turned for that offence what plea might have availed We mounted up the riven rock, that wound on either side alternate, as the wave flies and advances. Here some little art behooves us, said my leader, that our steps observe the varying flesh of the path. Thus we so slowly sped, that with cleft orb the moon once more o'erhangs her what are we couch, ere we that straight have threaded. But when free we came and open, where the mount above one solid mass retires, I spent, with toil, and both, uncertain of the way, we stood, upon a plain more lonesome, than the roads that traverse desert wilds. From whence the brink borders upon vacuity, to foot of the steep bank, that rises still. The space had measured thrice the stature of a man, and, distant as mine eye could wing its flight, to leftward now and now to right dispatched that cornice equal in extent appeared. Not yet our feet had on that summit moved when I discovered that the bank around, whose proud uprising all ascent denied, was marble white, and so exactly wrought with quaintest sculpture, that not there alone had Polycletus, but en nature's self been shammed. The angel who came down to earth with tidings of the peace so many years wept for in vain, that opened the heavenly gates from their long interdict, before us seemed in a sweet act, so sculpted to the life, he looked no silent image. One had sworn he had said, Hail, for she was imagined there, by whom the key did open to God's love, and in her act as sensibly impress that word, Behold the handmaid of the Lord as figure sealed on wax. Fix not thy mind on one place only, said the guide beloved, who had me near him on that part where lies the heart of man. My sight forthwith I turned and marked behind the Virgin Mother's form, upon that side, where he, that moved me, stood, another story graven on the rock. I passed athwart the bud, and drew me near, that it might stand more aptly for my view. There in the self-same marble were engraved the cart and kine, drawing the sacred ark, that from unbidden office awes mankind. Before it came much people, and the whole parted in 7 choirs. One sense cried, nay another, yes, they sing. Like doubt arose betwixt the eye and smell, from the curled fume of incense breathing up the well-wrought toil. Preceding the blessed vessel, onward came with light dance leaping, girt in humble guise, sweet Israel's harper. In that hap he seemed less and yet more than kingly. Opposite, at a great palace, from the lattice forth looked Nicole, like a lady full of scorn and sorrow. To behold the tablet next, which at the hack of Nicole whitely shone, I moved me. There was storied on the rock the exalted glory of the Roman prince, whose mighty worth moved Gregory to earn his mighty conquest, Trajan Emperor. A widow at his bridal stood, attired in tears and mourning. Round about them trooped full throng of knights, and overhead in gold the eagles floated, struggling with the wind. The wretch appeared amid all these to say, Grant vengeance, Sire, for, woe beshrew this heart my son is murdered. He replying seemed, wait now till I return. And she, as one made hasty by her grief, O sire, if thou dost not return, where I am, who then is, may right thee. What to thee is others' good, if thou neglect thy own? Now comfort thee at length, he answers. It beseemeth well my duty be performed ere I move hence, so justice wills, and pity bids me stay. He, whose ken nothing new surveys, product that visible speaking, new to us and strange the like not found on earth. Fondly I gazed upon those patterns of meek humbleness, shapes yet more precious for their artist's Sake, when lo the poet whispered, where this way, but slack their pace, a multitude advance. These to the lofty steps shall guide us on. Mine eyes, though bent on view of novel sights their loved allurement, were not slow to turn, Reader, I would not that a Mars thou miss of thy good purpose, hearing how just God decrees our debts be cancelled. Ponder not the form of suffering. Think on what succeeds, think that at worst beyond the mighty doom it cannot pass. Instructor, I began, what I see hither tending, bears no trace of human semblance, nor of aught beside that my foiled sight can guess. He answering thus, so corbed to earth, beneath their heavy teams of torment stoop they, that mine eye at first struggled as thine. But look intently thither, and disentangle with thy labouring view, what underneath those stones approacheth. Now, now, mayst thou discern the pangs of each. Christians and proud, O poor and wretched ones, that feeble in the mind's eye, lean your trust upon unstayed perverseness. Know ye not that we are worms, yet made at last to form the winged insect, imped with angel plumes that to heaven's justice unobstructed soars? Why buoy ye up aloft your unflegged souls? Abortive then and shapeless ye remain, like the untimely embryon of a worm. As, to support incumbent floor or roof, for corbel is a figure sometimes seen, that crumples up its knees unto its breast, with the feigned posture stirring ruth unfeigned in the beholder's fancy, so I saw these fashioned, when I noted well their guise. Each, as his back was laden, came indeed or more or less contract, but it appeared as he, who showed most patience in his look, wailing exclaimed, I can endure no more. Canto 11. O thou Almighty Father, who dost make the heavens thy dwelling, not in bounds confined, but that with love intenser there thou viewest thy primal effluence, hallowed be thy name. Join each created being to extol thy might, for worthy humblest thanks and praise is thy blessed Spirit. May thy kingdom's peace come unto us, for we, unless it come, with all our striving thither tend in vain. As of their will the angels unto thee tender meet sacrifice, circling thy throne with loud hosannas, so of theirs be done by saintly men on earth. Grant us this day our daily manna, without which he roams through this rough desert retrograde, who most toils to advance his steps. As we to each pardon the evil done us, pardon thou benign, and of our merit take no count. Gainst the old adversary prove thou not our virtue easily subdued, but free from his incitements and defeat his wiles. This last petition, dearest Lord, is made not for ourselves, since that were needless now, but for their sakes who after us remain. Thus for themselves and us good speed imploring, those spirits went beneath a weight like that we sometimes feel in dreams, all, sore beset, but with unequal anguish, wearied all, round the first circuit, purging as they go, the world's gross darkness off, in our behalf if their vows still be offered. What can here for them be vowed and done by such, whose wills have root of goodness in them? Well beseems that we should help them wash away the stains they carried hence, that so made pure and light, they may spring upward to the starry spheres. Ah, so may mercy-tempered justice rid your burdens speedily, that ye have power to stretch your wing, which to your desire shall lift you, as ye show us on which hand toward the ladder leads the shortest way. And if there be more passages than one, instruct us of that easiest to ascend, for this man who comes with me, and bears yet the charge of fleshly ailment Adam left him, despite his better will but slowly mounts. From whom the answer came unto these words, which my guide spake, appeared he not, but 'twas said along the bank to rightward come with us, and ye shall find a pass that mocks not toil of living man to climb, and were it not that I am hindered by the rock, where with this arrogant neck is tammed, whence needs I stoop my visage to the ground, him, who yet lives, whose name thou speakest not him I fain would view. To mark if e'er I knew him, and to crave his pity for the fardel that I bear. I was of Latian, of a Tuscan horn a mighty one, old Obranilsko's name my sires, I know not if ye e'er have heard. My old blood and forefathers' gallant deeds made me so haughty, that I clean forgot the common mother, and to such excess, waxed in my scorn of all men, that I fell therefore, by what fate Siena's sons, each child in Campanatico, can tell. I am Omitu, not me only prideth injured, but my kindred all involved in mischief with her. Here my lot ordains under this weight to groan, till I appease God's angry justice, since I did it not amongst the living, here amongst the dead. Listening I bent my visage down, and one, not he who spake, twisted beneath the weight that urged him, saw me, knew me straight, and called holding his eyes with difficulty fixed intent upon me, stooping as I went companion of their way. Oh! I exclaimed, art thou not Oderigi, art not thou Agabio's glory, glory of that art which they of Paris call the limner's skill? Brother, said he, with tints that gay a smile, Bolognian Franco's pencil lines the leaves. His all the honor now, mine borrowed light. In truth I had not been thus courteous to him, the whilst I lived, through eagerness of zeal for that preeminence my heart was bent on. Here of such pride the forfeiture is paid. Nor were I even here, if, able still to sin, I had not turned me unto God. O powers of man! How vain your glory, nipden in its height of verdure, if an age less bright succeed not. Cimabue thought to lord it over painting's field, and now the cry is Giotto's, and his name eclipsed. Thuseth one Guido from the other snatched the letter D prize, and he perhaps is born, who shall drive either from their nest. The noise of worldly fame is but a blast of wind, that blows from divers points, and shifts its name shifting the point it blows from. Shalt thou more live in the mouths of mankind, if thy flesh part shrivelled from thee, than if thou hadst died, before the coral and the pap were left, or ere some 1,000 years have passed? And that is, to eternity compared, a space, briefer than is the twinkling of an eye to the heaven's slowest orb. He there who treads so leisurely before me, far and wide through Tuscany resounded once, and now is in Siena scarce with whispers named, there was he sov reign, when destruction caught the maddening rage of Florence, in that day proud as she now is loathsome. Your renown is as the herb, whose hue doth come and go, and his might withers it, by whom it sprang crude from the lap of earth. I thus to him, true are thy sayings, to my heart they breathe the kindly spirit of meekness, and allay what tumours rankle there. But who is he of whom thou sparkest but now? This he replied, is proven Zeno. He is here, because he reached with grasp presumptuous, at the sway of all Siena. Thus he stilleth gone, thus goeth never resting, since he died. Such is acquittance rendered back of him, who, beyond measure, dard on earth. I then, if soul that to the verge of life delays repentance, linger in that lower space, nor hither mount, unless good prayers befriend, how chance admittance was vouchsafed to him. When at his glory's topmost height said he, respect of dignity all cast aside, freely he fixed him on Siena's plain, a suitor to redeem his suffering friend, who languished in the prison house of Charles, nor for his Sake refused through every vein to tremble. More I will not say, and dark, I know, my words are, but thy neighbours soon shall help thee to a comment on the text. This is the work, that from these limits freed him. Canto 12. With equal pace as oxen in the yoke, I with that laden spirit journeyed on long as the mild instructor suffered me, but when he bade me quit him, and proceed, for here said he, behooves with sail and oars each man, as best he may, push on his bark, upright, as one disposed for speed, I rayed my body, still in thought submissive body. I now my leader's track not load pursued, and each had shown how light we fared along when thus he warned me, bend thine eyesight down, for thou to ease the way shall find it good to ruminate the bed beneath thy feet. As in memorial of the buried, drawn upon earth-level tombs, the sculptured form of what was once, appears, at sight whereof tears often stream forth by remembrance worked, whose sacred stings the piteous only feel, so saw I there, but with more curious skill of portraiture erit, waiter of space from forth the mountain stretches. On one part him I beheld, above all creatures erst created noblest, lightning fall from heaven, on other side with bold celestial Pirc Briareus, cumbering earth he lay through dint of mortal ice stroke. The Thymbraean god with Mars, I saw, and Pallas, round their sire, armed still, and gazing on the giant's limbs strewn o'er Ethral field. Nimrod I saw, at foot of the stupendous work he stood, as if bewildered, looking on the crowd leagued in his proud attempt on Sinners' plain. O Niobe! In what a trance of woe thee I beheld, upon that highway drawn, 7 sons on either side thee slain. O Saul! How ghastly didst thou look! On thine own sword expiring in Gilbo, from that hour ne'er visited with rain from heaven or dew. O fond Arachne! Thee I also saw half spider now in anguish crawling up unfinished web thou weavedst to thy bane. O Rehoboam! Here thy shape doth seem lowering no more defiance, but fear smote with none to chase him in his chariot worldy. Was shown beside upon the solid floor how dear Alcmaeon forked his mother rate that ornament in evil hour received how in the temple on Sennacherib fell his sons, and how a corpse they left him there. Was shown the scathe and cruel mangling made by Tamiris on Cyrus, when she cried, blood thou didst thirst for, take thy fill of blood. was shown how routed in the battle fled Assyrians, Holofernes slain, and the relics of the carnage. Troy I marked in ashes and in caverns. Oh! How fallen, how abject, Ilion, was thy semblance there! What master of the pencil or the style had tracked the shades and lines, that might have made the subtlest workman wonder? Dead the dead, the living seemed alive, with clearer view his eye beheld not who beheld the truth, than mine what I did tread on, while I went low bending. Now swell out, and with stiff necks pass on, ye sons of Eve. Veil not your looks, lest they descry the evil of your path. I noted not, so busied was my thought, how much we now had circled of the mount, and of his course yet more the sun had spent, when he, who with still wakeful caution went, admonished raise thou up thy head, for no time is not now for slow suspense. Behold that way an angel hasting towards us. Lo, where duly the 6th handmaid doth return from service on the day. Where thou in look and gesture seemly grace of reverent awe, that gladly he may forward us aloft. Consider that this day ne'er dawns again. Time's loss he had so often warned me gainst, I could not miss the scope at which he aimed. The goodly shape approached us, snowy white in vesture, and with visage casting streams of tremulous lustre like the matin star. His arms he opened, then his wings, and spake, onward, the steps, behold, are near, and now ascent is without difficulty gained. A scanty few are they, who when they hear such tidings, hasten. O ye race of men though born to soar, why suffer ye a wind so slight to baffle ye? He led us on where the rock parted, here against my front did beat his wings, then promised I should fare in safety on my way. As to ascend that steep, upon whose brow the chapel stands, o'er Rubicant, looking lordly down on the well-guided city, up the right impetuous rise is broken by the steps carved in that old and simple age, when still the registry and label rested safe. Thus is acclivity relieved, which here precipitous from the other circuit falls, but on each hand the tall cliff presses close. As entering there we turned, voices, in strain ineffable, sang, blessed are the poor in spirit. Ah, how far unlike to these the straits of hell, here songs to usher us, their shrieks of woe. We climb the holy stairs, and lighter to myself by far I seemed than on the plain before, whence thus I spake, say, Master, of what heavy thing have I been lightened, that scarce aught the sense of toil affects me journeying? He in few replied, when sin's broad characters, that yet remain upon thy temples, though well nigh effacted, shall be, as one is, all clean raised out, then shall thy feet by heartiness of will be so o'ercome, they not alone shall feel no sense of labor, but delight much more shall wait the murky along their upward way. Then like to one, upon whose head is plaqued somewhat he deems not of but from the becks of others as they pass him by, his hand lends therefore help to assure him, searches, finds, and well performs such office as the eye wants power to execute, so stretching forth the fingers of my right hand, did I find 6 only of the letters, which his sword who bare the keys had tracked upon my brow. the leader, as he marked mine action, smiled. Canto 13. We reached the summit of the scale, and stood upon the second buttress of that mount which he leth him who climbs. A cornice there, like to the former, girdles round the hill, save that its arch with sweep less ample bends. Shadow nor image there is seen, all smooth the rampart and the path, reflecting naught but the rock's sullen hue. If here we wait for some to question, said the bard, I fear our choice may haply meet too long delay. Then fixedly upon the sun his eyes he fastened, made his right the central point from whence to move, and turned the left aside. O pleasant light, my confidence and hope, conduct us thou, he cried, on this new way, where now I venture, leading to the bourne we seek. The universal world to thee owes warmth and lustre. If no other cause forbid, thy beams should ever be our guide. Far, as is measured for a mile on earth, in brief space had we journeyed, such prompt will impel and towards us flying, now were heard spirits invisible, who courteously unto love's table bade the welcome guest. The voice, that first flew by, called forth aloud, they have no wine, so on behind us passed, those sounds reiterating, nor yet lost in the faint distance, when another came crying, I am Orists and alike winged its fleet way. O Father! I exclaimed, what tongues are these? And as I questioned, lo! A third exclaiming, love ye those have wronged you. This circuit, said my teacher, knots the scourge for envy, and the cords are therefore drawn by charity's correcting hand. The curb is of a harsher sound, as thou shalt hear, if I deem rightly, ere thou reach the pass, where pardon sets them free. But fix thine eyes intently through the air, and thou shalt see a multitude before thee seated, each along the shelving grot. Then more than erst I opened my eyes, before me viewed, and saw shadows with garments dark as was the rock, and when we passed a little forth, I heard a crying, Blessed Mary, pray for us, Michael and Peter, all ye saintly host. I do not think there walks on earth this day man so remorseless, that he hath not yearned with pity at the sight that next I saw. Mine eyes a load of sorrow teemed, when now I stood so near them, that their semblances came clearly to my view. Of sackcloth vile their cofering seemed, and on his shoulder one did stay another, leaning, and all leaned against the cliff. Thus the blind and poor, near the confessionals, to crave an alms, stand, each his head upon his fellow's sunk, so most to stir compassion, not by sound of words alone, but that, which moves not less, the sight of Miss R.Y. And as never beam of noonday visiteth the eyeless man, so was heaven a niggard unto these of his fair light, for, through the orbs of all, a thread of wire, impiercing, knits them up, as for the taming of a haggard hawk. It were a wrong, methought, to pass and look on others, yet myself the while unseen. To my sage counsel therefore did I turn. He knew the meaning of the mute appeal, nor waited for my questioning, but said, Speak, and be brief, be subtle in thy words. On that part of the cornice, whence no Rimingelands its steep fall, did Virgil come, on the other side me were the spirits, their cheeks bathing devout with penitential tears, that through the dread impalement forked away. I turned me to them, and O shades, said I, as a that to your eyes unveiled shall shine the lofty light, sole object of your wish, so may heaven's grace clear whatsoe'er of foam floats turbid on the conscience, that thenceforth the stream of mind roll limpid from its source, as ye declare, for so shall ye impart a boon I dearly prize, if any soul of Latium dwell among ye, and perchance that soul may profit, if I learn so much. My brother, we are each one citizens of one true city. Any thou wouldst say, who lived a stranger in Italia's land. So heard I answering, as appealed a voice that onward came some space from whence I stood. A spirit I noted, in whose look was marked expectance. Ask ye how? The chin was ready as in one reft of sight. Spirit, said I, who for thy rise art tutoring, if thou be that which didst answer to me, or by place or name, disclose thyself, that I may know thee. I was it, answered he, of Siena, here I cleanse away with these the evil life, soliciting with tears that he, who is, vouchsafe him to us. Though sapienam in sapience I excel not, gladder far of others' hurt, than of the good befell me. That thou mayst own I now deceive thee not, here, if my folly were not as I speak it. When now my years slopped waning down the arch, it so bechanced my fellow citizens nearly met their enemies in the field, and I prayed God to grant what he had willed. There were they vanquished, and betook themselves unto the bitter passages of flight. I marked the hunt, and waxing out of bounds in gladness, lifted up my shameless brow, and like the Merlin cheated by a gleam, cried, it is over. Heaven! I fear thee not. Upon my verge of life I wished for peace with God, nor repentance had supplied what I did lack of duty, were it not the hermit Piero, touched with charity, in his devout orisons thought on me. But who art thou that questionest of our state, who goest to my belief, with lids unclosed, and breathest in thy talk? Mine eyes, said I, may yet be here ta'en from me, but not long, for they have not offended grievously with envious glances. But the woe beneath urges my soul with more exceeding dread. That nether load already weighs me down. She thus, who then amongst us here aloft hath brought thee, if thou weenest to return. He answered, I, who standeth mute beside me. I live, of me ask therefore, chosen spirit, if thou desire I yonder yet should move for thee my mortal feet. Oh, she replied, this is so strange a thing, it is great sign that God doth love thee. Therefore with thy prayers sometime assist me, and by that I crave, which most thou covetest, that if thy feet tread on Tuscan soil, thou save my fame amongst my kindred. Them shalt thou behold with that vain multitude, who set their hope on Telemone's haven, there to fail confounded, more shall when the fancied stream they sought of Dian called but they who lead their navies, more than ruined hopes shall mourn. Canto 14. Say who is he around our mountain winds, or ever death has pruned his wing for flight, that ops his eyes and covers them at will. I know not who he is, but know thus much he comes not singly. Do thou ask of him, for thou art nearer to him, and take heed accost him gently, so that he may speak. Thus on the right two spirits bending each toward the other, talked of me, then both addressing me, their faces backward leaned, and thus the one began, O soul, who yet pent in the body, tendest towards the sky. For charity, we pray thee comfort us, recounting whence thou comest, and who thou art, for thou dost make us at the favour shown thee marvel, as at a thing that ne'er hath been. There stretches through the midst of Tuscany, I straight began, a brooklet, whose wellhead springs up in Foltrina, with his race not satisfied, when he some 100 miles hath measured. From his bank spring, I this frame. To tell you who I am were words misspent, for yet my name scarce sounds on rumour's lip. If well I do incorporate with my thought the meaning of thy speech, said he, who first addressed me, thou dost speak of Arno's wave. To whom the other, why hath he concealed the title of that river, as a man doth of some horrible thing? The spirit, who thereof was questioned, did acquit him thus, I know not, but 'tis fitting well the name should perish of that vale, for from the source where teems so plenteously the alpine steep maimed of Pelorus, that doth scarcely pass beyond that limit, even to the point where e'en to ocean is rested, what heaven drains from exhaustless store for all earth's streams, throughout the space is virtue worried down, as 'twere a snake, by all, for mortal foe, or through disastrous influence on the place, or else distortion of misguided wills, that custom goads to evil, whence in those, the dwellers in that miserable vale, nature is so transformed, it seems as they had shard of Circe's feeding. Midst brute swine, worthier of acorns than of other food created for man's use, he shapeth first his obscure way, then, sloping onward, finds curs, snarlers more in spite than power, from whom he turns with scorn aside, still journeying down. By how much more the cursed and luckless foss swells out to largeness, so much it finds dogs turning into wolves. Descending still through yet more hollow eddies, next he meets a race of foxes, so replete with craft, they do not fear that skill can master it. Nor will I cease because my words are heard by other ears than thine. It shall be well for this man, if he keep in memory what from no erring spirit I reveal. Lo! I behold thy grandson, that becomes a hunter of those wolves, upon the shore of the fierce stream, and cows them all with dread, their flesh yet living sets he up to sale, then like an aged beast to slaughter dooms. Many of life he reaves, himself of worth and goodly estimation. Smeared with gore mark how he issues from the rueful wood, leaving such havoc, that in 1,000 years it spreads not to prime lusterhood again. As one, who tidings hears of woe to come, changes his looks perturbed, from weight apart the peril grasp him, so beheld I change that spirit, who had turned to listen, struck with sadness, soon as he had caught the word. His visage and the other's speech did raise desire in me to know the names of both, whereof with meek entreaty I inquired. The shade, who late addressed me, thus resumed, Thy wish imports that I vouchsafe to do for thy Sake what thou wilt not do for mine. But since God's will is that so largely shine his grace in thee, I will be liberal too. Guido of Duca, know then that I am. Envy so parched my blood, that had I seen a fellow man made joyous, thou hadst marked a livid paleness overspread my cheek. Such harvest reap I of the seed I sowed. O man, why place thy heart where there doth need exclusion of participants in good? This is Ranieri's spirit, this the boast and honour of the house of Calboli, whereof his worth no heritage remains. Nor his the only blood, that hath been stripped, twixt Po, the Mount, the Reno, and the shore, of all that truth or fancy asks for bliss, but in those limits such a growth has sprung of rank and venomed roots, as long would mock slow culture's toil. Where is good Lizio? Where Manardi, Traversalo, and Carpigna? O bastard slips of old Romagna's line! When in Bologna the low artisan, and in Faenza yon Bernardin sprouts, a gentle scion from ignoble stem. Wonder not, Tuscan, if thou see me weep, when I recall to mind those once loved names, Guido of Prater, and of Azzo him that dwelt with you, Tignoso and his troop, with Traversero's house and Anastagios, each race disherited, and beside these, the ladies and the knights, the toils and ease, that which dee us into love and courtesy, where now such malice reigns in recreant hearts. O Bretinoro! Wherefore tarriest still, since forth of thee thy family hath gone, and many, hating evil, joined their steps? Well doth he, that bids his lineage cease, Bagnacavolo, Castracaro ill, and Cogno worse, who care to propagate a race of counties from such blood as theirs. Well shall ye also do, Pagani, then when from amongst you tries your demon child. Not so, howe'er, that henceforth there remain true proof of what ye were. O Ugolin! Thou sprung of Fantolini's line. Thy name is safe, since none is looked for after thee to cloud its lustre, warping from thy stock. But, Tuscan, go thy ways, for now I take far more delight in weeping than in words. Such pity for your sakes athrung my heart. We knew those gentle spirits at parting heard our steps. Their silence therefore of our way as us. Soon as we had quitted them, advancing onward, lo! A voice that seemed like volleyed lightning, when it rives the air, met us, and shouted, Whosoever finds will slay me. Then fled from us, as the bold lark sudden from a downward rushing cloud. When it had given short truce unto our hearing, behold the other with a crash as loud as the quick following thunder, mark in me a gloros turned to rock. I at the sound retreating drew more closely to my guide. Now in mute stillness rested all the air, and thus he spake, there was the galling bit. But your old enemy so baits his hook, he drags you eager to him. Hence nor curb avails you, nor reclaiming call. Heaven calls and round about you wheeling courts your gaze with everlasting beauties. Yet your eye turns with fond doting still upon the earth. Therefore he smites you who discerneth all. Canto 15. As much as twixt the third hour's close and dawn, appeareth of heaven's sphere, that ever whirls as restless as an infant in his play, so much appeared he remaining to the sun of his slope journey towards the western goal. Evening was there, and here the noon of night, and full upon our forehead smote the beams. For round the mountain, circling, so our path had led us, that toward the sunset now direct we journeyed, when I felt a weight of more exceeding splendor than before press on my front. The cause unknown, amaze possessed me, and both hands against my brow lifting, I interposed them, as a screen, that of its gorgeous superflux of light clipped the diminished orb. As when the ray, striking on water or the surface clear of mirror, leaps unto the opposite part, ascending at a glance, e'en as it fell, and so much differs from the stone, that falls through equal space, as practice skill hath shown. Thus with refracted light before me seemed the ground there smitten, whence in sudden haste my sight recoiled. What is this, sire beloved? Gainst which I strive to shield the sight in vain, cried I, and which towards us moving seems. Marvel not, if the family of heaven, he answered, yet with dazzling radiance dim thy sense. It is a messenger who comes, inviting man's assent. Such sights ere long, not grievous, shall impart to thee delight, as thy perception is by nature wrought up to their pitch. The blessed angel, soon as we had reached him, hailed us with glad voice, here enter on a ladder far less steep than ye have yet encountered. We forthwith ascending, heard behind us chanted sweet, blessed the merciful and happy thou that conquerest. Lonely each, my guide and I pursued our upward way, and as we went, some profit from his words I hoped to win, and thus of him inquiring, framed my speech, what meant Romagna's spirit, when he spake of bliss exclusive with no partner shared. He straight replied, no wonder, since he knows what sorrow waits on his own worst defect, if he chide others, that they less may mourn. Because ye point your wishes at a mark, where, by communion of possessors, part is lessened, envy bloweth up the size of men. No fear of that might touch ye, if the love of higher sphere exalted your desire. For there, by how much more they call it ours, so much propriety of each in good increases more, and heightened charity wraps that fair cloister in a brighter flame. Now lack I satisfaction more, said I, than if thou hadst been silent at the first, and doubt more gathers on my laboring thought. How can it chance, that good distributed, the many, that possess it, makes more rich, than if 'twere shared by few? He answering thus, thy mind, reverting still to things of earth, strikes darkness from true light. The highest good unlimited, ineffable, doth so speed to love, as beam to a lucid body darts, giving as much of ardour as it finds. The sempiternal effluence streams abroad spreading, wherever charity extends. So that the more aspirants to that bliss are multiplied, more good is there to love, and more is loved, as mirrors, that reflect, each unto other, propagated light. If these my words avail not to allay thy thirsting, Beatrice thou shalt see, who of this want, and of all else thou'st, shall rid thee to the full. Provide but thou that from thy temples may be soon eras e'en as the two already, those 5 scars, that when they pain thee worst, then kindliest heal thou. I had said, content st me when I saw the other round was gained and wondering eyes did keep me mute. There suddenly I seemed by an ecstatic vision rapt away, and in a temple saw, without, a crowd of many persons, and at th entrance stood a dame, whose sweet demeanour did express a mother's love, who said, Child, why hast thou dealt with us thus? Behold thy sire and I sorrowing have sought thee, and so held her peace, and straight the vision fled. A female next appeared before me, down whose visage coursed those waters, that grief forces out from one by deep resentment stung, who seemed to say, if thou, Pisistratus, be lord indeed over this city, nam with such debate of adverse gods, and whence each science sparkles, avenge thee of those arms, whose bold embraceth clasped our daughter, and to fuel, mesimd, benign and meek, with visage undisturbed her so fran spake, how shall we those requite, who wish us evil, if we thus condemn the man that loves us? After that I saw a multitude, in fury burning, slay with stones a stripling youth, and shout amain destroy, destroy, and him I saw, who bowed heavy with death unto the ground, yet made his eyes, unfolded upward, gates to heaven, praying forgiveness of th Almighty Sire, amidst that cruel conflict, on his foes, with looks, that with compassion to their aim. Soon as my spirit, from her airy flight returning, sought again the things, whose truth depends not on her shaping, I observed how she had roved to no unreal scenes meanwhile the leader, who might see I moved as one, who struggles to shake off his sleep, exclaimed what ails thee, that thou canst not hold thy footing firm, but more than half a league hast travelled with closed eyes and tottering gait, like to a man by wine or sleep o'ercharged. Beloved father, so thou deigns, said I, to listen, I will tell thee what appeared before me, when so failed my sinking steps. He thus, not if thy countenance were masked with 100 vizards, could a thought of thine how small soe'er, elude me. What thou sawest was shown, that freely thou mightst ope thy heart to the waters of peace, that flow diffused from their eternal fountain. I not asked what ails thee? For such cause as he doth, who looks only with that eye which sees no more, when spiritless the body lies, but asked to give fresh vigour to thy foot. Such goads the slow and loitering need, that they be found not wanting, when their hour of watch returns. So on we journeyed through the evening sky, gazing intent, far onward, as our eyes with level view could stretch against the bright vespertine ray, and lo! by slow degrees gathering, a fog made towards us, dark as night. There was no room for scaping, and that mist bereft us, both of sight and the pure air. Canto 16. Hell's dunnest gloom, or night unlustrous, dark, of every plains reft, and palled in clouds, did never spread before the sight a veil in thickness like that fog, nor to the sense so palpable and gross. Entering its shade, mine eye endured not with unclosed lids, which marking, near me drew the faithful guide, offering me his shoulder for a stay. As the blind man behind his leader walks, lest he should err, or stumble unawares on what might harm him, or perhaps destroy, I journeyed through that bitter air and foul, still listening to my escort's warning voice, look that from me thou part not. Straight I heard voices, and each one seemed to pray for peace, and for compassion, to the Lamb of God that taketh sins away. Their prelude still was Agnes dear, and through all the choir, one voice, one measure ran, that perfect seemed the concord of their song. Are these I hear spirits, O Master? I exclaimed, and he, thou aimest aright, these loose the bonds of wrath. Now who art thou, that through our smoke dost cleave? And speakest of us, as thou thyself e'en yet dividest time by calends. So one voice bespake me, whence my master said, reply, and ask, if upward hence the passage lead. O being, who dost make thee pure, to stand beautiful once more in thy Maker's sight. Along with me, and thou shalt hear and wonder. Thus I, whereto the Spirit answering spake, long as 'tis lawful for me, shall my steps follow on thine, and since the cloudy smoke forbids the seeing, hearing in its stead shall keep us joined. I then forthwith began, yet in my mortal swathing, I ascend to higher regions, and am hither come through the fearful agony of hell. And, if so largely God hath doled his grace, that, clean beside all modern precedent, he wills me to behold his kingly state, from me conceal not who thou wast, ere death had loosed thee, but instruct me, and instruct if rightly to the pass I tend, thy words the way directing as a safe escort. I was of Lombardy, and Marco called not inexperienced of the world, that worth I still affected, from which all have turned the nerveless bow aside. Thy course tends right unto the summit, and, replying thus, he added, I beseech thee pray for me, when thou shalt come aloft. And I to him, accept my faith for pledge I will perform what thou requirest. Yet one doubt remains, that wrings me sorely, if I solve it not, singly before it irked me, doubled now by thine opinion, when I couple that with one elsewhere declared, each strengthening other. The world indeed is even so forlorn of all good as thou speakest it, and so swarms with every evil. Yet, beseech thee, point the cause out to me, that myself may see, and unto others show it, for in heaven one place is it, and one on earth below. Then heaving forth a deep and audible sigh, brother, he thus began, the world is blind, and thou in truth comest from it. Ye, who live, do so each cause refer to heaven above, e'en as its motion of necessity drew with it all that moves. If this were so, free choice in you were none, nor justice would there should be joy for virtue, woe for ill. Your movements have their primal bent from heaven, not all, yet said I all, what then ensues? Light have ye still to follow evil or good, and of the will free power, which, if it stand firm and unwearied in heaven's first assay, conquers at last, so it be cherished well, triumphant over all. To mightier force, to better nature subject, ye abide free, not constrained by that, which forms in you the reasoning mind uninfluenced of the stars. If then the present race of mankind seek in yourselves the cause, and find it there. Herein thou shalt confess me no false spy. Forth from his plastic hand, who Chandi beholds her image ere she yet exist, the soul comes like a babe, that wantons sportively weeping and laughing in its wayward moods, as artless and as ignorant of aught, save that her Maker being one who dwells with gladness ever, willingly she turns to waiter yields her joy. Of some slight good the flavor soon she tastes, and, snared by that, with fondness she pursues it, if no guide recall, no rein direct her wandering course. Hence it behoved the law should be a curb, a sovereign hence behoved whose piercing view might mark at least the fortress and main tower of the true city. Laws indeed there are, but who is he observes them? None, not he, who goes before, the shepherd of the flock, who chews the cud but doth not cleave the hoof. Therefore the multitude, who see their guide strike at the very good they covet most, feed there and look no further. Thus the cause is not corrupted nature in yourselves, but ill conducting, that hath turned the world to evil. Rome, that turned it unto good, was wont to boast two suns, whose several beams cast light on either way, the worlds and gods. One sinseth quenched the other, and the sword is grafted on the crook, and so conjoined each must perforce decline to worse, unawed by fear of other. If thou doubt me, mark the blade, each herb is jugged of by its seed. That land, through which Addis and the Po their waters roll, was once the residence of courtesy and velour, ere the day, that frowned on Frederick, now secure may pass those limits, whosoe'er left, for shame, to talk with good men, or come near their haunts. 3 aged ones are still found there, in whom the old time chides the new. These deem it long ere God restore them to a better world. The good Gerardo, of Palazzo he Conrad, and Guido of Castello, named in Gallic phrase more fitly the plain Lombard. On this at last conclude. The Church of Rome, mixing two governments that ill assort, hath missed her footing, fallen into the mire, and there herself and burden much filled. O Marco! I replied, shine arguments convince me, and the cause I now discern why of the heritage no portion came to Levi's offspring. But resolve me this who that Gerardo is, that as thou say'st is left a sample of the perished race, and for rebuke to this untoward age. Either thy words, said he, deceive, or else are meant to try me, that thou, speaking Tuscan, appearest not to have heard of good Gerardo, the sole addition that, by which I know him, unless I borrowed from his daughter Gaia another name to grace him. God be with you. I bear you company no more. Behold the dawn with white ray glimmering through the mist. I must away, the angel comes, ere he appear. He said, and would not hear me more. Canto 17 Call to Remembrance, Reader, if thou errest, on a mountain top, been ta'en by cloud, through which thou sawest no better, than the mole doth through a parcou's membrane, then, whene'er the what are why vapours dense began to melt into thin air, how faintly the sun's sphere seemed wading through them, so thy nimble thought may image, how at first I rebeheld the sun, that bedward now his couch o'erhung. Thus with my leader's feet still equaling pace from forth that cloud I came, when now expurred the parting beams from off the nether shores. O quick and forgettive power, that sometimes dost so rob us of ourselves, we take no mark though round about us thousand trumpets clang. What moves thee, if the senses stir not? Light kindled in heaven, spontaneous, self-informed, or likelier gliding down with swift elapse by will divine. Portrayed before me came the traces of her dire impiety, whose form was charmed into the bird that most delights itself in song, and here my mind was inwardly so rapt, it gave no place to aught that asked admittance from without. Next showered into my fantasy a shape as of one crucified, whose visage spake fell rancour, malice deep, wherein he died, and round him Ahasuerus the great king, Esther his bride, and Mordecai the just, blameless in word and deed. As of itself that unsubstantial coinage of the brain burst, like a bubble, which the water fails that fed it, in my vision straight up rose a damsel weeping loud, and cried, O Queen! O Mother! Wherefore has intemperate ire driven thee to loathe thy being? Not to lose Lavinia, desperate thou hast slain thyself. Now hast thou lost me. I am she, whose tears mourn, ere I fall, a mother's timeless end. E'en as a sleep breaks off, if suddenly new radiance strike upon the closed lids, the broken slumber quivering ere it dies, thus from before me sunk that imagery vanishing, soon as on my face there struck the light, outshining far our earthly beam. As round I turned me to survey what place I had arrived at, here ye mount exclaimed a voice, that other purpose left me none, save will so eager to behold who spake, I could not choose but gaze. As for the sun, that weighs our vision down, and veils his form in light transcendent, thus my virtue failed unequal. This is spirit from above, who marshals us our upward way, unsought, and in his own light shrouds him. As a man doth for himself, so now is done for us. For whoso waits imploring, yet sees need of his prompt aidance, sets himself prepared for blunt denial, ere the suit be made. Refuse we not to lend a ready foot at such inviting, haste we to ascend, before it darken, for we may not then, till morn again return. So spake my guide, and to one ladder both addressed our steps, and the first stair approaching, I perceived near me as 'twere the waving of a wing, that fanned my face and whispered, blessed they the peacemakers, they know not evil wrath. Now to such height above our heads were rayed the last beams, followed close by hooded night, that many a star on all sides through the gloom shone out. Why partiest from me, O my strength? So with myself I communed, for I felt my o'er-toiled sinews slacken. We had reached the summit, and were fixed like to a bark arrived at land. And waiting a short space, if aught should meet mine ear in that new round, then to my guide I turned and said, Loved sire, declare what guilt is on this circle purged. If our feet rest, no need thy speech should pause. He thus to me, the love of good, waiter wanted of just proportion, here fulfills. He applies afresh the oar, that loitered ill. But that thou mayst yet clearlier understand, give ear unto my words, and thou shalt cull some fruit may please thee well, from this delay. Creator, nor created being, ne'er, my son he thus began, was without love, or natural, or the free spirit's growth. Thou'st not that to learn. The natural still is without error, but the other swerves, if on ill object bent, or through excess of vigor, or defect. While ere it seeks the primal blessings, or with measure duty inferior, no delight, that flows from it, partakes of ill. But let it warp to evil, or with more ardor than behooves, or less. Pursue the good, the thing created then works gainst its maker. Hence thou must infer that love is germin of each virtue in ye, and of each act no less, that merits pain. Now since it may not be, but love intend the welfare mainly of the thing it loves, all from self-hatred are secure, and since no being can be thought to exist apart and independent of the first, a bar of equal force restrains from hating that. Grant the distinction just, and it remains the evil must be another's, which is loved. 3 ways such love is gendered in your clay. There is who hopes, his neighbor's worth depressed, preeminence himself, and covets hence for his own greatness that another fall. There is who so much fears the loss of power, fame, favor, glory, should his fellow mount above him, and so sickens at the thought, he loves their opposite, and there is he, whom wrong or insult seems to gall and shame that he doth thirst for vengeance, and such needs must dote on others' evil. Here beneath this threefold love is mourned. Of th other sort be now instructed, that which follows good but with disordered and irregular course. All indistinctly apprehend a bliss on which the soul may rest, the hearts of all yearn after it, and to that wished born all therefore strive to tend. If ye behold or seek it with a love remiss and lax, this cornice after just repenting lays its penal torment on ye. Other good there is, where man finds not his happiness, it is not true fruition, not that blessed essence, of every good the branch and root. The love too lavishly bestowed on this, along 3 circles over us, is mourned. Account of that division tripartite expect not, fitter for thine own research. Canto 18 the teacher ended, and his high discourse concluding, earnest in my looks inquired if I appeared content, and I, whom still unsated thirst to hear him urged, was mute outwardly, yet inwardly I said, perchance my too much questioning offends but he, true father, marked the secret wish by diffidence restrained and speaking, gave me boldness thus to speak, Master, my sight gathers so lively virtue from thy beams, that all thy words convey, distinct is seen. Wherefore I pray thee, Father, whom this heart holds dearest, thou wouldst deign by proof to unfold that love, from which as from their source thou bringest all good deeds and their opposite. He then, to what I now disclose be thy clear ken directed, and thou plainly shalt behold how much those blind have erred, who make themselves the guides of men. The soul, created apt to love, moves versatile which way so aught pleasing prompts her, soon as she is worked by pleasure into act. Of substance true your apprehension forms its counterfeit, and in you the ideal shape presenting attracts the soul's regard. If she, thus drawn, incline toward it, love is that inclining, and a new nature knit by pleasure in ye. Then as the fire points up, and mounting seeks his birthplace and his lasting seat, thus enters the captive soul into desire, which is a spiritual motion, that ne'er rests before enjoyment of the thing it loves. Enough to show thee, how the truth from those is hidden, who aver all love a thing praiseworthy in itself, although perhaps its substance seems still good. Yet if the wax be good, it follows not th impression must. What love is I return thee, thy words, O guide, and my own docile mind, reveal. Yet thence new doubts have sprung. For from without if love be offered to us, and the spirit knows no other footing, tends she right or wrong, is no desert of hers. He answering thus, what reason here discovers I have power to show thee, that which lies beyond, expect from Beatrice, faith not reason's task. Spirit, substantial form, with matter joined not in confusion mixed hath in itself specific virtue of that union born, which is not felt except it work, nor proof but through effect, as vegetable life by the green leaf. From whence his intellect deduced its primal notices of things, man therefore knows not, or his appetites their first affections, such in you, as zeal in bees to gather honey, at the first, volition, meriting nor blame nor praise. But o'er each lower faculty supreme, that as she list are summoned to her bar, ye have that virtue in you, whose just voice uttereth counsel, and whose word should keep the threshold of assent. Here is the source, whence cause of merit in you is derived, as the affections good or ill she takes, or severs, winnowed as the chaff. Those men who reasoning went to depth profoundest, marked that innate freedom, and were thence inducted to leave their moral teaching to the world. Grant then, that from necessity arise all love that glows within you, to dismiss or harbor it, the POWR is in yourselves. Remember, Beatrice, in her style, denominates free choice by eminence the noble virtue, if in talk with thee she touch upon that theme. The moon, well nigh to midnight hour belated, made the stars appear to wink and fade, and her broad disk seemed like a crag on fire, as up the vault that course she journeyed, which the sun then warms, when they of Rome behold him at his set, betwixt Sardinia and the Corsic isle. And now the weight, that hung upon my thought, was lightened by the aid of that clear spirit, who raiseth Andes above Mantua's name. I therefore, when my questions had obtained solution plain and ample, stood as one musing in dreary slumber, but not long slumbered, for suddenly a multitude, the steep already turning, from behind, rushed on. With fury and like random rout, as echoing on their shores at midnight heard Ismenus and Asopus, for his Thebes if Bacchus' help were needed, so came these tumultuous, curving each his rapid step, by eagerness impelled of holy love. Soon they o'ertook us, with such swiftness moved the mighty crowd. Two spirits at their head cried weeping, Blessed Mary sought with haste the hilly region. Caesar to subdue Iliada, darted in Marseilles his sting, and flew to Spain. O tarry not, away, the others shouted, let not time be lost through slackness of affection. Hearty zeal to serve reanimates celestial grace. O ye, in whom intenser fervency haply supplies, well lukewarm erst ye failed slow or neglectful, to absolve your part of good and virtuous, this man, who yet lives, credit my tale, though strange, desires ascend, so morning rise to light us. Therefore say which hand leads nearest to the rifted rock. So spake my guide, to whom a shade returned come after us, and thou shalt find the cleft. We may not linger, such resistless will speeds our unwearied course. Vouchsafe us then thy pardon, if our duty seem to thee discourteous rudeness. In Verona I was abbot of San Zeno, when the hand of Barbarossa grasped imperial sway, that name, ne'er uttered without tears in Milan. And there is he, with 1 foot in his grave, who for that monastery ere long shall weep, ruing his power missus for that his son, of body ill compact, and worse in mind, and born in evil, he hath set in place of its true pastor. Whether more he spake, or here was mute, I know not, he had sped now so far beyond us. Yet thus much I heard, and in remembrance treasured it. He then, who never failed me at my need, cried, hither turn. Lo! Two with sharp remorse chiding their sin. In rear of all the troop these shouted, first they died, to whom the sea opened or ever Jordan saw his heirs, and they, who within ease to the end endured not suffering, for their portion chose life without glory. Soon as they had fled past reach of sight, new thought within me rose by others followed fast, and each unlike its fellow, till led on from thought to thought, and pleasure with the fleeting train, mine eye was closed and meditation charmed to dream. Canto 19. It was the hour, when of diurnal heat no relics chafe the cold beams of the moon, o'erpowered by earth, or planetary sway of Saturn, and the geomancer sees his greater fortune up the east ascend, where grey dawn checkers first the shadowy cone, when for me in my dream a woman's shape there came, with lips that stammered eyes aslant, distorted feet, hands maimed and colour pale. I looked upon her, and as sunshine cheers limbs numbed by nightly cold, thus my look unloosed her tongue. Next in brief space her form decrepit rayed erect, and faded face with love's own hue illumined. Recovering speech she forthwith warbling such a strain began, that I, how loath soe'er, could scarce have held attention from the song. Thus she sang, I am the siren, she, whom mariners on the wide sea are wilder when they hear. Such fullness of delight the listener feels. I from his course Ulysses by my lay enchanted drew. Whoe'er frequents me once parts seldom, so I charm him, and his heart contented knows no void. Or ere her mouth was closed to shame her at her side appeared a dame of semblance holy. With stern voice she uttered Say, O Virgil, who is this? Which hearing, he approached with eyes still bent toward that goodly presence. Other seized her, and, her robes tearing, opened her before, and showed the belly to me, whence a smell, exhaling loathsome, walked me. Round I turned mine eyes, and thus the teacher, at the least 3 times my voiceth called thee. Rise, begone. Let us the opening find where thou mayst pass. I straightway rose. Now day, poured down from high, filled all the circuits of the sacred mount, and, as we journeyed, on our shoulder smote the early ray. I followed stooping low my forehead, as a man, o'ercharged with thought, who bends him to the likeness of an arch, that midway spans the flood, when thus I heard, Come, enter here in tone so soft and mild, as never met the ear on mortal strand. With swan-like wings dispread and pointing up, who thus had spoken marshalled us along, where each side of the solid masonry the sloping walls returred, then moved his plumes, and fanning us, affirmed that those, who mourn, are blessed, for that comfort shall be theirs. What aileth thee, that still thou lookest to earth? Began my leader, while angelic shape a little over us his station took. New vision, I replied, athrade in me missing strange and anxious doubts, whereon my sole intent allows no other thought or room or entrance. Hast thou seen, said he, that old enchantress, her, whose whiles alone the spirits o'er us weep for? Hast thou seen how man may free him of her bonds? Enough. Let thy heels spurn the earth, and thy ray can fix on the lure, which heaven's eternal King whirls in the rolling spheres. As on his feet the falcon first looks down, then to the sky turns, and forth stretches eager for the food, that woos him thither, so the call I heard, so onward, far as the dividing rock gave way, I journeyed, till the plain was reached. On the 5th circle when I stood at large, a race appeared before me, on the ground all downward lying prone and weeping sore. My souleth cleaved to the dust, I heard with sighs so deep, they well nigh choked the words. O ye elect of God, whose penal woes both hope and justice mitigate, direct towards the steep rising our uncertain way. If ye approach secure from this our doom, prostration, and would urge your course with speed, see that ye still to rightward keep the brink. So them the bard besought, and such the words, beyond us some short space, in answer came. I noted what remained yet hidden from them, thence to my liege's eyes mine eyes I bent, and he, forthwith interpreting their suit, beckoned his glad assent. Free then to act, as pleased me, I drew near, and took my stand o'er that shade, whose words I late had marked. And, Spirit, I said, in whom repentant tears mature that blessed hour, when thou with God shalt find acceptance, for a while suspend for me that mightier care. Say who thou wast, why thus ye grovel on your bellies prone, and if in aught ye wish my service there, whence living I am come. He answering spake the cause why heaven our back toward his co-preverses, shalt thou know, but me know first the successor of Peter, and the name and title of my lineage from that stream, that twixt Giaveri and Siestri draws his limpid waters through the lowly glen. A month and little more by proof I learnt, with what a weight that rope of sovereignty upon his shoulder rests, who from the mire would guard it, that each other fardel seems but feathers in the balance. Late, alas, was my conversion, but when I became Rome's pastor, I discerned at once the dream and cozenage of life, saw that the heart rested not there, and yet no prouder height led on the climber, wherefore, of that life no more enamoured in my bosom love of purer being kindled. For till then I was a soul in misery, alienate from God, and covetous of all earthly things. Now, as thou seest, here punished for my doting. Such cleansing from the taint of avarice do spirits converted need. This mount inflicts no dire penalty. E'en as our eyes fastened below, nor e'er to loftier climb were lifted, thuseth justice levelled us here on the earth. As avarice quenched our love of good, without which is no working, thus here justice holds us prisoned hand and foot chained down and bound, while heaven's just Lord shall please so long to tarry motionless outstretched. My knees I stooped and would have spoke, but he, ere my beginning, by his ear perceived I did him reverence, and what cause said he, bode thee thus? Compunction I rejoined and inward awe of your high dignity. Up he exclaimed brother, upon thy feet arise, err not, thy fellow servant I, thine and all others, of one sovereign power. If thou hast ever marked those holy sounds of gospel truth, nor shall be given ill marriage thou mayst discern the reasons of my speech. Go thy ways now, and linger here no more. Thy tarrying is a let unto the tares, with which I hasten that whereof thou sparkest. I have on earth a kinswoman, her name Alighieri, worthy in herself, so ill example of our house corrupt her not, and she is all remaineth of me there. Canto XX ill strives the will, gainst will more wise that strives his pleasure therefore to mine own preferred I drew the sponge yet thirsty from the wave. Onward I moved he also onward moved who led me, coasting still, wherever place along the rock was vacant, as a man walks near the battlements on narrow wall. For those on each other part, who drop by drop wring out their all-infecting malady, too closely press the verge. Accursed be thou, inveterate wolf, whose gorging gluts more prey than every beast beside, yet is not filled. So bottomless thy maw, ye spheres of heaven, to whom there are, as seems, who attribute all change in mortal state, when is the day of his appearing, for whom fate reserves to chase her hence, with wary steps and slow we passed and I attentive to the shades, whom piteously I heard lament and wail, and, midst the wailing, one before us heard cry out, O blessed Virgin, as a dame in the sharp pangs of childbed, and how poor thou wast it added, witness that low roof where thou didst lay thy sacred burden down. O good Fabricius, thou didst virtue choose with poverty, before great wealth with vice. The words so pleased me, that desire to know the spirit, from whose lip they seemed to come, did draw me onward. Yet it spake the gift of Nicholas, which on the maidens he bounteous bestowed, to save their youthful prime unblemished. Spirit, who dost speak of deeds so worthy, tell me who thou was, I said, and why thou dost with single voice renew memorial of such praise. That boon vouchsafed haply shall meet reward, if I return to finish the short pilgrimage of life, still speeding to its close on restless wing. I answered, he will tell thee, not for hell, which thence I look for, but that in thyself grace so exceeding shines, before thy time of mortal dissolution. I was root of that ill plant, whose shade such poison sheds o'er all the Christian land, that seldom thence good fruit is gathered. Vengeance soon should come, had Ghent and Douay, Lille and Bruges power, and vengeance I of heaven's great judge implore. Hugh Capet was I high, from me descend the Philips and the Louis, of whom France newly is governed, born of one, who plied the slaughterer's trade at Paris. When the race of ancient kings had vanished, all save one wrapped up in sable weeds, within my gripe I found the reins of empire, and such powers of new acquirement, with full store of friends, that soon the widowed circlet of the crown was girt upon the temples of my son, he, from whose bones th anointed race begins. Till the great dower of Provence had removed the stains, that yet obscured our lowly blood, its sway indeed was narrow, but how it wrought no evil, there, with force and lies, began its rapine, after, for amends, Poitiers it seized Navarre and Gascony. To Italy came Charles, and for amends young Conradin an innocent victim slew, and sent th angelic teacher back to heaven, still for amends. I see the time at hand, that forth from France invites another Charles to make himself and kindred better known. Anon he issues, saving with that lance, which the arch-traitor tilted with, and that he carries with so home a thrust, as rives the bowels of poor Florence. No increase of territory hence, but sin and shame shall be his guerdon, and so much the more as he more lightly deems of such foul wrong. I see the other, who a prisoner late had steps on shore, exposing to the mart his daughter, whom he bargains for, as do the corsairs for their slaves. O avarice! What canst thou more, who hast subdued our blood so wholly to thyself, they feel no care of their own flesh. To hide with dire guilt past ill and future, lo! The flower de luce enters a Lagna. In his vicar Christ himself a captive, and his mockery acted again. Lo! To his holy lip the vinegar and gall once more applied. And he twixt living robbers doomed to bleed. Lo! The new Pilate, of whose cruelty such violence cannot fill the measure up, with no degree to sanction, pushes on into the temple his yet eager sails. O Sovereign Master, when shall I rejoice to see the vengeance, which thy wrath well pleased in secret silence broods, while daylight lasts, so long what thou didst hear of her, sole spouse of the Great Spirit, and on which thou turnedst to me for comment, is the general theme of all our prayers, but when it darkens, then a different strain we utter, then record Pygmalion, whom his gluttonous thirst of gold made traitor, robber, parricide, the woes of Midas, which his greedy wish ensued, marked for derision to all future times, and the fond Achan, how he stole the prey, that yet he seems by Joshua's ire pursued. Sapphira with her husband next, we blame, and praise the 4 feet, that with furious ramp spurn D. Heliodorus. All the mountain round rings with the infamy of Thracia's king, who slew his Phrygian charge, and last a shout ascends, declare, O Crassus, for thou knowest the flavour of thy gold. The voice of each now high now low, as each his impulse prompts, is led through many a pitch, acute or grave. Therefore, not singly, I Ruhile rehearse that blessedness we tell of in the day, but near me none beside his accent ready. From him we now had parted, and essayed with utmost efforts to surmount the way, when I did feel, as nodding to its fall, the mountain tremble, whence an icy chill seized on me, as on one to death conveyed. So shook not Delos, when Latona there couched to bring forth the twin-born eyes of heaven. Forthwith from every side a shout arose so vehement, that suddenly my guide drew near, and cried, Doubt not, while I conduct thee. Glory, all shouted, such the sounds mine ear gathered from those, who near me swelled the sounds, glory in the highest be to God. We stood immovably suspended, like to those, the shepherds, who first heard in Bethlehem's field that song, till ceased the trembling, and the song was ended, then our hallowed path resumed, ing the prostrate shadows, who renewed their customed mourning. Never in my breast did ignorance so struggle with desire of knowledge, if my memory do not err, as in that moment, nor through haste dardi to question, nor myself could aught discern, so on I fared in thoughtfulness and dread. Canto XXI The natural thirst, ne'er quenched but from the well, whereof the woman of Samaria craved excited, haste along the cumbered path, after my guide, impelled and pity moved my bosom for the vengeful deed, though just. When lo, even as Luke relates, that Christ appeared unto the 2 upon their way, new risen from his vaulted grave, to us a shade appeared and after us approached contemplating the crowd beneath its feet. We were not ware of it, so first it spake, saying, God give you peace, my brethren. Then sudden we turned and Virgil such salute, as fitted that kind greeting, gave, and cried, Peace in the blessed counsel be thy lot awarded by that righteous court, which me to everlasting banishment exiles. How, he exclaimed nor from his speed meanwhile desisting, if that ye be spirits, whom God vouchsafes not room above, who up the height has been thus far your guide. To whom the bard, if thou observe the tokens, which this man tracked by the finger of the angel bears, 'tis plain that in the kingdom of the just he needs must share. But sithence she, whose wheel spins day and night, for him not yet had drawn that yarn, which, on the fatal distaff pilled clotho apportions to each wight that breathes, his soul, that sister is to mine and thine, not of herself could mount, for not like ours her ken, whence from forth the ample gulf of hell was ta'en, to lead him, and will lead far as my law avails. But, if thou know, instruct us for what cause, the Mount Iruhile thus shook and trembled, wherefore all at once seemed shouting, even from his wave-washed foot. That questioning so tallied with my wish, the thirst did feel abatement of its urgen from expectance. He forthwith replied, in its devotion naught irregular this mount can witness, or by punctual rule unsanctioned, here from every change exempt. Other than that, which heaven in itself doth of itself receive, no influence can reach us. Tempest none, shower, hail or snow, hoar frost or dewy moistness, higher falls than that brief scale of threefold steps, thick clouds nor scudding rack are ever seen, swift glance ne'er lightens, nor thaumantian iris gleams, that yonder often shift on each side heaven. Vapour dust doth never mount above the highest of the trinal stairs, whereon Peter's vicegerent stands. Lower perchance, with various motion rocked, trembles the soil, but here, through wind in earth's deep hollow pent, I know not how, yet never trembled, then trembles, when any spirit feels itself so purified, that it may rise, or move for rising, and such loud acclaim ensues. Purification by the will alone is proof that free to change society seizes the soul rejoicing in her will. Desire of bliss is present from the first, but strong propension hinders, to that wish by the just ordinance of heaven opposed, propension now as eager to fulfill allotted torment, as iruhile to sin. And I who in this punishment had lain 500 years and more, but now have felt free wish for happier clime. Therefore thou feltest the mountain tremble, and the spirits devout heardest, over all his limits, utter praise to that liege Lord, whom I entreat their joy to hasten. Thus he spake, and since the draught is grateful ever as the thirst is keen, no words may speak my fullness of content. Now said the instructor sage, I see the net that takes ye here, and how the toils are loosed, why rocks the mountain and why ye rejoice. Vouchsafe, that from thy lips I next may learn, who on the earth thou wast, and wherefore here so many an age would prostrate. In that time, when the good Titus, with heaven's king to help, avenged those piteous gashes, whence the blood by Judas' soul did issue, with the name most lasting and most honoured, there was I abundantly renowned. The shade replied, not yet with faith endued. So passing sweet my vocal spirit, from Tolosa, Rome to herself drew me, where I merited a myrtle garland to enwreathe my brow. Statius they name me still. Of the bees I sang, and next of great Achilles, but way fell with the second burthen. Of my flame those sparkles were the seeds, which I derived from the bright fountain of celestial fire that feeds unnumbered lamps, the song I mean which sounds in these wanderings, that the breast I hung at, that the nurse, from whom my veins drank inspiration, whose authority was ever sacred with me. To have lived coeval with the Mantuan, I would bide the revolution of another sun beyond my stated years in banishment. The Mantuan, when he heard him, turned to me, and holding silence, by his countenance enjoined me silence, but the power which wills, bears not supreme control. Laughter and tears follow so closely on the passion prompts them, they wait not for the motions of the will in nature's most sincere. I did but smile, as one who winks, and thereupon the shade broke off, and peered into mine eyes, where best our looks interpret. So to good event mayst thou conduct such great emprise, he cried. Say, why across thy visage beamed but now, the lightning of a smile? On either part now am I straitened, one conjures me speak, other to silence binds me, whence a sigh I utter, and the sigh is heard. Speak on, the teacher cried, and do not fear to speak, but tell him what so earnestly he asks. Whereon I thus, perchance, O ancient spirit, thou marvelest at my smiling. There is room for yet more wonder. He who guides my ken on high, he is that Mantuan, led by whom thou didst presume of men arid gods to sing. If other cause thou deem dst for which I smil leave it as not the true one, and believe those words, thou sparkest of him, indeed the cause. Now down he bent to embrace my teacher's feet, but he forbade him, brother, do it not, thou art a shadow, and beholdest a shade. He rising answered thus, knowest thou proved the force and ardour of the love I bear thee, when I forget we are but things of air, and as a substance treat an empty shade. Canto XXII. Now we had left the angel, who had turned to the sixth circle our ascending step, one gash from off my forehead rasd, while they, whose wishes tend to justice, shouted forth, blessed, and ended with, I thirst and I, more nimble than along the other straits, so journeyed, that, without the sense of toil, I followed upward the swift-footed shades, when Virgil thus began, let its pure flame from virtue flow, and love can never fail to warm another's bosom, so the lights shine manifestly forth. Hence from that hour, when mongst us in the purlieus of the deep, came down the spirit of Aquinum's hard, who told of thine affection, my goodwill hath been for thee of quality as strong as ever linked itself to one not seen. Therefore these stairs will now seem short to me. But tell me, and if too secure I lose the rein with a friend's license, as a friend forgive me, and speak now as with a friend, how chant it covetous desire could find place in that bosom, midst such ample store of wisdom, as thy zeal had treasured there. First somewhat moved to laughter by his words, Statius replied, each syllable of thine is a dear pledge of love. Things oft appear that minister false matters to our doubts, when their true causes are removed from sight. Thy question doth assure me, thou believest I was on earth a covetous man, perhaps because thou foundest me in that circle plagued. No, then I was too wide of avarice, and for that excess, thousands of moons have waxed and wan upon my sufferings. And were it not that I with heedful care noted where thou exclaimest as if in ire with human nature, why, thou cursed thirst of gold, dost not with just a measure guide the appetite of mortals. I had met the fierce encounter of the voluble rock. Then was I ware that with too ample wing the hands may haste to lavishment, and turned as from my other evil, so from this impenitence. How many from their grave shall with shorn locks arise, who living, and at life's last extreme, of this offence, through ignorance, did not repent. And know, the fault which lies direct from any sin in level opposition, here with that wastes its green rankness on one common heap. Therefore if I have been with those, who wail their avarice, to cleanse me, through reverse of their transgression, such hath been my lot. To whom the sophron of the pastoral song, while thou didst sing that cruel warfare wagged thee by the twin sorrow of Jocasta's womb, from thy discourse with Clio there, it seems as faith had not been shine, without the which good deeds suffice not. And if so, what sun rose on thee, or what candle pierced thee the dark that thou didst after see to hoist the sail, and follow, where the fisherman had laid? He answering thus, by thee conducted first, I entered thee the Parnassian grots, and quaffed thee of the clear spring, illumined thee first by thee opened thee mine eyes to God. Thou didst, as one, who, journeying through the darkness, hears a light behind, that profits not himself, but makes his followers wise, when thou exclaimedst, Lo! A renovated world. Justice returned thee. Times of primeval innocence rested thee. And a new race descended from above. Poet and Christian both to thee I owed. That thou mayst mark more clearly what I trace, my hand shall stretch forth to inform the lines with livelier colouring. Soon o'er all the world, by messengers from heaven, the true belief deemed thee now prolific, and that word of thine accordant, to the new instructors chimed thee. Inductee by which agreement, I was wont resort to them, and soon their sanctity so won upon me, that, Domitian's rage pursuing them, I mixed thee my tares with theirs, and, while on earth I stayed thee, still succoured thee them, and their most righteous customs made me scorn all sects besides. Before I led the Greeks in tuneful fiction, to the streams of the bees, I was baptized thee, but secretly, through fear, remained thee a Christian, and conformed thee long time to pagan rites. 5 centuries and more, for that lukewarmness was fain to pace round the 4th circle. Thou then, who astrayed thee the covering, which did hide such blessing from me, whilst much of this ascent is yet to climb, say, if thou know, where our old tyrants bides, Caecilius, Plautus, Varro, if condemned they dwell, and in what province of the deep? These said my guide, with Perseus and myself, and others many more, are with that Greek, of mortals, the most cherished by the 9, in the first ward of darkness. There oft times we of that mount hold converse, on whose top for aye our nurse is live. We have the bard of Pella, and the Tyan, Agavo, Simonides, and many a Grecian else garlanded with laurel. Of thy train Antigone is there, Diphile, Argia, and as sorrowful as erst is men, and who showed Elangia's wave, Didamia with her sisters there, and blind Tyesias' daughter, and the bride sea-born of Pelus. I the poet now was silent, and no longer by ascent or the steep walls obstructed, round them cast inquiring eyes. 4 handmaids of the day had finished now their office, and the 5th was at the chariot beam, directing still its balmy point aloof, when thus my guide, methinks, it well behooves us to the brink bend the right shoulder circuiting the mount, as we have ever used. So custom there was usher to the road, the which we chose less doubtful, as that worthy shade complied. They on before me went, I sole pursued, listening their speech, that to my thoughts conveyed mysterious lessons of sweet poesy. But soon they seized For midway of the road a tree we found, with goodly fruitage hung, and pleasant to the smell, and as a fir upward from bough to bough less ample spreads, so downward this less ample spread, that none, methinks, aloft may climb. Upon the side that closed our path, a liquid crystal fell from the steep rock, and through the sprays above streamed showering. With associate step the bards drew near the plant, and from amidst the leaves a voice was heard, "Ye shall be chary of me," and after added, "Mary took more thought for joy and honor of the nuptial feast, than for herself who answers now for you." The women of old Rome were satisfied with water for their beverage. Daniel fed on pulse, and wisdom gained. The primal age was beautiful as gold, and hunger then made acorns tasteful, thirst each rivulet run nectar. Honey and locusts were the food, whereon the Baptist in the wilderness fed, and that eminence of glory reached and greatness, which the evangelist records. Canto 23. On the green leaf mine eyes were fixed, like his who throws away his days in idle chase of the diminutive, when thus I heard the more than father warn me, "Son, our time asks thriftier using. Linger not, away." There ate my face and steps at once I turned toward the sages, by whose converse cheered I journeyed on, and felt no toil, and lo, a sound of weeping and a song, my lips, O Lord, and these so mingled, it gave birth to pleasure and to pain. O sire, beloved, say what is this I hear? Thus I inquired. Spirits, said he, who as they go, perchance, their debt of duty pay. As on their road the thoughtful pilgrims, overtaking some not known unto them, turn to them, and look, but stay not, thus, approaching from behind with speedier motion, eyed us, as they passed, a crowd of spirits, silent and devout. The eyes of each were dark and hollow, pale their visage, and so lean withal, the bones stood staring through the skin. I do not think thus dry and meagre ere 600 showed, when pinked by sharp set famine to the quick. Lo, to myself I mused, the race, who lost Jerusalem, when Mary with dire beak preyed on her child. The sockets seemed as rings, from which the gems were drops. Who reads the name of man upon his forehead, there the M had tracked most plainly. Who would deem, that scent of water and an apple, could have proved powerful to generate such pining want, not knowing how it wrought? While now I stood wondering what thus could waste them, for the cause of their gaunt hollowness and scaly rind appeared not, lo, a spirit turned his eyes in their deep sunken cell, and fastened then on me, then cried with vehemence aloud, "What grace is this vouchsafed me?" By his looks I ne'er had recognized him, but the voice brought to my knowledge what his cheer concealed. Remembrance of his altered lineaments was kindled from that spark, and I agnised the visage of force. Ah, respect this wan and leprous withered skin, thus he suppliant implored, this macerated flesh. Speak to me truly of thyself. And who are those twain spirits, that escort thee there? Be it not said thou scornest to talk with me. That face of thine, I answered him, which dead I once bewailed, disposes me not less for weeping, when I see it thus transformed. Say then, by heaven, what blasts ye thus? The whilst I wonder, ask not speech from me, unapt is he to speak, whom other will employs. He thus, the water and tea plant we past virtue possesses, by th eternal will infest the which so pines me. Every spirit, whose song bewails his gluttony indulged too grossly, here in hunger and in thirst is purified. The odor, which the fruit, and spray, that showers upon the verdure, breathe, inflames us with desire to feed and drink. Nor once alone encompassing our route we come to add fresh fuel to the pain, said I. Solace rather, for that will to the tree leads us, by which Christ was led to call Elias, joyful when he paid our ransom from his vein. I answering thus, force, from that day, in which the world for better life thou changedst, not 5 years have circled. If the power of sinning more were first concluded in thee, ere thou knewest that kindly grief, which re-espouses us to God, how hither art thou come so soon? I thought to find thee lower, there, where time is recompense for time. He straight replied, to drink up the sweet wormwood of affliction I have been brought thus early by the tears streamed down my Nella's cheeks. Her prayers devout, her sighs have drawn me from the coast, where oft expectance lingers, and have set me free from other circles. In the sight of God so much the dearer is my widow prized, she whom I loved so fondly, as she ranks more singly eminent for virtuous deeds. The tract most barbarous of Sardinia's isle, hath dames more chaste and modester by far than that wherein I left her. O sweet brother! What wouldst thou have me say? A time to come stands full within my view, to which this hour shall not be counted of an ancient date, when from the pulpit shall be loudly warned th unblushing dames of Florence, lest they bear unkerchiefed bosoms to the common gaze. What savage women hath the world seen, what Saracens, for whom there needed scourge of spiritual or other discipline, to force them walk with cofering on their limbs. But did they see, the shameless ones, that heaven wafts on swift wing toward them, while I speak, their mouths were oped for howling, they shall taste of borrow, unless foresight cheat me here, or ere the cheek of him be clothed with down who is now rocked with lullaby asleep. Ah! Now, my brother, hide thyself no more, thou seest how not I alone but all gaze, where thou veilest the intercepted sun. Whence I replied, if thou recall to mind what we were once together, even yet remembrance of those days may grieve thee sore. That I forsook that life, was due to him who there precedes me, some few evenings past, when she was round, who shines with sister lamp to his, that glisters yonder and I showed the sun. 'Tis he, who through profoundest night of he true dead has brought me, with this flesh as true, that follows. From that gloom the aid of his sure comfort drew me on to climb, and climbing wind along this mountain steep, which rectifies in you waiter the world made crooked and depraved. I have his word, that he will bear me company as far as till I come where Beatrice dwells, but there must leave me. Virgil is that spirit, who thus hath promised and I pointed to him, the other is that shade, for whom so late your realm, as he arose, exulting shook through every pendant cliff and rocky bound. Cantoxiv our journey was not slackened by our talk, nor yet our talk by journeying. Still we spake, and urged our travel stoutly, like a ship when the wind sits astern. The shadowy forms, that seemed things dead and dead again, drew in at their deep-delved orbs rare wonder of me, perceiving I had life, and I my words continued, and thus spake, he journeys up perhaps more tardily than else he would, for others Sake. But tell me, if thou knowest, where is Picarda? Tell me, if I see any of mark, among this multitude, who I me thus. My sister, she for whom, twixt beautiful and good I cannot say which name was fitter, wears now her crown, and triumphs in Olympus. Saying this, he added, since spare dieteth so worn our semblance out, 'tis lawful here to name each one. This and his finger then he radi, is Bnagiana, he of Lucca, and that face beyond him, peaked unto a leaner fineness than the rest, had keeping of the church, he was of Tours, and purges by one abstinence away bolsners eels and cups of muscadel. He showed me many others, one by one, and all, as they were named, seemed well content, for no dark gesture I discerned in any. I saw through hunger Ubaldino grind his teeth on emptiness, and Boniface, that woved the crozier o'er a numerous flock. I saw the Marquise, who had time Iruhile to swill at folly with less drought, yet so was one ne'er sated. I hower, like him, that gazing midst a crowd, singles out one, so singled him of Lucca, for methout was none amongst them took such note of me. Somewhat I heard him whisper of Genchuca, the sound was indistinct, and murmured there, where justice, that so strips them, fixed her sting. Spirit, said I, it seems as thou wouldst fain speak with me. Let me hear thee. Mutual wish to converse prompts, which let us both indulge. He, answering, straight began, woman is born, whose brow no wimple shades yet, that shall make my city please thee, blame it as they may. Go then with this forewarning. If aught false my whisper too implied, event shall tell but say, if of a truth I see the man of that new lay inventor, which begins with ladies, ye that con the law of love. To whom I thus, count of me but as one who am the scribe of love, that, when he breathes, take up my pen, and, as he dictates, write. Brother, said he, the hindrance which once held the notary with Gitton and myself, short of that new and sweeter style I hear, is now disclosed. I see how ye your plumes stretch, as inditer guides them, which, no question, ours did not. He that seeks a grace beyond, sees not the distance parts one style from other. And, as contented, here he held his peace. Like as the bird, that winter near the Nile, in squared regiment direct their course, then stretch themselves in file for speedier flight, thus all the tribe of spirits, as they turned their visage, faster deaf, nimble alike through leanness and desire. And as a man, turdy with the motion of a trotting steed, slacks pace, and stays behind his company, till his o'er-breathed lungs keep temperate time. So force let that holy crew proceed, behind them lingering at my side, and saying, when shall I again behold thee? How long my life may last, said I know not, this know, how soon soever I return, my wishes will before me have arrived. Sithence the place, where I am set to live, is, day by day, more scooped of all its good, and dismal ruin seems to threaten it. Go now, he cried, lo, he, whose guilt is most, passes before my vision, dragged at heels of an infuriate beast. Toward the vale, where guilteth no redemption, on it speeds, each step increasing swiftness on the last, until a blow it strikes, that leaveth him a course most vilely shattered. No long space those wheels have yet to roll, there with his eyes look up to heaven, ere thou shalt plainly see that which my words may not more plainly tell. I quit thee, time is precious here, I lose too much, thus measuring my pace with shine. As from a troop of well-ranked chivalry one knight, more enterprising than the rest, pricks forth at gallop, eager to display his prowess in the first encounter, so parted he from us with lengthened strides, and left me on the way with those twain spirits, who were such mighty marshals of the world. When he beyond us had so fled, mine eyes no nearer reached him, than my thought his words, the branches of another fruit, thick hung, and blooming fresh, appeared. As our steps turned thither, not far off it rose to view. Beneath it were a multitude, that raised their hands, and shouted forth I know not what unto the boughs, like greedy and fond brats, that beg, and answer none obtain from him, of whom they beg, but more to draw them on. He at arm's length the object of their wish above them holds aloft, and hides it not. At length, as undeceived they went their way, and we approach the tree, who vows and tears sue to in vain, the mighty tree. Pass on, and come not near. Stands higher up the wood, whereof Eve tasted, and from it was ta'en this plant. Such sounds from midst the thickets came, whence I, with either bud, close to the side that rose, passed forth beyond. Remember next we heard, those noblest creatures of the clouds, how they their twofold bosoms overgorged opposed in fight to Theseus, call to mind the Hebrews, how effeminate they stooped to ease their thirst, whence Gideon's ranks were thinned, as he to Midian marched adown the hills. Thus near one border coasting, still we heard the sins of gluttony, with woe rugged. Then along the lonely path, once more at large, full 1,000 paces on we travelled, each contemplative and mute. Why pensive journey thus ye three alone? Thus suddenly a voice exclaimed, whereat I shook, as doth a scardy and paltry beast. Then raised my head to look from whence it came. Was ne'er, in furnace, glass, or metal seen so bright and glowing red, as was the shape I now beheld. If ye desire to mount, he cried, here must ye turn. This way he goes, who goes in quest of peace. His countenance had dazzled me, and to my guide's eye faced backward, like one who walks, as sound directs. As when, to harbinger the dawn, springs up on freshened wing the air of May, and breathes of fragrance, all impregnated with herb and flowers. Such a wind I felt upon my front blow gently, and the moving of a wing perceived, that moving shed ambrosial smell, and then a voice, blessed are they, whom grace doth so illume, that appetite in them exhaleth no inordinate desire, still hungering as the rule of temperance wills. Canto XXV. It was an hour, when he who climbs, had need to walk uncrippled, for the sun had now to Taurus the meridian circle left, and to the Scorpion left the night. As one that makes no pause, but presses on his road, waiter betide him, if some urgent need impel, so entered we upon our way, one before other, for, but singly, none that steep and narrow scale admits to climb. As the young stork lifteth up his wing through wish to fly, yet ventures not to quit the nest, and drops it, so in me desire of questioning my guide arose, and fell, arriving even to the act, that marks a man prepared for speech. Him all our haste restrained not, but thus spake the sire beloved, fear not to speed the shaft, that on thy lip stands trembling for its flight. Encouraged thus I straight began, how there can leanness come, where is no want of nourishment to feed? If thou, he answered, hadst remembered thee, how meleager with the wasting brand wasted alike, by equal fires consumed, this would not trouble thee, and hadst thou thought, how in the mirror your reflected form with mimic motion vibrates, what now seems hard, had appeared no harder than the pulp of summer fruit mature. But that thy will in certainty may find its full repose, lo Statius here. On him I call, and pray that he would now be healer of thy wound. If in thy presence I unfold to him the secrets of heaven's vengeance, let me plead thine own injunction, to exculpate me. So Statius answered, and forthwith began, attend my words, O son, and in thy mind receive them, so shall they be light to clear the doubt thou offerest. Blood, concocted well, which by the thirsty veins is ne'er imbibed, and rests as food superfluous, to be ta'en from the replenished table, in the heart derives effectual virtue, that informs the several human limbs, as being that, which passes through the veins itself to make them. Yet more concocted it descends, where shame forbids to mention, and from thence distills in natural vessel on another's blood. Then each unite together, one disperse endure, to act the other, through meet frame of its recipient mold, that being reached it gins to work, coagulating first, then vivifies what its own substance caused to bear. With animation now endued, the active virtue, differing from a plant no further, than that this is on the way and at its limit that, continues yet to operate, that now it moves, and feels, as sea sponge clinging to the rock, and there assumes organic powers its seed conveyed. This is the period, son, at which the virtue, that from the generating heart proceeds, is pliant and expansive, for each limb is in the heart by forgeful nature planned. How babe of animal becomes, remains for thy considering. At this point, more wise than thou are sturdy, making the soul disjoined from passive intellect, because he saw no organ for the latter's use assigned D. Open thy bosom to the truth that comes. No sooner's in the embryo, to the brain, articulation is complete, then turns the primal mover with a smile of joy on such great work of nature, and embreathes new spirit replete with virtue, that what here active it finds, to its own substance draws, and forms an individual soul, that lives, and feels, and bends reflective on itself. And that thou less mayst marvel at the word, mark the sun's heat, how that to wine doth change, mix D with the moisture filter D through the vine. When Lachesis hath spun the thread, the soul takes with her both the human and divine, memory, intelligence, and will, in act far keener than before, the other powers inactive all and mute. No pause allowed in wondrous sort self-moving, to one strand of those, where the departed roam, she falls, here learns her destined path. Soon as the place receives her, round the plastic virtue beams, distinct as in the living limbs before, and as the air, when saturate with showers, the casual beam refracting, decks itself with many a hue, so here the ambient air weareth that form, which influence of the soul imprints on it, and like the flame, that where the fire moves, thither follows, so henceforth the new form on the spirit follows still, henceeth its semblance, and is shadow called with each sense even to the sight. Endued, hence speech is ours, hence laughter, tears, and sighs which thou mayst oft have witnessed on the mount. Obedient shadow fails not to present whatever varying passion moves within us. And this the cause of what thou marvelest at. Now the last fleck of our way we reach and to the right hand turning, other care awaits us. Here the rocky precipice hurls forth redundant flames, and from the rim a blast upblown, with forcible rebuff driveth them back, sequestered from its bound. Behooved us, one by one, along the side, that bordered on the void, to pass, and I feared on one hand the fire, on other feared headlong to fall. When thus instructor warned strict rain must in this place direct the eyes. A little swerving and the way is lost. Then from the bosom of the burning mass, O God of mercy, heard I sung, and felt no less desire to turn. And when I saw spirits along the flame proceeding, I between their footsteps and mine own was fain to share by turns my view. At the hymn's close they shouted loud, I do not know a man, then in low voice again took up the strain, which once more ended, to the wood they cried, ran Diane, and drave forth Callisto, stung with Cythera's poison then returned unto their song. Then Maria pair extolled who lived in virtue chastely, and the bands of wedded love. Nor from that task, I ween, surcease they, whilesoe'er the scorching fire enclasps them. Of such skill appliance needs to medicine the wound, that healeth last. Canto XXVI. While singly thus along the rim we walked oft the good master warned me, look thou well. Avail it that I caution thee. The sun now all the western clime irradiate changed from azure tinct to white, and, as I passed my passing shadow made the umber flame burn ruddier. At so strange a sight I marked that many a spirit marvelled on his way. This bred occasion first to speak of me. He seems, said they, no insubstantial frame then to obtain what certainty they might, stretch thee towards me, careful not to overpass the burning pale. O thou, who followest the others, haply not more slow than they, but moved thee by reverence, answer me, who burn in thirst and fire, nor I alone, but these all for thine answer do more thirst, than doth Indian or Ethiop for the cooling stream. Tell us, how is it that thou makest thyself a wall against the sun, as thou not yet into inextricable toils of death hadst entered? Thus spake one, and I had straight declared me, if attention had not turned to new appearance. Meeting these, there came, midway the burning path, a crowd, on whom earnestly gazing, from each part I view the shadows all press forward, severally each snatch a hasty kiss, and then away. So the emirs, mid their dusky troops, peer closely one at other, to spy out their mutual road perchance, and how they thrive. That friendly greeting parted, ere dispatch of the first onward step, from either tribe loud clamour rises, those, who newly come, shout Sodom and Gomorrah, these, the cow Pasiphae entered, that the beast she wooed might rush unto her luxury. Then as cranes, that part towards the Ruffian mountains fly, part towards the Libyc sands, these to avoid the ice, and those the sun, so hasteth off one crowd, advances each other, and resume their first song weeping, and their several shout. Again drew near my side the very same, who had erewhile besought me, and their looks marked eagerness to listen. I, who twice their will had noted, spake, O spirits secure, we know the time may be, of peaceful end. My limbs, nor crude, nor in mature old age, have I left yonder, here they bear me, fed with blood, and sinew strung. That I no more may live in blindness, hence I tend aloft. There is a Dame on high, who wind for us this grace, by which my mortal through your realm I bear. But may your utmost wish soon meet such full fruition, that the orb of heaven, fullest of love, and of most ample space, receive you, as ye tell, upon my page henceforth to stand recorded, who ye are, and what this multitude, that at your backs have passed behind us. As one, mountain bred, rugged and clownish, if some city's walls he chance to enter, round him stares agape, confounded and struck dumb, such appeared each spirit. But when rid of that amaze, not long the inmate of a noble heart, he, who before had questioned thus resumed, O blessed, who, for death preparing, takest experience of our limits, in thy bark. Their crime, who not with us proceed, was that, for which, as he did triumph, Caesar heard the snout of Queen to taunt him. Hence their cry of Sodom as they parted, to rebuke themselves, and aid the burning by their shame. Our sinning was hermaphrodite, but we, because the law of humankind we broke, following like beasts our vile concupiscence, hence parting from them, to our own disgrace record the name of her, by whom the beast in bestial tire was acted. Now our deeds thou knowest, and how we shindy. If thou by name wouldst haply know us, time permits not now to tell so much, nor can I. of myself learn what thou wishest. Giuselli I, who having truly sorrowed ere my last, already cleanse me with such pious joy, as the two sons upon their mother Gazdi from sad Lycagus rescued, such my joy, save that I more repressed it, when I heard from his own lips the name of him pronounced, who was a father to me, and to those my betters, who have ever used the sweet and pleasant rhymes of love. So naught I heard nor spake, but long time thoughtfully I went, gazing on him, and, only for the fire, approached not nearer. When my eyes were fed by looking on him, with such solemn pledge, as forces credence, I devoted me unto his service wholly. In reply he thus bespake me, what from thee I hear is graved so deeply on my mind, the waves of Lethe shall not wash it off, nor make a whit less lively. But as now thy oath has sealed the truth, declare what cause impels that love, which both thy looks and speech bewray. Those dulcet lays I answered, which, as long as of our tongue the beauty does not fade, shall make us love the very ink that tracked them. Brother, he cried, and pointed at a shade before him, there is one, whose mother speech doth owe to him a fairer ornament. He in love ditties and the tales of prose without a rival stands, and lets the fools talk on, who think the songster of Limoges